Ding! The strongest sect system has been upgraded successfully. Holy shit, Tongzi, you finally finished upgrading. Subai sprang up like a fish leaping, spitting out the dogtail grass he had been chewing. He had been in this world for 3 days, waiting 3 whole days for the system to load. Soon a transparent system screen appeared before Subai's eyes. Host name Su by age 18, realm mortal, items 20, when sect information, sect name Tiantao sect level 0 stars, sect members 1, sect territory, within 100 meters the host is absolutely invincible, within the territory, sect building a decrepit thatched cottage, sect hall, sect assets 0, sect points 0, 1 star, sect upgrade condition, recruit 1 disciple must come to the sect hall to kowtow informally. Apprentice mission, please upgrade to 1 star sect as soon as possible. Reward A. Celestial technique pavilion. Host reward, the host strength is 10 times the sum of all disciple strength. Recruit 1 disciple, and they need to come before the hall to formally apprentice. Subai flashed over to a dilapidated thatched cottage, its door hanging a plaque engraved with 3 large characters, Tiantao Sect. Moreover, Tiantao Sect was on a bare hilltop with nothing but dogtail grass. Bro, with these conditions can we even recruit disciples? Which immortal sect hall wasn't splendid and magnificent? Which immortal mountain wasn't shrouded in mist and celestial aura? Isn't this messing with me? Subai grumbled inwardly. But complaints aside, the sect still had to be upgraded, the mission had to be done, and disciples had to be recruited. An hour later, Subai appeared at the talent market in Yunshui City, more than 10 li away. Of course, in this world it was not called a talent market, but the 100 Sect Assembly. The 100 Sect Assembly was where all nearby sects and forces gathered to recruit disciples efficiently. There were many such assemblies across the continent, and Subai had come to the one nearest to him. Yunshui City Lingxiao Sect Branch. You did not pass the formal disciple assessment. Come back in half a year. An icy voice sounded in the cramped room. Zhuge Feng looked up at the middle-aged man behind the desk. The man didn't even look at him and said flatly, next. Steward Wang, I took first place in all 6 tests for Lingxiao Sect. Why did I not pass? Senior brother Gon failed all of them, so why did he pass? Zhuge Feng asked with resentment. The middle-aged man called Steward Wang turned back and glanced at him. Why? Do you have a father who is a foundation establishment elder too? Zhuge Feng was speechless, but then said, and junior brother Han. His scores were much lower than mine, so why did he pass? Steward Wang chuckled. Do you have 300 taels of silver like he does? He had scraped together everything he owned, even selling his family's belongings to get 200 taels of silver. After paying half a year's menial fees to Lingxiao Sect, he had nothing left. Seeing this, Steward Wang shook his head mockingly and continued, if you have no money, either wait for the next assessment in half a year or get lost. But my talent and comprehension are better than others even. Zhuge Feng tried to argue. Huh? Steward Wang scoffed disdainfully, cutting him off. In this world, the thing in least short supply is self-proclaimed geniuses like you. Forget about formal disciples. Even your menial position has no shortage of contenders. 100 or at least 80. If you don't take it plenty well. Zhuge Feng fell silent upon hearing this. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms without him noticing. After a long moment, he released his fists, turned around, pushed open the door, and left. Just a beast of burden thinking he's a genius. Steward Wang's mutterings sounded behind him. Outside the door, a long line of boys and girls waited nervously for their results. Becoming an official disciple of Lingxiao Sect meant gaining access to celestial arts. Though they required huge amounts of silver to purchase, they were celestial arts after all. If one cultivated successfully, they could become a being who summoned wind and rain. These were mostly children from ordinary families, many of whom had impoverished their families trying to get into Lingxiao Sect. Thus, they were even more expectant, just like Zhuge Feng before them, looking forward to the day they would become immortals. Zhuge Feng didn't know what to say. Should he tell them it was impossible to pass the formal assessment? Should he tell them that the slots were already decided, that the so-called assessment was nothing but a formality? The ones who would pass were over there laughing at them. Not far away, under a tree, several richly dressed youths were lounging, looking at the queuing crowd with sneers. Senior brother Gon, junior brother Han, junior sister Lu. They didn't need to wait to see if they would pass, because they already knew the results long before the assessment. Sigh. Resentment, indignation, anger, helplessness. All kinds of emotions filled Zhuge Feng's chest, eventually turning into nothing but a soft sigh. Could he force Steward Wang, who was at the peak of chi refining, to let him pass? He was nothing but a common man without power or connections. A tiny, insignificant commoner in this vast world. How could he fight against a cultivator? How could he reason with a powerful sect? Subai exclaimed, holy crap, so many people. As soon as he entered the grand square of the 100 Sects Assembly, he was startled by the lively scene before him. The crowd was pitch black, almost filling the entire square. Are people in this world so fervent about cultivation? Counting carefully, he could see about 107 banners representing over 100 sect forces recruiting disciples here. These banners were grander and more luxurious than one another, especially the one in the very center, which was exceptionally majestic. The plaque bore the gilded characters Lingxiao Sect in large gold letters with several lines of text beneath. Top 500 of the Immortal Alliance. Monthly base salary 30 taels of silver. Today's quota for Yunshui City 50 spots. At this moment, the area around the Lingxiao Sect's booth was already crowded with people all vying for a spot. Subai glanced at the luxurious gilded banner, then at the shabby wooden board in his own hand, feeling a surge of emotions. No wonder it's a top 500 sect, they're dripping with wealth. Starting at 30 taels of silver a month. In this world, common people's currency was primarily copper coins and silver taels, with 1 tael of silver equal to 1,000 copper coins. According to his observations over the past few days, 1 copper coin in this world was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan. In other words, 30 taels of silver meant a monthly salary starting at 30,000. The word starting alone evoked endless imagination. No wonder so many people were desperate to get in. Subai looked around. The monthly salaries marked on the banners of other sects ranged from 3 taels to 30 taels. He reached into his pocket and felt the remaining 20 copper coins, couldn't help muttering inwardly, "Can't even afford to pay disciples' wages, what the heck?" After a moment, he steeled his heart and wrote a few lines on the wooden board. Heavenly Tao Sect, the future #1 sect. Monthly base salary 30 taels. Quota 1. I'm a man with a system, how could I grovel for a few taels of silver? After all, salaries are paid at the end of the month. First recruit disciples to upgrade the sect, then who's afraid of lacking silver after a month? With that thought, Subai found a spot, propped the wooden board in front of him, and sat down to wait for disciples to come for an interview. There were far too many people at the 10,000 sects gathering. Even though everyone wanted to go to the Lingxiao sect, many had limited qualifications and couldn't get in line, so they had to look at other sects. Therefore, every banner had many people gathered. Subai shouted from his spot, "Everyone come take a look. The future #1 sect of the world, don't miss it," while passing by. Subai continued shouting from his seat, wearing a smile on his face. Facing the crowd with a smile was the basic etiquette of an interviewer. What? The future #1 sect? Everyone was stunned. They stopped in their tracks and curiously looked toward the source of the voice. When they hurried over and got a closer look at the so-called banner, everyone's eyes instantly bulged like copper bells and their mouths fell open wide enough to hold an egg. Then a burst of laughter erupted. "Is this really a banner? Are you kidding?" Someone couldn't help laughing, pointing at the shabby wooden board in front of Subai. Moreover, the edges of the board were jagged as if chewed by a dog. No need to even look, this is definitely another fake sect trying to trick people eager to cultivate. Another person analyzed with great seriousness, his face full of contempt. Such a swindler must be kept away from my child lest he be influenced. A middle-aged woman tightly grasped her child's hand and hurried away. Alas, the child looks quite decent, why doesn't he learn something good engaging in such cheating schemes? An old man shook his head and sighed, full of pity. Holy shit, take a look at what's written on that swindler's banner. The monthly base salary 30 taels. Another person exclaimed. It really is 30 taels. I thought it was 3 taels just now, I missed a zero. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? Even the Lingxiao sect, the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance, only offers 30 taels. He must be crazy for money. I thought he was a con artist, but he's just an idiot. A group of people were laughing, drawing the attention of more and more passersby. When they saw a young man with a shabby wooden board recruiting disciples and offering 30 taels, everyone was amused. Let's not even talk about whether you're a fraud. Even if you're real, haven't you got the picture? What qualifies you to ask for 30 taels? Are you a top 500 of the Immortal Alliance? Or do you have 1,000,000 disciples and countless experts like the Lingxiao sect? Listening to the crowd's discussions, Subai frowned slightly. Why does this feel more and more wrong? I offer good benefits for my sect, yet I'm being mocked. What does my Heavenly Tao sect's disciple salary have to be lower than Lingxiao's? 1 shurchen, 2 shurchen, 3 shurchen. Subai had been sitting for 4 shurchen. Some sects had finished recruiting and left while new sects arrived. Pedestrians came and went endlessly. Many paused at his spot, but every single person who stopped upon seeing the banner first froze, then burst into mocking laughter. Especially when they heard or saw the 30 taels, every single person looked at him as if he were an idiot. Not a single exception. Subai did not get angry. Instead, he sat quietly and waited. Zhuge Feng walked with stiff steps like a walking corpse heading down the mountain. Unknowingly, he arrived at the 100 sects gathering for disciple recruitment. Only 10 spots left. Hurry up, time is running out. Several stewards in charge of recruitment from the Lingxiao sect shouted, and the crowd instantly erupted, rushing forward, afraid of missing out. Immortal, here are some local specialties, please take a look. A middle-aged man squeezed forward respectfully, handed over an opaque sack, and pulled his son close. Immortal, please take a look at my son. What do you think? A steward took the sack, first weighed it in his hand, then reached inside to feel its contents. A smile immediately spread across his face. Haha, this kid is not bad, looks like cultivation material. You're in. The middle-aged man and his son were overjoyed, kneeling on the ground with tears of gratitude. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. It was only a menial disciple position, yet they were ecstatic. The so-called local specialties in the sack amounted to at least 20 taels of silver. This had become an unwritten rule for recruiting menial disciples. Without silver and bribes, how could one hope for a spot? After all, there were so many people wanting to become menial disciples. The stewards could give the spots to whomever they pleased. Without some benefit, why should they give it to you? The middle-aged man's clothes had patches. His family was obviously of modest means. This silver was most likely saved up frugally over several years. Zhuge Feng watched silently from the side, as if seeing himself half a year ago. Half a year ago, he had sold his only house and scraped together money from various sources, finally managing to gather 200 taels of silver. 20 taels were used to bribe for a menial disciple spot, and 180 taels paid for half a year's menial fees. The most absurd part was that menial disciples didn't even have food and lodging provided. He had no choice, penniless. Every day after finishing his own tasks, he had to help senior brothers and sisters just to earn a few copper coins for food and clothing. After half a year of hard work, this was the result. The sect rule was that to become an official disciple and practice immortal arts, one had to first serve as a menial for half a year. Menial disciples had various tasks every day: sweeping stairs, carrying water, planting spiritual herbs, and other chores without rest for half a year. Moreover, menial disciples had to pay 30 taels of silver to the sect every month to stay, or else they would be kicked out. Otherwise, if you occupied a spot without money, how could those behind you enter? Sigh. Another soft sigh. Zhuge Feng didn't know where the road ahead led. Home was gone. The assessment failed. No silver to continue as a menial for another half-year, penniless. If he couldn't become an immortal, how could he avenge his parents? Perhaps he would never be able to take revenge in this life. Just as he was about to leave the corner of his eye, caught sight of a banner. Heavenly Tao Sect. Food and lodging provided. Learn immortal arts upon joining. Monthly base salary 30 taels. Quota 1. Learn immortal arts upon joining. Zhuge Feng couldn't help stopping in his tracks, his gaze fixed and unable to look away. If one could cultivate immortals upon joining. As soon as this thought emerged, it grew wildly like weeds, instantly sweeping through Zhuge Feng's mind beyond his control. After a long moment, Zhuge Feng took a deep breath to calm the turmoil in his heart, then lifted his foot and walked toward that banner. Subai waited for a while longer, then added another line on the signboard. Meals and lodging included. Join the sect, and you can cultivate immortal arts. He removed the grandiose claims like future #1 sect under heaven, focusing instead on plain and practical truths. He needed just one disciple to upgrade the sect and unlock the immortal arts pavilion. Then what immortal art would he lack? Seeing the sky gradually darken, Subai let out a soft sigh and began packing his things, planning to find a bridge to sleep under for the night. Excuse me, immortal master, is it true that joining the sect allows one to cultivate immortal arts? At that moment, a voice came from behind. Subai turned to see a young man in a blue robe standing there looking timid. A trace of weariness lingered between his brows, yet his eyes burned with determination and longing. Indeed, once you enter the sect and take a master, you can immediately access immortal arts. Subai straightened his expression. This was the first person to inquire today, and regardless of the other's appearance, he had to offer a patient explanation. But no sooner had he spoken than a crowd gathered. He's a con artist. How can you believe him? Exactly such crude tricks do they think. It's 10 years ago. Young lad, 30 taels of silver isn't easy to earn. Be careful not to be cheated. A chorus of jeers erupted, their gazes at Subai filled with contempt and disdain, as if looking at trash. Zhuge Feng remained silent. He wasn't a fool. He knew there was a 99% chance Subai was a fraud. But what about that 1%? Even if there was only a 1% chance of accessing immortal arts, he didn't want to give up. Yet 30 taels of silver. Seeing the young man fall silent, Subai shook his head. It seemed he was now branded a fraud and a fool, unable to recruit any disciples. Tomorrow he would try another location for the 100 sects assembly and change his gear. Immortal master, could the 30 taels be settled at the end of the month? Zhuge Feng gathered his courage and whispered. He knew his request was excessive, with a 99% chance of rejection. All sects and powers demanded payment at the start of the month, with no credit ever given. But he was penniless now, with no other choice. Pay at the end of the month. No problem. Rest assured, our sect never defaults. Subai patted his chest in assurance. Before his transmigration, he despised companies that delayed wages. Now, as sect master, he couldn't guarantee much, but he would ensure his disciples' treatment. Only those who have been drenched know the misery of rain. Zhuge Feng was stunned, never expecting anyone to offer credit. Immortal master, are you Certain. Of course. Subai nodded. Immortal Master, your disciple Zhuge Feng wishes to join the Heavenly Tao sect. Zhuge Feng quickly bowed. Zhuge Feng, is it? We'll perform the formal ceremony back at the sect. Do you have time now? Yes, disciple has nowhere to go and can follow you to the sect. As Subai led Zhuge Feng away, the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter. Is that young man a fool? He can't even see through such a clumsy trick. Someone mocked. Another chimed in, exactly, look at him. He must not be too bright. Someone interjected, I'll forget it. He said he's penniless. Even if the fraud wants to cheat him, there's nothing to gain. Who says fraud is only about money? What if he's after his kidneys? Haven't you heard that some big shots specifically need young, healthy kidneys? Another said. At that moment, a person in the crowd sighed softly and shook his head, saying, let go of the urge to help others respect their fate. Our own lives are hard enough. Why invite trouble? The others nodded in agreement. This young man dares to scam, probably backed by some force. We common folks can't afford to offend them. The crowd dispersed, their words falling on Zhuge Feng's ears. He looked up to see Su Bei's figure disappearing ahead. He had no way out anyway. Let him be scammed. But what if it was real? With that thought, he hurriedly quickened his pace, following Su Bei's steps. Seeing Zhuge Feng follow, Su Bei smiled faintly. It seemed the task of recruiting a disciple was about to be completed. Stop right there. Suddenly a crisp shout rang out as they left the 100 sects assembly. Su Bei looked up to see a girl glaring at him angrily. Her willow leaf brows were like distant mountains, her nose straight and delicate lips red, teeth white, skin fair as snow, and hair cascading to her waist. Wow, what a stunning girl. Even her anger didn't diminish her aura. Xiaolingxi, little girl, what's the matter? The girl looked at Su Bei with disdain and said to Zhuge Feng, he's a fraud. Don't be fooled by him. Su Bei chuckled wryly. Miss, you have no proof. How can you claim him a fraud? The girl snorted, all powers require half a year as a servant before becoming a formal disciple and learning immortal arts. Your claim of learning right after joining. If that's not a scam, what is? Su Bei laughed. Miss, what does it matter if other powers require half a year? My sect lets you learn immortal arts upon entry. What kind of kind-hearted sect would do that? It can only be a scam. The girl clearly didn't believe him. Suit yourself. Su Bei shrugged, too lazy to argue. He looked at Zhuge Feng. If you trust me, come with me. If not, leave. Though he desperately needed a disciple, he would never force anyone. With that, Su Bei turned and walked away, leaving Zhuge Feng to decide for himself. Seeing this, Zhuge Feng gritted his teeth and made his decision. Disciple believes in you, immortal master. Hearing this, Su Bei stopped and turned in surprise. You still trust me? Yes, disciple trusts you. Zhuge Feng nodded firmly. Then let's go. Su Bei smiled lightly and strode forward. This feeling of being trusted was quite pleasant. While Su Bei was pleased, Xiaolingxi was nearly losing her mind. She couldn't believe there was someone as stubborn as Zhuge Feng in this world. Clearly a fraud, yet he still believed him. Damn it, you bastard, I will expose your true colors. Xiaolingxi stomped her foot in frustration and chased after Su Bei. Miss, why are you following me again? Su Bei was speechless. Was this girl like a sticky plaster? Xiaolingxi snorted, I'm going to expose you, the fraud. It's dark out. Why don't you go home instead of pestering me? Su Bei rolled his eyes, genuinely baffled by what was going on in that head of hers. Don't worry about me. Ooh, I can protect myself. Xiaolingxi lifted her chin, revealing a sword at her waist. Don't worry about me. Ooh, I can protect myself. Xiaolingxi lifted her chin, revealing a sword at her waist. In the night sky, a bright full moon hung high. Stars twinkled, casting a soft glow that bathed the entire world in a faint silver sheen. A peculiar trio moved under the moonlight, walking through the silent woods where occasional chirps of insects and birds broke the stillness, yet no sign of human habitation could be seen. Xiaolingxi, walking at the rear, gazed at the increasingly desolate surroundings, her suspicion of Su Bei deepening and her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. At the slightest sign of trouble, she would draw her blade instantly. Moments later, a small hill appeared ahead, and Su Bei pointed, saying, ahead lies the Heavenly Tao sect. Hearing this, Xiaolingxi quickly lifted her head and peered intently. The hill was modest in scale, with hardly any decent structures visible save for a solitary thatched hut standing forlornly. All around was utter silence, not a soul in sight, nor even the faint glimmer of a candlelight. What kind of shabby sect is this? Xiaolingxi's suspicion had reached its peak, and she muttered inwardly, still claiming not to be a swindler. Even the ever-composed Zhuge Feng couldn't help but waver inside, for no matter how he looked at it, this place bore no resemblance to a proper sect. Yet a smile curled at the corners of Su Bei's lips. The moment he set foot on the sect's territory, his power had become invincible. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a phantom, and the next instant Su Bei appeared at the door of the thatched hut atop the hill with an unimaginable speed, earth shrinking to a cunt. Xiaolingxi and Zhuge Feng both widened their eyes, their pupils contracting slightly from sheer astonishment as tumultuous waves surged within their hearts, refusing to settle. Earth shrinking to a cunt was not only an immortal art, but a formidable one requiring at least the foundation establishment stage to learn. In other words, this seemingly youthful fraud was in truth a powerful, immortal master. Won't you come to pay homage as my disciple? On the hilltop, Su Bai stood with his hands behind his back, calling out to Zhuge Feng. Snapping back to reality, Zhuge Feng took a deep breath, struggling to calm his surging emotions, then trotted up the hill. Soon he reached the summit, where he knelt respectfully before Su Bai, who stood at the door, and kowtowed 3 times with solemnity, declaring loudly, "Disciple Zhuge Feng pays homage to master." Su Bai nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face, and said gently, "Rise. From now on you are my first disciple, the senior brother of the heavenly Tao sect." Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, task completed. Sect upgraded to 1 star. 1-star rewards have been dispensed. Please check host. Sect information: Sect, name Heavenly Tao Sect. Sect level 1-star upgradable. Sect members 2 disciple info viewable at any time. Sect territory 1 Li radius, host is absolutely invincible within the territory. Sect buildings 1 Grand Hall, 1 Immortal Arts Pavilion. Sect immovable assets 1 Mu of fertile land, 100 spirit seeds. Sect assets 0. Sect points 0. 2-star upgrade conditions: recruit 3 disciples with loyalty above 60 and accumulate over 100 sect points. Quest: upgrade the sect to 2 stars as soon as possible. Rewards: 1 combat arts pavilion, 1 alchemy pavilion. Host feedback: host strength equals 10 times the combined strength of all disciples. The system's prompt came, and Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. Finally an upgrade. Upgrade, he murmured in his mind. The next moment the earth shook and the mountains trembled. The entire hill began to transform. Rumble. The dilapidated thatched hut vanished in an instant, replaced by a majestic and towering palace exuding an aura of grandeur and magnificence. Above the palace hung a plaque bearing the 3 bold flying characters, Heavenly Tao Sect. Meanwhile, not far from the main hall, another splendid structure appeared, inscribed with Immortal Arts Pavilion. The entire hill had more than doubled in size, and it was no longer barren, now imbued with a touch of spiritual essence. This sudden turn of events left Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi dumbfounded. They gaped in astonishment, staring blankly at the scene before them. What had they just witnessed? Creating objects out of thin air, reshaping the terrain. If Earth shrinking to a cunt was still within the realm of comprehension, this divine technique was utterly mind-boggling, transcending the mortal world entirely. A golden core true person, or a nascent soul old monster, or perhaps the legendary deity transformation. Master is incredibly powerful, far beyond Elder Wang. Zhuge Feng thought to himself, grateful that he had chosen to trust his master. Zhuge Feng, that is the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Go and select the most suitable cultivation method for yourself. Su Bai instructed. Thank you, master. Zhuge Feng bowed again, then walked excitedly into the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Could he finally access immortal arts? He clenched his fists, brimming with excitement. But as he stepped inside the pavilion, he was once again stunned by the sight. Countless immortal art scrolls floated throughout the pavilion. Hiss! Even the usually composed Zhuge Feng couldn't help but gasp, his heart racing. Such a scene was too overwhelming for him to calm down. Please place your hand on the stone platform before you. A ethereal female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Who's speaking? Zhuge Feng jolted, looking around. But aside from the countless drifting scrolls, he could find no sign of anyone. I am the guardian spirit of the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Do not be afraid, the ethereal voice continued to echo. According to the rules, every new disciple of our Heavenly Tao Sect may choose 1 immortal art. If you wish to choose for yourself, you may pick any scroll. If you wish for me to select one for you, please place your hand on the steel before you. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng sighed in relief. So it was the guardian spirit. Please, senior guardian spirit, make the selection for me. Zhuge Feng bowed respectfully to the stone platform, then placed his hand on it. He knew little about immortal arts. To him, having one to cultivate was enough, regardless of which one. With so many scrolls, he had no idea how to choose, so letting the guardian spirit decide was undoubtedly better. Your temperament is steady, neither impetuous nor arrogant. This Tao scripture Qi refining chapter is most suitable for you, allowing you to build a stronger foundation. In an instant, the steel blazed with dazzling yellow light, and a scroll slowly materialized. Thank you, senior guardian spirit, for your favor. I am deeply grateful, Zhuge Feng said joyfully, holding the scroll with both hands, bowing to the guardian spirit, and then stepping back. Though he had mentally prepared himself, when he actually held the yellow scroll in his hands, he still couldn't contain his surging emotions and excitement. Was this the immortal art he had dreamed of? Was this the immortal art he had dreamed of? While Zhuge Feng was selecting a celestial art, the two outside were already staring at each other with wide eyes. You. Xiao Lingxi's eyes widened as she stared at Su Bai in disbelief. She felt that everything she had encountered tonight had overturned her understanding. She had thought she could play the hero and expose a fraud, but instead she had stumbled upon the real deal. Subai clasped his hands behind his back and said with a chuckle, "Little girl, do you still doubt that I'm a fraud now?" Xiao Lingxi was left speechless, her cheeks flushed red. She mumbled, "How was I supposed to know you actually have real skills?" Subai shook his head, too lazy to argue with the young girl. Just then Zhuge Feng emerged from the Hall of Celestial Arts holding a yellow scroll. He approached Subai with utmost respect. "Master, how much silver does this celestial art cost? And if I only want the art for the first level of qi refinement, how much would that be?" His voice trembled slightly, and Xiao Lingxi also turned her gaze toward him. A celestial art is the very foundation of a sect. Many sects treasure their arts as precious gems, as they are the source that continuously attracts disciples. Take the Lingxiao sect, for example. Its supreme art, the Lingxiao art, is a top-tier celestial art. How does one learn the Lingxiao art? First, one must become a menial disciple, spend half a year, and pass the formal assessment to become an official disciple. Second, one must complete various sect tasks to earn contribution points. Only with enough points can one qualify to exchange for the Lingxiao art. Finally, even after earning the qualification, it is not free. One must still purchase it with money. The secret of the first qi refinement level: 100 taels of silver. The second level: 300 taels of silver. The third level: 100 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver, so 100 taels of gold is 1,000 taels of silver. And this is only the art for the first 3 levels of qi refinement. The prices for later levels are even more exorbitant. As the saying goes, if you have no money, why cultivate immortality? Wouldn't it be better to just live as an ordinary mortal? Since celestial arts are so precious, how could Zhuge Feng not tremble? Even before he had begun to cultivate, he could faintly sense that this Tao scripture was no ordinary art. Its value was likely no less than that of the Lingxiao art. But even though the celestial art was laid before him, he had no silver to buy it. Silver? What's silver? Subai was baffled. Before his transmigration, he had read so many novels where disciples joined a sect and could cultivate celestial arts for free from start to finish. Why in his case did he have to pay silver? Zhuge Feng was taken aback, thinking Subai hadn't heard him clearly, and quickly said, "Master, how much silver does your disciple need to pay to cultivate this celestial art?" "No silver is needed. Since you are a disciple of my heavenly Tao sect, you may naturally cultivate its celestial arts as you wish," Subai said with a smile. Zhuge Feng froze, his mind buzzing as if bombs were exploding inside. Such a precious art for free. Master the arts from the 1st to the 9th level of qi refinement. None requires silver. He couldn't believe it, even thinking he might be hallucinating. The art for the first 3 levels alone was already astronomically priced, and all 9 levels. "What are you unwilling?" Subai raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "I'm giving you the chance to cultivate a celestial art. Don't let my expectations down." Zhuge Feng looked up and saw his master standing with hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile on his face, shining as brightly as the moon that night. Moonlight cascaded down like flowing water, casting him as a celestial being descending to earth, like an immortal coming to save all beings. Recalling his hardships as a menial disciple at the Lingxiao sect and the days of oppression, the contrast with the present was as vast as heaven and earth. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A surging tide of hot blood erupted like a volcano, rushing straight to his head. Thud! He fell to both knees, kowtowing heavily, and declared in a firm, clear voice, "Your disciple Zhuge Feng pays respects and thanks you, master." Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but smile. Beside him, Xiao Lingxi was dumbfounded, her beautiful, watery eyes wide open. She opened her mouth several times, but could not utter a sound. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and astonishment. A complete celestial art for all 9 levels of qi refinement for free. Even her family would have to go through great trouble to buy a full set of qi refinement arts, wouldn't they? Was she sure this wasn't a scam? "Master, may your disciple ask what tasks he needs to complete daily?" Zhuge Feng looked up and inquired. Joining a sect, whether as a menial or official disciple, required completing daily tasks first. Usually daily tasks took 6 to 7 hours. If the tasks were not completed, the punishments were severe. Only after finishing the tasks could one spare a little time for cultivation. He wondered what the daily tasks of the heavenly Tao sect were. Tasks. Your task is to cultivate well. The higher your cultivation, the greater your contribution to the sect, Subai said calmly. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng was stunned. The task was to cultivate. What did this mean? It was like lying down and earning money effortlessly. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you hurrying to cultivate?" Subai urged. Only then did Zhuge Feng snap back to reality. He bowed deeply to Subai and said, "Your disciple obeys." Turning around, his tears fell unbidden. When his parents were beaten to death, he didn't cry. He silently buried them, vowing in his heart to avenge them. When he was targeted by Steward Wang as a menial disciple and assigned the hardest, most exhausting labor because he had no money to grease palms, he didn't cry, either silently vowing to become an immortal. When his spot was taken and he failed the assessment, he still didn't cry. But now all his strength and grievances transformed into crystal-clear teardrops streaming down his cheeks. A man's tears fall not lightly, but only when sorrow pierces the heart. Master, for such immense kindness your disciple will repay you even at the cost of his life. Zhuge Feng murmured to himself, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He found a spot outside the hall, sat down, and began to cultivate in silence. He recited the celestial art silently, and following the instructions recorded in it, began to draw in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy gradually gathered, transforming into a faint silver glow that enveloped Zhuge Feng's body, forming a ring that revolved around him. 1, 2, 3, 4. 17, 18, 19, 20 breaths to complete one cycle. Xiao Lingxi's breath quickened as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. She rubbed her eyes with her hands and carefully observed Zhuge Feng's cultivation again. The time was exactly the same as before. How was this possible? Xiao Lingxi's eyes widened in utter shock. In this world, the quality of a celestial art was linked to the time it took for a cycle during cultivation. For example, some trashy arts circulating in the black market could only complete 1 or 2 cycles in an hour. Cultivating to the first level of qi refinement would take an eternity. Even so, they could be sold at a high price. After all, even the first level of qi refinement made one an immortal in the eyes of mortals. For some small sects, families, or minor powers, if their arts were of slightly higher quality, they could complete 10 to 20 cycles per hour. The family she belonged to was a renowned and prestigious clan in the Great Zhao Empire. Its family art could complete 52 cycles per hour. And the Lingxiao sect, ranked among the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance, had its supreme art, the Lingxiao art, which could complete 61 cycles per hour. And what had she just witnessed? The celestial art of this heavenly Tao sect could complete 1 full cycle of qi circulation in just 20 breaths. What did that mean? In this world, an hour was equivalent to 2,000 breaths, meaning 100 cycles per hour. 100 cycles of qi circulation in a single hour. What did that signify? On the surface, it seemed merely twice as potent as the spirit firmament art, but in reality, the disparity was over 10-fold. For the higher the grade of a celestial art, the purer the spiritual energy it absorbed and converted, leaving behind fewer impurities. This reduced the time needed to refine those impurities, accelerating cultivation and advancement. Dealing with those impurities was far more difficult than cycling qi. After all, one was merely about absorption, while the other required repeated refinement to purify the spiritual energy, ensuring it wouldn't harm the meridians during circulation. Thus, the more cycles a celestial art could complete per hour, the better its quality. In the end, even a single extra cycle represented an immense disparity and exponentially greater value. The spirit firmament art with its 61 cycles per hour was enough to sustain a top 500 sect. So how powerful was a celestial art that achieved 100 cycles per hour? She had once believed the spirit firmament art was invincible, yet before this celestial art of the heavenly Tao sect, it seemed almost laughable. For Xiao Lingxi, such a celestial art was like the most beautiful dress in the world, possessing an irresistible allure. Immortal Master, are you still accepting disciples? Xiao Lingxi approached Subai, her beautiful eyes blinking as she gazed at him with fervent hope. Subai chuckled wryly. Little girl, you suspected I was a fraud just a moment ago. What, now you want to join a swindler's sect? Xiao Lingxi's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly composed herself and said earnestly, Immortal Master Lingxi was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Oh, then tell me, where were you wrong? Subai studied Xiao Lingxi with interest. This girl was quite fond of chivalry, bold enough to argue with him and even venture alone into this desolate wilderness. Lingxi should not have doubted the Immortal Master, nor should she have spoken rudely to you. Xiao Lingxi lowered her head, looking like a repentant child. Her demeanor made Subai unable to suppress a smile. He bore no ill will toward her, he was merely teasing her. Why would he hold a grudge against a little girl? These trivial matters aren't worth remembering, and I have no need to quarrel with a young girl like you. Subai waved his hand, signaling he didn't mind. Thank you, Immortal Master. You are so kind. Hearing this, Xiao Lingxi quickly expressed her gratitude, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as a smile bloomed on her lips. Then, Immortal Master, can Lingxi join the heavenly Tao sect? She fluttered her big eyes, looking at Subai expectantly. Subai's gaze swept over her from head to toe, then he shook his head. Not for now. A Wyatt. Xiao Lingxi pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Immortal Master Lingxi can wash your clothes, serve you tea, and even massage your shoulders and legs. I can do anything. Please take me in. No, you're too small. Subai examined her again and shook his head. Small? Xiao Lingxi looked down, following his gaze to her chest. Though not extremely prominent, it wasn't small either. Did the immortal master prefer larger ones? What's small? It's not small at all. Xiao Lingxi lifted her head proudly, thrusting out her curves with a hint of girlish pride. Ahem. Subai coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. That's not what I meant. You're still too young. This sect doesn't accept minors. Too young. Xiao Lingxi murmured blankly, then her face flushed. So she had misunderstood the immortal master. Immortal master, just to clarify, I had my comingafage ceremony 3 days ago. So I'm already an adult, okay? Xiao Lingxi puffed out her cheeks, arguing earnestly. Oh. Subai was surprised. This little girl was already an adult. He forgot. In this world, adulthood came at 16, not 18. Little girl, it's so late. Aren't your family worried about you? Subai reminded her. Xiao Lingxi curled her lip, muttering, who would want to go home? Oh. Subai raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. A runaway, rebellious girl. That was even more reason not to take her in. If he accepted her now, what if her parents came looking for trouble in a few days? You want to join the Heavenly Tao Sect? No problem. Have your parents come with you, or else I don't want to be labeled a kidnapper. Subai said sternly, then vanished in a single step into the main hall, slamming the door shut with a bang. Hey, you. Xiao Lingxi was left standing there dumbfounded. Sleep at 3, rise at 6. The king of hell praises my health. Early the next morning, Subai stretched lazily, loosened his muscles, and prepared to check on his disciples' overnight cultivation progress. But the moment he opened the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. The entire mountaintop was spotlessly clean, not a single withered blade of grass or fallen leaf in sight. The buildings were so polished they reflected light devoid of any dust. Pots of fresh flowers adorned many spots on the peak, their fragrance mingling in the air with a peculiar, delightful aroma. Braised pork. Following the scent, Subai saw a wooden table laden with a full spread of delicacies, 7 or 8 dishes in total, each emitting an enticing aroma. Especially the large bowl of braised pork at the center with its rich, fatty juices instantly whetted Subai's appetite. Immortal master, you're awake. Xiao Lingxi appeared from nowhere, beaming as she hurried to Subai's side, flattering. I made this myself. Would you like to try it, immortal master? Waking up to a delicious meal waiting for him. What kind of experience was that? As a Shutan who had survived on trendy takeout before his transmigration, Subai felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork, and put it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, his movements froze as if time had stopped. How is it? Delicious. Xiao Lingxi giggled, her dimples deepening. She was incredibly confident in her cooking. Her mother always said the best way to captivate a man was to first capture his stomach. Delicious, truly delicious. No need to make it again. Subai vanished in a flash, making a hasty escape. Water, water, where was the water? So good it made him fly, eh? Watching him disappear in an instant, Xiao Lingxi scratched her head. Was it really that good? Suspicious, she picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The moment it entered, her expression mirrored Subai's. The savory flavor of the meat and the sweetness of the sugar were imperceptible. Only one taste lingered in her mouth. Like downing a mouthful of salt, its crystals assaulting her taste buds, relentlessly refusing to subside. Xiao Lingxi's eyes reddened. It was like telling a northeastern restaurant owner the portion was too small, or making a Cantonese person eat a ghost pepper blindfolded. Or ordering a pearl milk tea without pearls, but with extra salt. Thank you very much. Or ordering a pearl milk tea without pearls, but with extra salt. Thank you very much. You haven't returned home all night. Have you considered your family's feelings? Subai scolded with a stern face. Xiao Lingxi lowered her head and murmured, did they ever consider my feelings? There are no parents who don't worry about their own children. Subai sighed helplessly. Xiao Lingxi was not his child, so he had no right to interfere too much. If his own child was this mischievous, he would surely take out the 7 wolves belt and give the kid a perfect childhood. Suddenly the system's voice rang in Subai's mind. Ding. Host cultivation has broken through. Host name Subai, age 18, realm Qi refining 3rd layer, items 20 coins. Qi refining 3rd layer. Subai's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhuge Feng, who was still cultivating nearby. As the sect leader of the Heavenly Tao Sect, his cultivation was 10 times the sum of all the disciples' cultivations. And now the Heavenly Tao Sect had only one disciple, Zhuge Feng. His cultivation was essentially bound to Zhuge Feng. That meant if he broke through, then. Ding. Disciples' cultivation has broken through. Reward 10 sect points. Bam! A crisp sound echoed from within Zhuge Feng's body. Immediately the airflow around him surged several times, and a powerful aura burst forth. Shua. He opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within them, radiating vitality. Qi refining 1st layer. Zhuge Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and slowly clenched his fist. A series of crackling sounds emerged, and a faint cyan light materialized over his knuckles. Is this the power those immortals possess? He usually made time to exercise, and his work as a menial laborer often involved heavy tasks, allowing him to lift objects weighing several hundred jin. But now as spiritual energy surged through his acupoints, his entire body was enhanced by it, brimming with boundless strength. At this moment, Zhuge Feng felt an inexhaustible vigor surging within him. With my current power, I should be able to avenge my parents, right? Zhuge Feng clenched his fist, a bloody glint flashing in his eyes. Qi refining first layer in one night. Xiao Lingxi was dumbfounded. In the short days since she had known Su Bai, she had lost count of how many times she had been shocked. Even if the celestial arts of the heavenly Tao sect were incredibly powerful, achieving Qi refining in one night was beyond belief. After all, Ling Xiao, the top genius of the Lingxiao sect, took half a month to reach Qi refining first layer, and that was already celebrated to the heavens. Master, your disciple has lived up to your expectations and successfully achieved Qi refining. Zhuge Feng excitedly bowed to Su Bai. Good, very good. Su Bai uttered the word good twice. The stronger Zhuge Feng became, the stronger he himself would be. Have you cultivated before? Xiao Lingxi couldn't help but ask. If Zhuge Feng had cultivated for a while and was already close to Qi refining, it might be barely understandable. I couldn't even pass the formal disciple assessment of the Lingxiao sect. How could I have any immortal arts to cultivate? Zhuge Feng smiled bitterly. What use was being first in the assessment? The slots were controlled by those stewards. If they didn't let you pass, how would the sect's higher-ups know that the top scorer was Zhuge Feng, not Han Feng? This is your first time cultivating. Xiao Lingxi's eyes widened. She suddenly realized she might have discovered an extraordinary prodigy. Let me find it. With that thought, Xiao Lingxi quickly rummaged around. Moments later, she pulled out a crystal stone resembling a spirit stone from her storage ring. This is a spirit root testing stone. The higher your spirit root, the brighter this stone will glow. As she spoke, Xiao Lingxi placed the testing stone before Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng placed his hand on the stone, focused his mind, and channeled spiritual energy into his palm. In an instant, the crystal stone began to tremble slightly. Then a dazzling golden light burst forth from within the crystal stone, shooting straight into the sky. It was blinding and impossible to look at directly. Golden light blazing, the legendary heavenly spirit root. Xiao Lingxi covered her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. A heavenly spirit root that the Lingxiao sect had sought for 10,000 years without finding. So, I have a heavenly spirit root. Zhuge Feng was momentarily stunned. Beside him, Su Bai opened the system panel to check his disciple's information. Name Zhuge Feng, age 18, cultivation Qi refining first layer spirit root, heavenly spirit root, sect loyalty 80. Note, unlocking super rewards requires loyalty reaching 100. After clearly reading Zhuge Feng's data, Su Bai couldn't help but feel astonished. Even as a transmigrator, he knew the incredible nature of a heavenly spirit root. It was the mark of a child of destiny. Was his first disciple taken so casually, already this formidable? Formidable was good. The stronger the disciple, the stronger he became. Wait, you have a heavenly spirit root, but didn't pass the Lingxiao sect's formal disciple assessment. Did I hear that right? Xiao Lingxi, now recovered from her shock, was baffled again and pressed for answers. In this region, my assessment results were first, but unfortunately, I didn't have 300 taels of silver, so I didn't pass. Zhuge Feng shook his head, a helpless expression on his face. The words Steward Wang had spoken earlier still echoed in his mind. In this world, the thing we lack the least is self-righteous geniuses like you. Puffed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxi nearly spat out the water she had drunk yesterday. A heavenly spirit root failing the formal assessment. The year's coldest joke on the continent. Why can't you pass without 300 taels of silver? Xiao Lingxi's eyes widened as she asked in confusion. Because. Zhuge Feng hesitated, then finally said, the results of the disciple assessment at the Yunshui city branch are controlled by a few stewards who then report them to the sect elders. Good results do them no favors, but if you have silver, they can profit from it. The choice isn't hard to make. Zhuge Feng said with a bitter smile. Why is it like this? Don't they test spirit roots during the assessment? Xiao Lingxi was stunned. Test spirit roots. If they tested spirit roots, the young masters and ladies with poor roots would still pass. But how could that convince everyone? Zhuge Feng sighed. Xiao Lingxi fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly said, I'm sorry. Zhuge Feng smiled. No need to apologize. I've experienced too many of these things, or I've long since come to terms with it. Xiao Lingxi shook her head. 6 months ago, my father secured a disciple slot for me at the Lingxiao sect. I only need to report in half a year to become a formal disciple. If I remember correctly, we should be in the same batch of assessments. My slot might have originally been yours. As she finished speaking, Xiao Lingxi bit her lip lightly. Even if it was just a possibility, it filled her with guilt. Zhuge Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Even senior brother gone, a young master with a foundation establishment, father had to serve as a menial laborer for half a year. Even if just for show, he had to be present. Yet this girl before him didn't need to do anything and could report directly in half a year. Her background. But then, as if remembering something, Zhuge Feng gave a carefree smile. Don't worry about it. There are plenty of slots. The one you took is unlikely to have been mine. Besides, I am now a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sect. My master was willing to take me in. That is the greatest blessing heaven has granted me. Mm. Xiao Lingxi nodded slightly. Actually, I never wanted to go to the Lingxiao sect. After this incident, I want to go even less. Then she turned to Su Bai, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Immortal Master, tell me, what conditions must I meet to be allowed to join the Heavenly Tao Sect? Su Bai said nothing but cast his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. At that moment, a group of people was rapidly approaching. Xiao Lingxi followed Su Bai's gaze, and her expression shifted slightly. Before long, the group arrived at the Heavenly Tao Sect, appearing before Su Bai and the others. Miss Lingxi, we've finally found you. Miss Lingxi's escape yesterday caused us no small amount of worry. A group of 5 approached, led by a middle-aged man who appeared to be a steward. He strode over with a cold expression. By order of young Lord Baoxiao, we are to escort Miss safely to Lingxiao sect. Miss Lingxi, come with us. His tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. I won't go. Xiao Lingxi refused. The middle-aged man cast a dismissive glance at Zhuge Feng and Su Bai, ignoring them entirely. Miss Lingxi, the young lord's orders are as immovable as a mountain. Given your unique status, angering him would bode ill for the Xiao family. He paused briefly before continuing. The young lord is the closed-door disciple of Tianxiao, Zhenren, a man of extraordinary talent with boundless prospects. Hearing his words, Zhuge Feng frowned. These men were from Lingxiao sect, especially the leader, who held the rank of steward. Yet what troubled him was not the steward before him, but the so-called young Lord Baoxiao he spoke of. Zhao Baoxiao, a disciple of Lingxiao sect's foremost prodigy. Lingxiao was talented but utterly dissolute. He habitually exploited his status as Tianxiao Zhenren's disciple to bully the innocent, terrorize the neighborhood, and even seize women by force in the streets. In short, Zhao Baoxiao was not only vicious and tyrannical, but also obsessively lascivious, frequently drinking the blood of maidens. A true degenerate. No woman he set his sights on ever escaped alive. Xiao Lingxi's face turned pale as she became utterly despondent. If she were delivered to Zhao Baoxiao, the mere thought of that fate sent chills down her spine. Perhaps this was the inescapable destiny of one born into a great clan. For the greater good of her family, sacrifices had to be made. She smiled bitterly, turned to Su Bai and bowed. Immortal Master, I have troubled you. Farewell. With that, she turned and walked away, her slender waist held straight. Sir, how shall we handle them? One of the men approached the Lingxiao sect steward, glancing at Su Bai and Zhuge Feng in a low voice. They abducted Miss Lingxi. Kill them. The steward's expression was grim, his eyes filled with cruelty. The delay in escorting Xiao Lingxi would surely incur punishment. Unable to vent his anger on Xiao Lingxi, he would take it out on these 2 insignificant ants. What are you doing? I'm going with you. Why must you kill them? Xiao Lingxi cried out in shock and fury. Miss, calm yourself. We know our limits. Do it. The steward waved his hand. The 4 men behind him closed in, their spiritual energy rippling. These 4 were cultivators of no mean skill, each at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. Master, be careful. Zhuge Feng shielded Su by not retreating a step despite having just achieved qi refinement. As battle loomed, Su Bai, who had been silent, suddenly looked up. His indifferent voice rang out, kneel. The single word struck like a thunderclap. The roar was deafening. The 4 Lingxiao sect cultivators felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. In an instant, their knees buckled, and they crashed to the ground before Su Bai. Terror etched their faces as they stared at Su Bai in horror. Who was this youth to wield such overwhelming power? A Foundation Establishment Grand Cultivator. The steward's pupils contracted, a flicker of panic surfacing as he stammered. He was at the 9th level of qi refinement. A single shout that made his spirit tremble could only come from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Run! He instinctively tried to flee, but found his body frozen. Su Bai extended a hand, gripping the steward's neck from a distance and lifting him slowly. On the territory of my Heavenly Tao sect, whom do you seek to kill? Held aloft, the steward's face flushed crimson as he struggled for breath. Yet instead of begging for mercy, he issued threats. I am a steward of Lingxiao sect. Release me, or else. Slap. Without a word, Su Bai struck him across the face, splitting his lip and sending blood streaming. Or else what? The steward's eyes blazed with venomous malice. Or else. Lingxiao sect will never let you go. Bang. As the words left his mouth, a flame erupted from his chest. He let out a scream as his entire body burst into blazing fire, reducing him to ashes that scattered on the wind. Thud. A storage pouch fell, which Su Bai retrieved with a wave of his hand. His divine sense swept over it, and he was momentarily dazzled by the gleaming silver within. Silver, 3024 taels. Gold, 200 taels. The disciples' salaries were no longer a concern. With a flick of his hand, Su Bai engulfed the other 4 in flames, erasing them entirely. These 4 of lower cultivation carried no storage pouches or valuables. But the steward's pouch was more than enough. A single strike had slain a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with profound awe. Though they had suspected Su Bai's prowess, they never imagined it could reach such heights. But then a thought struck Zhuge Feng, and he quickly spoke. Master, with the Lingxiao sect steward dead here, they won't let this go. Should we move the sect? Su Bai shook his head. No need. If they come, I'll simply kill them all. His calm, effortless words left the pair utterly stunned. They both wondered if they had misheard. Lingxiao sect was one of the top 500 in the Immortal Alliance. Immortal Master, what is your true strength? Xiao Lingxi couldn't help but ask. Beneath the heavens, I am unmatched. Above the heavens, I am also invincible, Su Bai replied nonchalantly. Hiss. Both gasped in shock. The more casually Su Bai behaved, the more unfathomable he seemed. Yet they soon found solace. Heavenly Dao Sect possessed a supreme immortal art that could cycle 100 times in a single hour. Even the core immortal art of the Immortal Alliance's top-ranked sect, Heavenly Gate, likely couldn't match this, could it? What are you standing there for? Why not pay your respects? Su Bai smiled teasingly at Xiao Lingxi. By intervening, he had already acknowledged the young woman before him. Honored Master above, please accept this disciple, Xiao Lingxi, and bow. Xiao Lingxi paused, then a radiant smile bloomed on her face as she bowed deeply. This time her demeanor was filled with reverence and devotion. Congratulations, Master. Zhuge Feng echoed. Name Xiao Lingxi, age 16, cultivation, mortal spirit root, superior Yin spirit root, primordial Yin body, sect loyalty, 80 note, unlocking super reward requires 100 loyalty. Primordial Yin body. Su Bai was somewhat surprised. In this world beyond spirit roots, there existed distinct physiques. Some powerful bodies enabled cultivation at speeds far beyond the ordinary, with various extraordinary traits. For instance, the Battle Saint body granted unmatched physical prowess that shook the world. The innate Dao body fostered closeness to the Dao, accelerating cultivation like 1,000 miles a day. As for the primordial Yin body, through union, it could enhance both partners' cultivation aptitude and power, making it the most coveted holy body among countless cultivators. In simple terms, it was the ultimate dual cultivation physique. No wonder that young Lord Baoxiao sought to claim Xiao Lingxi. If he could cultivate dual cultivation with such a body, even a waste could shatter all limits and become a peerless genius. Go choose a celestial art and begin Qi refinement as soon as possible. Su Bai nodded slightly. Thank you, Master. Xiao Lingxi, overjoyed, hurried toward the nearby Hall of Celestial Arts. A celestial art capable of 100 cycles per hour. She could hardly wait to start cultivating. A celestial art capable of 100 cycles per hour. She could hardly wait to start cultivating. Xiao Lingxi stepped into the Immortal Arts Pavilion, her curiosity like that of a playful kitten as she glanced around. When she saw the countless immortal art scrolls drifting about the room, she was utterly astonished. Unlike Zhuge Feng, she hailed from a prominent clan and possessed extensive knowledge. The greater the number and quality of immortal arts, the more they reflected a sect's true strength. The Lingxiao sect was formidable enough, was it not? Yet its collection of immortal arts did not exceed 100 scrolls. But here in this pavilion, the number of immortal art scrolls alone surely surpassed 10,000. This was no mere immortal arts pavilion, it was nothing short of a priceless treasure trove. Xiao Lingxi trembled with excitement, her delicate frame quivering. With so many immortal arts before her, she had no idea which one to choose. Please place your hand on the stone platform before you. Seeming to sense her indecision, the guardian spirit of the pavilion spoke. Who is speaking? Just like Zhuge Feng before her, Xiao Lingxi was startled and looked around in alarm. I am the guardian spirit of the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Do not be afraid, the spirit's voice echoed. According to the sect's rules, every new disciple of our Heavenly Dao sect may select one immortal art. If you wish to choose for yourself, you may pick any scroll freely. But if you desire my guidance, place your hand upon the stone stele before you. Guardian Spirit, the legendary spirit of a divine artifact. Xiao Lingxi was dumbfounded once more. On the continent, artifacts possessing a spirit were undeniably among the mightiest existences. And a master who commanded such a spirit was undoubtedly a pinnacle powerhouse of the continent. At the very least, she had never heard of the Lingxiao sect possessing any spirit artifact. My master did not deceive me. Perhaps he truly does not fear the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Lingxi mused inwardly. Drawing a deep breath, she suppressed her shock, calmed her mind, and then cautiously approached the stone platform. She placed her hand upon the stone pillar. With a soft hum, the platform shimmered with light, and a scroll slowly materialized. The guardian spirit's voice resonated once more. Your nature is lively, and your spirit free-spirited. This is the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra Chi Refining Chapter, which can harmonize with your constitution for enhanced cultivation. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Senior brother Zhuge cultivates this as well. No, the name alone suggests it is suited for women. Xiao Lingxi muttered, taking the scroll, then inquired, Elder Guardian Spirit, is this Jade Maiden Heart Sutra the most powerful immortal art of the Heavenly Tao Sect? Can one achieve 100 cycles of the energy circuit in a single hour by practicing it? She asked, eagerly, still fixated on that 100-cycle benchmark. There is no supreme immortal art, only the one that suits you best. If you chase only power and cultivate an unsuitable art, how far can you truly go? The Guardian Spirit's voice echoed. I understand. Thank you, Elder Guardian Spirit. Xiao Lingxi bowed earnestly to the stone platform before taking her leave. How did it go? Did you find a suitable immortal art? Su Bai asked with a smile as Xiao Lingxi bounded out cheerfully, already knowing the answer. I have found one master. This disciple will go and cultivate now. Xiao Lingxi's voice was crisp and melodious, unable to conceal her inner joy. With that, she hastily bowed to Su Bai, then sought a quiet spot to begin cultivating the immortal art she had just received. This girl is rather impatient, Su Bai said with a wry shake of his head. Zhuge Feng added, Master, since junior sister has begun her cultivation, this disciple also wishes to seize the time for practice. I request your permission. Su Bai nodded. Cultivate as you wish. The sect has no tasks for now, there is no need to seek my approval. Yes, Master. With permission granted, Zhuge Feng turned and departed, finding an empty, secluded corner to calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. Watching his two disciples enter their meditative states, Su Bai's gaze shifted to the sect's upgrade requirements. To advance from a 1-star to a 2-star sect, he needed 3 disciples with a loyalty of at least 60 and 100 sect contribution points. A loyalty of 60 was not particularly high. Both Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi had already reached 80. No, it was now 85. Su Bai noticed that in just this short span, the sect loyalty of both disciples had increased. As for sect contribution points, Zhuge Feng's breakthrough had previously earned 10 points. It seemed that whenever a disciple's cultivation level advanced, contribution points were rewarded. He wondered whether every breakthrough yielded a flat 10 points or if the reward varied depending on the cultivation stage. If that was the case, to upgrade to a 2-star sect, he would need to recruit another disciple whose loyalty reached at least 60. Observing Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi immersed in cultivation, Su Bai shook his head, deciding to wait until they had stabilized their cultivation before setting out to recruit new disciples. 18-19-20. Xiao Lingxi murmured as she cultivated, counting silently. When she reached 20, the spiritual energy she had absorbed had just completed 1 full cycle through her meridians. 100 cycles in a single hour. Another extraordinary immortal art. And she discovered that the spiritual energy absorbed through this art required no refinement or purification. In other words, 100 cycles per hour was the pinnacle of immortal arts. Because it eliminated the need for purification, saving several times the effort. No wonder senior brother Zhuge had reached the chi refining stage in a single night. Xiao Lingxi's astonishment was immense. Such a heaven-defying immortal art would be sought after by countless powerful sects, yet the Heavenly Tao sect possessed 2. No, surely there were more than 2. The Immortal Arts Pavilion held so many scrolls that must conceal other equally incredible arts. At this thought, she opened her eyes and looked in a certain direction. There stood Su Bai in the sunlight, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the clouds. The sunlight bathed Su Bai, cloaking him in a golden radiance that made him strikingly resplendent. In that moment, Xiao Lingxi's heart skipped a beat. To share such precious immortal arts without keeping them for his own use. Her master was truly magnificent. 3 days later, in a room within the Lingxiao sect. Where is she? I asked you, where is Xiao Lingxi? You pack of useless fools. A young man with a pallid, sickly complexion roared in fury. Several stewards knelt before him, trembling, their heads bowed low. Young Master stewardly reported that Xiao Lingxi has fled. He took several disciples to search for her, but there has been no word for 3 days now. One steward reluctantly answered, his voice cautious. Hearing this, the pale-faced young man erupted in rage. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. I told you to bring her back, and you lost her. The scolded stewards trembled even more violently. They knew all too well the temper of this spoiled young master. He could kill them on a whim, and no one would seek justice for them. Find out where she disappeared. Search for her no matter the cost. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but bring her back. If you fail to find her, do not bother returning, the pale young man snarled. At his words, the stewards shuddered violently. Do not return did not simply mean not coming back to the Lingxiao sect. It meant not returning to this world. One steward broke the tense silence, stammering, yes. This subordinate obeys. The other stewards dared not hesitate, rising and hurrying away. Once they had all left, the pale young man's eyes gleamed with a sinister, ruthless light. That damned wench dares to flee. When I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead and show you what this young master's methods truly mean. Humph, the woman I've set my sights on. No matter where you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and make you my plaything. No one can escape my grasp. No one. Time flowed like water, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the heavenly Tao sect, Xiao Lingxi slowly emerged from her cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Finally reached the second stage of qi refinement. Am I also a peerless genius now? Xiao Lingxi murmured to herself, a glimmer of joy and excitement flashing in her eyes. 5 days to reach the second stage of qi refinement. This was a legend beyond anyone's reach in the entire great Zhao Empire. Even Ling Xiao, the foremost prodigy of the Ling Xiao sect, who possessed an extreme-grade spiritual root, needed over a month to achieve the same level. This was entirely the formidable effect of the Jade Maiden Sutra. It required no purification of spiritual energy, saving an immense amount of time. My cultivation has finally caught up with senior brother Zhuge's. Before Xiao Lingxi could finish her words, she heard a commotion from the other side. She focused her gaze and saw that Zhuge Feng's cultivation had broken through once again. The third stage of qi refinement. Xiao Lingxi gasped sharply, her pretty face twisting into an expression of utter astonishment. Just thinking about how a heavenly spiritual root could fail the Ling Xiao sect's assessment made her want to laugh. O Ling Xiao sect, you will never know what kind of genius you have missed. Moreover, senior brother Zhuge wasn't just gifted, he was also far more diligent. He wished he could cultivate for 24 hours out of every 12, working much harder than she did. Name Su Bai, age 18. Realm 6th stage of qi refinement. Items 200 taels of gold, 3,020 taels of silver. By the time Xiao Lingxi stepped into the second stage of qi refinement, Su Bai's cultivation had naturally reached the 6th stage of qi refinement. This was the powerful effect of the tenfold disciple cultivation. No cultivation was needed, one could level up just by lying down. No, the breakthrough in cultivation is still too slow. The number of disciples is too few, I need to recruit more. Su Bai rose unsatisfied with his current cultivation. The sect's contribution points had now reached 90, just one step away from the conditions for an upgrade. Xiao Lingxi's advancement to the first and second stages of qi refinement had increased the sect's contribution points by 10 and 20 respectively. Zhuge Feng's breakthroughs to the second and third stages had added 20 and 30 points. Calculating this way, every time a disciple broke through in cultivation, the sect's contribution points increased, and the higher the cultivation level, the greater the increase. As for the current use of these contribution points, he was still unclear, but he suspected they would be needed after the next sect upgrade. Shortly after, the master and his 2 disciples slowly descended the mountain, heading towards Yinshui City. Master, did you buy my veil yesterday? Xiao Lingxi suddenly turned around, blinking her eyes as she asked. Upon hearing this, Su Bai immediately took out an exquisite violet-colored veil from his storage pouch. I picked it out myself, Su Bai said with a slight smile. Xiao Lingxi took the veil, nodded in satisfaction, and a faint shallow curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Junior sister, why did you suddenly think of wearing a veil today? Zhuge Feng asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Putting on the veil, Xiao Lingxi said. I think Xiao Baoxiao won't let things go so easily. Right now his spies are probably all over Yinshui City. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhao Baoxiao's influence was not something they could afford to confront hidden at their current level. Su Bai remained silent. Although he was invincible within the heavenly Tao sect, now that he had left the sect, his cultivation was merely at the 6th stage of qi refinement. It was still necessary to be cautious, keeping a low profile, and developing steadily was the true path. Soon the 3 arrived at Yinshui City. At the entrance of the 100 sects assembly, Su Bai did not enter. Instead, he said to his 2 disciples beside him, Go and buy some daily necessities you need. Don't worry, it won't be deducted from your monthly allowance. The sect will cover the expenses. Saying this, he took 200 taels of silver from his storage pouch and gave 100 taels each to Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi. Thank you, master, but I have my own silver. Xiao Lingxi chuckled, shaking the storage ring on her finger. A storage ring was 10 times more precious than a storage pouch. Even the stewards of the Ling Xiao sect could only afford storage pouches. Zhuge Feng, however, hesitated and did not move. 100 taels of silver was a fortune to him. Master, that's too much. A few hundred copper coins would be enough. Zhuge Feng quickly declined. How could he deserve to accept so much silver? Seeing both disciples unwilling to take the silver, Su Bai put on a stern face and said, Are you going to disobey your master's words? Lingxi, I know you have your own silver, but that's yours. What the sect gives you, you just accept it. Zhuge Feng, as the senior disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, you should set an example. Are you still wearing these washed-out clothes? Lingxi, you have good taste. Buy your senior brother a set of fine clothes. Don't come back until you've spent all this silver. Got it, master. Xiao Lingxi pouted, feigning reluctance. Zhuge Feng's eyes grew moist. He felt a sting in his nose and a surge of warmth in his heart. Master has been so kind to me. I will not let him down. He clenched his fists secretly, making a silent vow to cultivate diligently and become a strong cultivator capable of standing on his own for the sect. Su Bai watched the two depart, then turned his gaze in another direction. Xiao Yan, I have already become the sect master's personal disciple in Yuntian's sect, while you couldn't even pass the entry assessment. I have an extreme-grade spiritual root, but you have a crippled one. I am now at the 6th stage of qi refinement while you are still a mere mortal. The gap between us is too vast for you to imagine. You are destined to be trampled under my feet, forever looking up to me. Our engagement ends here. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. A finely dressed young woman stood on the street, her beautiful face etched with mockery and contempt. Before her, a slightly thin young man hung his head, his fists clenched so tightly they were white. Su Bai watched quietly. This scene and that name involuntarily reminded him of the protagonist from a novel he had read before his transmigration. He wondered what this young man would do next. Would he meet the standards that would make Su Bai want to take him as a disciple? By now a crowd had gathered around them, all buzzing with discussion. Isn't that the trash young master of the Xiao family? Still hasn't succeeded in qi refinement. I heard Lu Yanran has become the junior sect master of the Yuntian sect. That sect is one of the top 500 in the Immortal Alliance. Hey, who in the entire great Zhao Empire doesn't know the prestige of the Yuntian sect? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh, wishful thinking. The crowd pointed and jeered, their taunts unceasing. Listening to the voices around him, Xiao Yan looked up and saw only sneers on everyone's faces. He clenched his hands into fists, his nails digging into his flesh, without him even noticing. Finally, he exploded. Lu Yanran, in 3 years I will go to the Yuntian sect and challenge you. I will prove to you that I, Xiao Yan, am no waste. He roared, his voice loud and clear. After throwing down these words, he stormed off in anger. The crowd burst into raucous laughter, as if mocking Xiao Yan's naivety and foolishness. No matter how much an ugly duckling tries to prove itself, it can never become a white swan. The ugly duckling that becomes a white swan was always a white swan to begin with. Xiao Yan kept walking until he reached the end of a deadened alley before stopping. By then tears were streaming down his face. Why? Why did the heavens make it so I cannot cultivate? Why? I worked so hard, I was so diligent, I put in so much effort. Why can I still not achieve qi refinement? Why? Was I born a waste? He pounded the wall in agony, venting the grievance and sorrow he held inside. Just then footsteps sounded from behind him, accompanied by a voice. Young man, have you ever heard this saying? Never bully a youth for being poor. Xiao Yan was stunned, turning his head abruptly. There stood a handsome young man in white robes gazing at him with a smile, his eyes calm, yet carrying a hint of encouragement and warmth. Who are you? Here to mock me as well. Xiao Yan ground his teeth. What he hated most was others ridiculing him. You misunderstand. Su Bai shook his head, then continued. I am not here to laugh at you. Heh. Xiao Yan let out a sarcastic chuckle, clearly unconvinced by Su Bai's words. Shall we walk? Su Bai smiled. We can talk as we go. Why should I go with you? Xiao Yan frowned in refusal. If you wish to defeat those who humiliated you 3 years from now, then follow me. Having said that, Su Bai turned and strode forward, ignoring Xiao Yan behind him. On both sides of the street, pedestrians streamed endlessly amid the constant cries of vendors. There were peddlers pushing carts, wealthy merchants riding horses, and young masters in splendid silk robes holding folding fans. There were also elegantly dressed cultivators chatting and laughing, whom everyone regarded with reverence as they passed. What did you mean by that? Xiao Yan caught up, eyeing Su Bai with suspicion. Su Bai did not answer nor stop, but continued walking. Seeing this, Xiao Yan quickened his pace to keep close. He was curious to see what this youth not much older than himself was plotting. After a moment, Su Bai finally halted, pulling out 10 copper coins and placing them before a legless beggar lying on the ground. Thank you. Thank you. The beggar trembled as he expressed his gratitude profusely. Puzzled, Xiao Yan rummaged through his pockets, found a tael of silver, and handed it to the beggar as well. Yet the beggar, staring at the gleaming silver, frantically waved his hands and shook his head, his face filled with fear. If you want him dead, give him that silver. Su Bai spoke. Huh. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Why, oi? Su Bai cast him a cool glance. 10 copper coins let him live 3 more days, 100 copper coins let him lie for 3 more, a tael of silver, and he won't survive tonight. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart sank. He looked around and noticed many able-bodied beggars eyeing the silver in his hand. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Beggars kneel humbly to survive, peddlers rise early and toil late to support their families. None of them give up or deem themselves worthless. Everyone strives for their own life, each with a goal to pursue. Tell me, with your sound limbs and comfortable means, why do you consider yourself a failure? Subai looked at him earnestly, speaking each word deliberately. Because I can't cultivate, can't make Lu Yinran look up to me, can't change my fate. Xiao Yin murmured, his tone bleak, laden with indescribable desolation and loneliness. In this world, no one is born worthless. Subai said softly. Some simply haven't found their own path. Path? Where's mine? Xiao Yin scoffed bitterly. Every time I cultivate, I painstakingly refine a trace of spiritual energy only for it to dissipate instantly. Father invited a foundation establishment expert to examine me. He said I have no dantian and can never succeed in chi refinement. He could not refine chi, forever barred from the immortal path. This was already set in stone. If so, why did you declare you would challenge them in 3 years? Subai countered. To prove to them that I am no failure. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth. Good. Subai laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yin demanded. You have that determination. That is enough. Subai said. In 3 years you will prove you are no waste. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yin asked, puzzled. Subai, sect master of the heavenly Tao sect. Subai replied with a smile. Sect master of the heavenly Tao sect. Subai, Xiao Yin furrowed his brow, searching his memory, but finding no knowledge of such a sect. If you wish to surpass Lu Yinran in 3 years, then wait for me here at sunset and follow me to the heavenly Tao sect. With those words, Subai turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Xiao Yin standing there lost in thought. After entering the heavenly Tao sect, at the entrance of the 100 sects gathering, by the time Subai arrived, Xiao Lingxi and Zhuge Feng were already waiting for him. Xiao Lingxi seemed fine save for a change of dress. Even with a veil, she still drew gazes. Weight-drawing gazes. Subai looked around, faintly sensing several covert stares. All what must come cannot be avoided. Meet force with force. When at the heavenly Tao sect, even the mere Lingxiao sect, nay, even the heavenly king himself, would have to kneel before Subai. Zhuge Feng, however, had completely transformed, donning an exquisite brocade robe with a purple gold jade belt, looking far more spirited. Embroidered on his chest were the words, Heavenly Tao Sect. Yet he still appeared uneasy. Our robe, costing dozens of silver taels, was an unimaginable luxury for a poor youth like him. Hold your head high, chest out. You are the senior disciple of my heavenly Tao sect. Do you want to be a laughingstock? Look at Lingxi, so valiant and poised. Why are you so timid? Learn confidence, otherwise how can you become a strong one in the future? Subai approached and scolded him. At these words, Zhuge Feng immediately straightened up, his aura surging. Xiao Lingxi suppressed a smile. She had just heard the master compliment her. Then the group stepped into the great square of the 100 sects gathering. The crowd at the 100 sects gathering was still packed, with the number of sect and faction banners increased to over 120. However, the Lingxiao sect's recruitment banner was nowhere to be seen. In its place hung another sign. Wanted notice. Informant, 10 taels of silver. Captor, 100 taels of gold. Beneath the sign was a large portrait, unmistakably Xiao Lingxi. Who drew this? So ugly. Xiao Lingxi nearly lost her temper upon seeing the portrait. Fortunately, Subai stopped her in time, or she would have torn it apart. Meanwhile, Zhuge Feng took out the heavenly Tao sect's new banner and found a spot to sit. Indeed, with silver, the new banner was well made, far better than before. With Zhuge Feng's refined attire, he looked every bit a true immortal sect disciple, instantly attracting many onlookers. Unlike last time, when Subai was mocked as a fraud. Yet despite the crowd, when they saw the monthly fee of 30 taels of silver, everyone shook their heads. An unheard-of sect charging the same as the Lingxiao sect. With 30 taels, why not go to the Lingxiao sect instead of this so-called heavenly Tao sect? Even a dog would shake its head in disdain. Oh, isn't this the top-scoring junior brother Zhuge? Why haven't you reported to the Lingxiao sect and come here instead? I heard from the steward that you looked down on the Lingxiao sect and even mocked us as trash. The heavenly Tao sect. What kind of broken sect is that? You'd skip the Lingxiao sect for this dump. Senior brother Zhuge, that outfit of yours is quite flashy. Must have cost a pretty penny, right? I recall you used to struggle just to afford meals. Don't tell me you've become a furnace for some dual cultivation sect. A group approached, and upon seeing Zhuge Feng, they heaped on sarcasm, their words dripping with mockery. From their teasing expressions, it was clear they knew Zhuge Feng had failed the assessment and had come specifically to taunt him. Hearing their voices, Zhuge Feng looked over, his expression shifting slightly. Senior brother Gon, senior brother Lin, junior brother Han, junior sister Lu. These were all the children of wealthy and powerful families who had passed the Lingxiao sect's assessment and become formal disciples. When they were servant disciples, he had always outshone them, his achievements far surpassing theirs. Yet now he had failed while they succeeded. Now they had come to gloat over his misfortune. Calm down, calm down. Zhuge Feng admonished himself inwardly, taking a deep breath to steady his churning emotions. Senior brother Zhuge, why don't you greet us? Cat got your tongue. Ha ha, could this heavenly Tao sect really be into some dual cultivation method? Are we actually right? No, we're formal disciples now, so we should call him Junior Brother Zhuge. Seeing Zhuge Feng's silence, the group grew bolder, their mockery unrelenting. You can insult me, but don't you dare insult my sect. Zhuge Feng clenched his fists. Oh, got a temper, have we? Zhuge Feng, I won't hide it from you. It was me, Ganhua, who stole your spot. One of them declared smugly. This was the senior brother Gan that Zhuge Feng had mentioned, whose father was a foundation establishment cultivator. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on Ganhua. His spot had been taken by this man. This made Zhuge Feng clench his fists even tighter, his nails digging into his flesh until faint traces of blood seeped out. He wanted to charge at them and beat them within an inch of their lives. But reason held him back, for he was now the grand disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, representing its very face. I can't stand this anymore. Xiao Lingxi's pretty face was icy with anger as she stepped forward to teach them a lesson, but Su Bai held her back. This is your senior brother's matter. He can handle it himself. Su Bai's eyes also turned cold. How could his own disciple endure such humiliation? When forbearance reaches its limit, there is no need to endure further. Strike as you will. If anything happens, your master will bear all the consequences. He spoke, sending a telepathic message to Zhuge Feng, telling him to cast aside all hesitation and strike hard. A man may be poor, but he must never lose his spirit. Hearing his master's words, Zhuge Feng trembled, feeling a surge of warmth flooding his limbs and bones, filling him with boundless courage and motivation. Everything. His master would bear it all. He took a deep breath to steady his chaotic breath, then slowly lifted his head to face the group before him. You can say what you want about me, but insulting my sect is a crime that deserves a beating. His eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke in a low voice. Ha, this is hilarious. Zhuge Feng, do you really think you're something? This heavenly Tao sect is unheard of. What else could it be but a garbage sect? And 30 taels of silver a month. A sect worse than trash doesn't even deserve that. They all sneered, not taking Zhuge Feng seriously at all. After all, they were now formal disciples of the Lingxiao sect, a world apart from Zhuge Feng. Bang! The next moment, Zhuge Feng struck, kicking Ganhua, who stood at the front with terrifying speed. Ganhua's face twisted in shock, but he had no time to dodge. Though they had become formal disciples of the Lingxiao sect, they had yet to learn any immortal arts, and were still mere mortals. Zhuge Feng, however, had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Ganhua let out a scream, collapsing to his knees with both hands clutching his groin, writhing in agony. Zhuge Feng paused for a moment. This was the first time he had truly struck someone. Since childhood, his parents had taught him to be a kind and good child, to be polite, and he had always adhered to that principle, never provoking others. Later, as he grew up, his parents were beaten to death. He went to reason with the perpetrators, only to be beaten half to death himself. From then on, he learned to endure. He couldn't die. He still had to avenge his parents. In his 6 months as a servant disciple of the Lingxiao sect, he had endured countless injustices. Because of his good grades, his poverty, and his lack of connections, he became a target for bullying. The spiritual herbs he painstakingly cultivated were destroyed overnight. He was punished with the dirtiest and most grueling tasks. His clothes were stolen. He was kicked to the ground. He had endured it all because he wanted to enter the Lingxiao sect and learn the immortal arts. But despite ranking first in the assessment, his spot was taken, and he saw the darkness of this world. As his master had said, when forbearance reaches its limit, there is no need to endure further. The dormant volcano finally erupted. He had awakened. The restrained youth was no more. In his place stood a resolute one. Though the kick was not at full strength, it carried considerable force. Even if Ganhua had practiced martial arts and had some physical foundation, this blow was enough to cripple his manhood. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhuge Feng, how dare you strike senior brother Gan? You have some nerve attacking a formal disciple of the Lingxiao sect. Zhuge Feng, you're dead. The others snapped out of their shock and roared. Slap. The next moment, a resounding slap sent the first provocateur flying. His cheek instantly swelled, teeth fell out, blood streamed down, and he lay on the ground wailing in agony. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the group was knocked down, groaning in pain. In the eyes of Zhuge Feng, who had now reached qi refinement, these mere mortals were as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs. You've achieved qi refinement. Ganhua still clutched his crotch, bloodstains dripping onto his trousers, his face twisted in pain as he stared in disbelief at Zhuge Feng. To defeat them so easily with speed too fast for them to react, it was clear that Zhuge Feng was no longer a mortal. He had achieved qi refinement. But how was that possible? It had only been 5 or 6 days since he left the heavenly Tao sect. Everyone knew his background. He had absolutely not practiced any immortal arts before leaving. 5 or 6 days to achieve qi refinement. Was that even possible? Ganhua simply couldn't believe it. The others felt the same. The Zhuge Feng they had looked down on, mocked, and deemed weak and easy to bully had actually achieved qi refinement before them. The crushing sense of disparity was suffocating. You? Are you some kind of monster? Stammered a young man trembling. This was utterly terrifying. Let's go. Tell the steward, tell the elder. The group helped Ganhua up and scurried away, leaving behind that one sentence. Only the surrounding onlookers remained staring blankly at Zhuge Feng, silent for a long time. Moments later, the entire square erupted into chaos. What a legend! He dared to strike disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Was this heavenly Tao sect aiming for the heavens? Impressive. Am I seeing things? He actually dared to strike a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. This is going to be interesting. How long do you reckon before the Tiandao sect gets annihilated by the Lingxiao sect's retaliation? I give it 3 days at most. If it weren't for the fact that all the Lingxiao sect stewards in Yinshui City are away on business, they'd probably be here already. 3 days. If they last a single day, that's already a testament to the Tiandao sect's prowess. Within the plaza, murmurs erupted as many shook their heads, seemingly foreseeing the tragic fate of the Tiandao sect. Over the past few centuries, no sect had ever challenged the Lingxiao sect's dominance without facing a singular outcome. Total annihilation reduced to ashes of history. A superpower among the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance was hardly something ordinary sects could aspire to. Throughout the entire Great Zhao Empire, the only one qualified to engage the Lingxiao sect on equal footing was the Yuntian sect, another member of that same elite 500. As for the rest, even the imperial family lacked that privilege. Master, I apologize. By causing such a commotion, I've made it even harder for anyone to join our sect. Zhuge Feng lowered his head, filled with guilt. At that moment, the crowd in the plaza dared not approach the Tiandao sect's recruitment banner, fearing the backlash from the Lingxiao sect. It seemed today's recruitment drive would end in vain. Subai smiled faintly. This is good news. You've already put the Tiandao sect's name on the map. This brings no harm, only benefits. Once the Lingxiao sect fails to do anything to us, all eyes will turn to the Tiandao sect. Then people will line up to join us. However, what you just did wasn't enough. Huh? Zhuge Feng was taken aback, not understanding his master's meaning. Hadn't he already struck with such severity? Why did his master think it was insufficient? Against someone like that, you should beat them to death. Remember, might makes right. The more timid you are, the more others will bully you. The more unyielding you stand, the more they will fear you. If you show weakness and cowardice, others will walk all over you, treating you like nothing. Remember, this world is always ruled by the strong. Subai said indifferently. Your disciple understands. Zhuge Feng's gaze grew resolute, as if he had grasped something profound. Don't worry about who the opponent is. As long as you're not at fault, your master will handle everything. Subai continued. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng's heart surged with emotion. If only he possessed strength like his master's. With that thought, he clenched his fists. He despised a life of mediocrity. He craved battle, yearned to enhance his power, to become a supreme expert whom no one could ever bully again. So cool. Xiao Lingxi clapped her hands in excitement, her bright eyes fixed on Subai. She recalled how Subai had slain the Lingxiao sect steward earlier. Decisive, swift, without the slightest hesitation. Simple, brutal, and clean. And stylish, too. At the entrance to the 100 Sects assembly, a peculiar young girl appeared. She was about 14, dressed in tattered beggar-like clothes, with a frail, slender frame and pale skin. She walked unsteadily, as if her legs were weak or she had been starving for a long time, her complexion extremely feeble. Yet her brow was filled with stubbornness, like a tenacious sapling, exuding an air of resilience. As soon as she entered, she knelt on the ground, holding up a broken wooden sign with a crooked line of text. Seeking a cultivation method to practice immortality. Willing to be a servant or slave. Once she knelt, some in the surrounding crowd stepped away in disgust, others showed sympathy, and some remained expressionless. Whispers of discussion also arose. Ah, poor child. She's been kneeling here for 5 days straight. If this continues, her legs will be ruined. These sects are places that bleed people dry. Without money, how could she ever get in? I've seen this girl before. She seemed to have an older sister. Why is she alone now? 3 days ago, a righteous immortal took pity on her and wanted to take her as a disciple, but discovered she had no spiritual root, no aptitude for cultivation at all. What a pity. This girl's fate is harsh. Abandoned as an infant, she grew up depending on her sister. Now something seems to have happened to her sister too. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Without money or influence, how could one encounter immortal destiny? The crowd sighed endlessly. Hearing the surrounding voices, the girl's dull eyes flickered slightly, yet she remained steadfastly kneeling, not moving an inch. Little did she know her actions would only earn sympathy from commoners, garnering no real response. At the recruitment booths of various sects, several disciples watched the spectacle. Tisk, even an ordinary passerby has a bit of spiritual root. A pure lack of one is just a mortal body, a lifetime of mundane fate. Not having a spiritual root doesn't mean one can't cultivate, but the speed would be so slow that they'd never surpass the third level of chi refining in a lifetime. If she had money, maybe piling resources into her might let her touch the later stages of chi refining, but the problem is she's destitute. Which sect would take in such a liability? They'd go bankrupt. If she had a decent figure, she could be sold to a brothel for some silver, but with that gaunt, sallow look, which brothel would accept her? They chatted without restraint, never considering whether the girl could hear them. After all, they were immortals, so why would they care about the gaze of mortals? This scene naturally caught the attention of Su Bai and his companions. This young girl is truly pitiful. Master, can we take her into our sect? They'll take care of her, is that all right? Xiao Lingxi couldn't help but whisper softly. But when she turned to look at Su Bai, she found he was no longer there. When she looked back, Su Bai had already appeared before the girl. Su Bai gazed at the kneeling girl and asked, "What is your name?" The girl lifted her head, her face, smeared with dirt, grimy and unremarkable save for a faint glimmer in her tired eyes. She spoke dully, Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao, who would join the Tiandao sect. Yi Qingyao, a pretty good name. Are you willing to join my sect? Su Bai inquired gently. Me? Yi Qingyao was stunned, doubting if she was hallucinating. Was there still someone willing to take her in? But, the immortal said, I have no spiritual root. Just a mortal body, unworthy of joining an immortal sect. Yi Qingyao bit her lip, forcing out the words. Last time an immortal had pitted her, but after testing her and finding no spiritual root, he shook his head and left. That immortal had firmly declared that she was destined never to walk the path of immortality and should abandon that hope. But if she had no path to immortality, where could she go to find her sister? Who says a mortal body cannot tread the path of immortality? What of lacking a spiritual root? What of being a mere mortal? As long as one harbors a heart yearning for immortality, one day upon the path of transcendence, your most radiant silhouette shall surely be etched. So are you willing to join my sect? Su Bai spoke softly. In an instant, the maiden froze, a flicker of brilliance shimmering within her dim eyes. The youth before her, clad in white robes purer than snow, possessed an unparalleled grace and extraordinary bearing, as if a banished immortal. She felt a momentary daze, and from the depths of her heart surged an indescribable sense of security. Can I truly cultivate? Yi Qingyao spoke with difficulty, her voice trembling. There was once someone like you, also a mortal devoid of any talent for cultivation. Su Bai said. Her? What became of her? Yi Qingyao asked, somewhat anxious. She possessed a heart devoted to seeking immortality. Though immortal, she relied on her unparalleled talent and perseverance to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path with her mortal body. Su Bai said slowly. A mortal becoming an immortal. Isn't that boasting too much? The pinnacle of the immortal path he speaks of. Could it be just the first or second level of chi refinement? Haha, if a mortal could ever step into the third level of chi refinement, they'll stand on my head and eat 2 buckets of shit. The crowd burst into laughter, all in disbelief. In their eyes, Su Bai was fabricating tales and putting on a show. Cultivating immortality was difficult even for those with spiritual roots, let alone for mortals without them. For 10,000 years on this continent, no mortal had ever been heard to have cultivated to foundation establishment, with a mortal body, to stand at the pinnacle of the immortal path. Yi Qingyao stood in a daze, murmuring, can I also do it? She remained unaffected by the jeers, instead feeling even more hopeful, a sharp light gleaming in her eyes. The future holds many variables. Oh, anything is possible. I see that you are resilient in character and unyielding in spirit. In the future, you are destined to walk an extraordinary path. Therefore, I have decided to take you as my personal disciple. Su Bai extended his hand before Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao hesitated for a moment before slowly placing her hand upon his. A gentle, warm sensation coursed through her entire being. The first time she had felt such a feeling since her sister left. It was the warmth of the human world dispelling the cold wind that clung to her. She wanted to kneel, but found her legs would not obey. Her strong will had sustained her until now, a miracle in itself. Immortal Master. Thank you. She could no longer hold on. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed straight into a warm embrace. Su Bai supported her and brought her to Xiao Lingxi's side. Without needing any instruction, Xiao Lingxi stepped forward to take Yi Qingyao, paying no heed to whether her new dress might get soiled. You two take her back first. Your master will return later. Su Bai instructed Xiao Lingxi and Zhuge Feng. Yes. The two nodded and then left with Yi Qingyao. After his disciples departed, Su Bai quietly concealed his form and followed behind them. On the road outside Yunshui City, heading toward the heavenly Dao sect. Behind Xiao Lingxi and Zhuge Feng, 4 figures stealthily followed, their eyes fixed on the pair with a greedy glint. Are you sure? Is she the second Miss Xiao that the Lingxiao sect is looking for? I can't be 100% sure, but it's highly likely. How many people in Yunshui City possess a storage ring? Even the stewards of the Lingxiao sect don't have one. Even if she isn't, this ring alone is enough to make it worth our while. If we capture them, that's 1,000 taels of gold. Hee hee, 1,000 taels of gold. We can buy an extra tier of immortal techniques. These two have low cultivation and dare to travel with a burden. Perfect for us. The four figures whispered among themselves, their gazes burning with avarice, ready to strike. However, just as they were about to make their move, a figure in white robes suddenly appeared before them. Gentlemen, please hold. Subai smiled at them. Seeing Subai appear, the group was startled, but then recognized the youth from earlier. Their attention had not been on him, so they assumed he was likely a disciple from some sect. Given his age, his cultivation must be low. Kid, we're not after you. Get lost. We advise you to step aside obediently. Otherwise, you might not leave these woods alive. The group threatened with bluster. For men 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 2nd level, and their energy was unstable. A clear sign their techniques were mediocre. If you want leave, then leave your life behind. One of them shouted coldly, brandishing a long blade as he charged at Subai. Subai stood his ground and threw a punch. The fist force split the air, forming a fierce fist imprint that directly shattered the long blade in the man's hand. Then, with undiminished momentum, it struck the man squarely in the chest. With a thud, the man was sent flying, spitting blood. He struggled for a while, but could not get up, his breath weak. The remaining few exchanged glances, a ruthless glint in their eyes. Attack together. Fireball technique. Icy arrow art. Eightfold palm. The group unleashed their combat techniques, a dazzling array of flashy skills glittering in the sunlight. Though not highly offensive, they were quite a spectacle. It seems the sect needs to upgrade soon. The technique pavilion should have some powerful arts to enhance the disciple's strength. The stronger the disciples, the stronger he became. His strength was not merely the sum of all his disciples multiplied by 10, he also inherited all their skills, likewise amplified tenfold. Su Bei's form blurred into a shadow. Even without combat techniques, the sheer gap in realm allowed him to dispatch them with nearly one blow each, and the group was swiftly dealt with. After finishing them off, Su Bai clapped his hands and headed back toward Yinshui City. At dusk, not far from the entrance of the 100 sects gathering, 2 figures stood together. One of them was Xiao Yin, whom Su Bai had encountered before. Beside Xiao Yin stood a maiden. "Sienna, why are you here?" Xiao Yin said with a wry smile to the girl who had followed. "Brother Xiao Yin, what kind of sect is the Heavenly Tao sect? Do you know anything about it before deciding to join?" The maiden called Sierra frowned. I don't know, but even if there's the slightest hope, I don't want to give up. I want to grow stronger and defeat that Lu Yinran." Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with hatred and madness. Such disgrace was etched into his memory. Sierra frowned slightly, seeing Xiao Yan's resolute expression, and sighed softly. "All right, since Brother Xiao Yin insists on going, Sierra will support you. But to ensure you don't face danger, Sierra will accompany you," Sierra said earnestly. "Sierra." Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, a turmoil of feelings churning within him. "Rest assured, Brother Xiao Yin. Sierra won't let any evildoer harm you," Sierra vowed solemnly. Su Bai walked over slowly, and when he saw a young girl beside Xiao Yin, he paused slightly. How intriguing it was becoming. "Immortal Master, you've arrived." Suddenly Xiao Yin spotted Su Bai, a gleeful smile instantly spreading across his face as he hurried over. "Let me see who it is." As Xiao Yin went to greet him, Sierra also turned her gaze. Not far away stood a strikingly handsome youth in a white robe as elegant as jade. The youth held his hands behind his back, clad in a moon-white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight and his sleeves fluttered in the breeze, giving him an ethereal, otherworldly aura like a celestial descending to the mortal realm. A faint smile played on his lips and his eyes sparkled like the starry river, bright and clear as if adorned with the stars of the night sky. What a celestial youth. "Uncle Ling, see what his cultivation level is, eh?" she murmured in her heart as if speaking to someone. After a moment, an aged voice echoed in her mind, "Miss I cannot discern his cultivation." "What? Even you can't see through it, Uncle Ling?" Her eyes widened. She knew Uncle Ying's strength all too well. Although he was not among the most powerful in her clan within the great Zhao Empire, he stood at the pinnacle. If even Uncle Ying couldn't see through it, then what level of strength did this sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect possess? "Uncle Ying, have you found any information on the Heavenly Tao sect?" she continued to ask. "I've searched. Throughout the entire Immortal Alliance, there is no information about the Heavenly Tao sect or Su Bai. Among the hundreds of major and minor sects in the great Zhao Empire, there is also no record of it. This Heavenly Tao sect seems to have appeared out of thin air." Uncle Ling pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Appeared out of thin air?" Sierra exclaimed in surprise. With this thought, her suspicion of Su Bai grew even stronger. She had asked Uncle Ling to secretly investigate Xiao Yan's constitution issue, but he had reached no conclusion. If even Uncle Ling didn't know, then no one else in the entire Great Zhao Empire could possibly understand it. Even if someone did, their strength would be so formidable that it couldn't go unrecorded. Immortal Master, this is my clan sister Xiao Xier. She also wishes to go to the Heavenly Dao Sect. What do you think? Xiao Yan looked at Su Bai cautiously. Su Bai glanced at Xiao Xier, understanding everything in his heart, and nodded faintly. Since you wish to go, then go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Immortal Master. Then the three of them set off for the Heavenly Dao Sect. No, to be precise, it was a group of 4. Along the way, Su Bai kept his hands behind his back, his expression calm, while Xiao Xier stared at him continuously, but could discern nothing. Was this fellow truly skilled, or just pretending? If Xiao Yan weren't still present, Xiao Xier would have been unable to resist testing his strength herself. The Heavenly Dao Sect was not far from Yinshui City, and soon the group arrived at its mountain base. So this is the Heavenly Dao Sect. Looking at the scale of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Xiao Xier's suspicion deepened. No matter how she looked at it, this sect didn't resemble any major faction. At best, it was nothing more than a motley assortment of a sect. At the Heavenly Dao Sect, Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi were waiting for Su Bai's return. When they saw him arriving with 2 people, their faces lit up with excitement. Master, are these new junior brothers and sisters? Xiao Lingxi blinked her beautiful large eyes in astonishment. Yes, his name is Xiao Yan. Su Bai pointed at Xiao Yan. Senior brother, senior sister, I am Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and greeted politely. Junior brother Xiao, welcome to the Heavenly Dao Sect. Xiao Lingxi said with a radiant smile. Xiao Yan scratched his head shyly and replied, Senior sister, no need to be so polite. And this junior sister is? Xiao Lingxi's gaze then shifted to Xiao Xier. I don't intend to join your Heavenly Dao Sect, I'm just here to have a look. Xiao Xier's expression was cold, and even a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect. One at the 2nd level of Qi, refining the other at the 3rd level. With such strength, could this possibly be a major sect? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Xier's eyes, Xiao Lingxi revealed a meaningful smile. She understood that the girl before her was questioning the sect's strength. Hadn't her own expression been the same not long ago? Only after witnessing the master's methods did she realize what true strength meant. Master Yi Qingyao is still unconscious. We've placed her in the side chamber of the main hall in your room, said Zhuge Feng. It's fine, let her rest well. Su Bai replied, a thought stirring in his mind. The Heavenly Dao Sect now had more and more disciples, yet there were no rooms for them to live in. This wouldn't do. When the sect upgrades next time, it must at least build a grand palace for the disciples to reside in. Otherwise, word spreading that the Heavenly Dao Sect mistreats its disciples would be terrible. Perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Only then will you truly be part of my Heavenly Dao Sect. Su Bai turned and walked into the main hall, leaving behind these words. Junior brother Xiao Yan, go quickly. Xiao Lingxi urged. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality, trembling with excitement, as he hurriedly followed Su Bai into the hall. Xiao Xier, on the other hand, curled her lips in disdain. Inside the hall, Su Bai sat in the seat of honor with Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi standing respectfully to his left and right. As for Xiao Yan, he knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times, and then said earnestly, Disciple Xiao Yan pays homage to the master. Rise. From now on you are my 3rd personal disciple, the 3rd disciple of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Su Bai nodded slightly, signaling Xiao Yan to stand. Thank you, master. Xiao Yan stood up, reached into his storage pouch, and pulled out a wooden box. Opening it revealed gleaming silver ingots. Master, I noticed the sect's signboard says 30 taels of silver per month. Here are 180 taels, my entrance fee for half a year. Xiao Yan bowed his head respectfully. He naturally understood the rules of joining a sect. The half-year service fee was mandatory, and later the immortal arts would cost extra. The Heavenly Dao Sect provides free room and board. No payment is needed. Su Bai said with a faint smile, explaining. Free room and board. Xiao Yan was taken aback, a look of surprise on his face. This was the first time he had heard of a sect that was free. Huh. Xiao Xier was also momentarily stunned, not yet grasping the situation. If this fellow wasn't after money, what was he trying to trick? Then master, about my inability to cultivate. Xiao Yan asked nervously. This was his greatest concern. That is the Hall of Immortal Arts. Once you enter, you will understand the reason for your inability to cultivate, and will find a suitable technique. Su Bai waved his hand, dismissively, speaking lightly. Thank you for telling me, master. I understand. Xiao Yan was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. Could his problem of being unable to cultivate truly be solved? With an excited heart, Xiao Yan headed toward the Hall of Immortal Arts. Xiao Xier followed, but Su Bai's figure appeared before her, smiling. Non-disciples of this sect may not enter. These words made Xiao Xier's steps pause for a moment. She snorted softly and fell silent. Inside the Immortal Arts Pavilion, Xiao Yan was astonished at first sight by the countless floating immortal techniques floating before him. So many immortal arts. Could there be one that matches his own constitution? Please place your hand on the stone platform ahead. A ethereal female voice echoed beside his ear. My. Xiaoyan glanced around, seeing no figure. His experiences over the years kept him relatively composed. I am the guardian spirit of the Immortal Arts Pavilion. The ethereal female voice continued to resonate in his ear. According to the rules, every new disciple who joins our Heavenly Tao sect may select one immortal art. If you wish to choose for yourself, you may pick any immortal art scroll. If you desire me to select one for you, please place your hand on the stone stele before you. Guardian Spirit. The legendary sacred artifact spirit that Sierra mentioned. Honored Guardian Spirit, what is the reason for my inability to cultivate? Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before inquiring. Place your hand on the stone stele, and all will be revealed. The ethereal female voice sounded again. Very well, I shall trouble you, senior. With that, Xiaoyan slowly placed his hand upon the stone stele before him. Soon a gentle wave of energy emanated from the stone stele. Xiaoyan felt his body tremble, and then a warm current coursed through his veins. Honored Guardian Spirit, what exactly is the matter with my constitution? Xiaoyan asked cautiously, his tension reaching its peak. Your constitution is the exceedingly rare heaven-forsaken body. The ethereal female voice resounded within Xiaoyan's mind. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, his brain buzzed and his face was filled with sorrow. Heaven-forsaken body. Xiaoyan stood frozen on the spot, momentarily lost in thought. Though he did not know what the heaven-forsaken body truly meant, the name alone told him this was no good news. Forsaken by heaven. Had even the heavens abandoned him? The heaven-forsaken body means the heavens have forgotten your existence, leaving you without a dantian and unable to cultivate qi. The guardian spirit's voice continued. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. Can my dantian still be repaired? Unless a 9-turn golden core allows you to be reborn and reforge your flesh, or a Dao realizer reverses your fate and remolds your dantian. Yet even so, your cultivation speed would be 1,000 or 10,000 times slower than others. The ethereal female voice came again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's face showed a trace of despair, for he had never even heard of a 9-turn golden core or a Dao realizer, let alone imagined what realm of existence they represented. Does this mean I can never cultivate in this life, forever trampled under Lu Yanren's feet? Xiaoyan said unwillingly. No, the fact that your dantian cannot be repaired for now does not mean you cannot cultivate. But can you endure the pain that ordinary people cannot bear? The guardian spirit's voice continued. I can cultivate. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, then he said firmly, as long as I can cultivate and grow stronger, I can endure any pain. In that case, there is one immortal art best suited for your cultivation, the guardian spirit continued. Then a scroll appeared before Xiaoyan. What immortal art is this? Xiaoyan asked in confusion. This is a body tempering method, the primordial chaos body tempering art, flesh chapter. Primordial chaos body tempering art. Xiaoyan murmured to himself. Because you lack a dantian and cannot cultivate qi, you are instead the perfect constitution for body tempering. If you master this art, it will suffice to compensate for your dantian's flaw and even surpass qi cultivators of the same rank. The guardian spirit said. Really? Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and he cried out in surprise. Naturally. However, body tempering requires enduring the extreme torment of the flesh akin to 1,000 cuts to achieve an indestructible physique. Can you bear it? The guardian spirit said. I can. No matter what pain, I am willing to accept it. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. As long as he could cultivate, mere physical pain was nothing. Thank you, honored guardian spirit. Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude, solemnly reaching out to grasp the scroll. Lu Yanran, in 3 years I will surely defeat you. Outside the Immortal Arts Pavilion, Xiao Sierra stared at Subai. If anything happens to brother Xiaoyan, I will hold you accountable. Trust in my strength. This world is vast, and there are many powers stronger than the Lingxiao sect and the Yuntian sect. Her eyes carried a heavy warning, and these words made Subai nod in agreement. You're right. This world is indeed vast, and the Lingxiao sect and Yuntian sect amount to little. Then Subai changed his tone and said with a grin, but as for any sect stronger than my Heavenly Tao sect, I'm sorry, I've never heard of one. What do you mean? Xiao Sierra frowned and snapped coldly. I don't know what I mean, but a foundation establishment cultivator at 16 is unprecedented in Great Zhao. I wonder what is your intention in approaching my disciple? With these words, Subai abruptly looked up, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. You saw through my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sierra's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze fixed intently on Subai. She carried a treasured artifact that, when not in use, should have prevented anyone from seeing through her cultivation. Usually she always pretended to be at the 3rd level of qi refining to avoid standing out. But now someone had revealed her secret in a single sentence. I have not only seen through your cultivation, but also have a question. Why is the bodyguard arranged for the heiress of an ancient clan only at the mere nascent soul realm? Su Bei's gaze shifted toward a certain spot in the void, his eyes carrying a knowing smile. Deep within the clouds, a shadow stiffened under that gaze. He had been discovered. Xiao Sierra involuntarily stepped back, staring at Su Bai in shock. He had not only seen through her, but also through Uncle Ing. And he even knew she came from some ancient clan. Who was this person? Could he also be a descendant of some ancient clan? Is the nascent soul realm not enough? Xiao Sierra lowered her voice. This man had such an arrogant tone. Merely the nascent soul realm. Merely. After all, a nascent soul cultivator was a patriarch-level figure in the cultivation world, enough to support a super sect. Even the Lingxiao sect and Yuntian sect, among the top 500 immortal sects, had their strongest members only at the nascent soul realm. Hey, it's enough for now. But what about later? I recall that the previous sect master of the Yuntian sect went into seclusion for 100 years and didn't die. Perhaps he has already become a nascent soul cultivator. When your brother Xiao Yin goes to the Yuntian sect, I'm afraid this bodyguard of yours won't be able to protect him right. Your clan could summon a swarm of nascent soul cultivators, or even higher realms, without any trouble, couldn't they? Upon hearing this, Xiao Sierra fell silent. It seemed he had a point. Above the clouds, the shadow twitched all over. The gatekeepers of the clan were all nascent soul cultivators, and he a mere nascent soul, if not by the young lad's side. Damn, he was going to lose his job. Who are you exactly? Xiao Sierra finally began to confront Su Bai. Su Bai had seen through her completely, yet she knew nothing about him. This feeling made her heart tremble. Could this youth truly be some ancient hidden monster deliberately venturing out for training? I am Xiao Yan's master. Who else would I be? Su Bai chuckled softly. Xiao Sierra fell silent, and at that moment Xiao Yan just emerged from the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Master, this disciple has found a suitable immortal art. As he came out, he knelt before Su Bai holding the scroll, his face brimming with ecstasy. Excellent. Su Bai nodded. He had already known of the events within the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Body refinement was also a path with boundless prospects. Brother Xiao Yan can cultivate now. Xiao Sierra was stunned once more, her face full of disbelief. Xiao Yan's physical condition was something even Uncle Ing couldn't resolve, let alone provide a cultivation method. Master, how much silver does this immortal art require? Xiao Yan asked urgently. Though he knew the primordial chaos body refining art was precious and the required silver might be beyond his means, he still wanted to try. He was willing to give anything to be able to cultivate. Every disciple who joins the sect can choose one immortal art for free. Naturally, no silver is needed. Su Bai shook his head. Free. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then overcome with excitement, he knelt before Su Bai. Master above, please accept another bow from your disciple. Enough, go and cultivate first. Strive to reach the flesh-body realm as soon as possible, Su Bai said with a wave. The realm of body refinement began with the flesh body, which had 9 levels corresponding to the 9 levels of qi refinement. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yan stood up and respectfully departed. Then he sat cross-legged, carefully reading the primordial chaos body refining art in his hands. However, when he saw the first page, he drew in a sharp breath. A quarter-hour run of 10 Li carrying 100 Jin. 100 consecutive push-ups carrying 100 Jin. 100 lashes with a leather whip. Only after completing these tasks would one have the physical strength to formally begin cultivation. Even with Xiao Yan's willpower and endurance, a bead of sweat formed on his forehead at this regimen. Xiao Sierra also saw the training content and shuddered involuntarily. Was this something an ordinary person who had never cultivated could accomplish? Brother Xiao Yan, maybe you shouldn't cultivate, she advised with concern. Wouldn't this regimen cost him half his life? Even Xiao Yan was afraid. He had never endured such hardship save for the strange looks from others since childhood. How could he bear such torment? Su Bai glanced at them both and said with a faint smile, what do you want to be trampled underfoot by Lu Yanran again 3 years from now? This? Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, his fists cracking as he clenched them. Finally, he gripped the scroll tightly and said word by word, I want to become stronger. I want to defeat Lu Yanran. I want to prove that I Xiao Yan am inferior to no one. His eyes reddened, his face flushed purple, clearly shouting with all his might. Having said that, he immediately rose and began running around the foot of the heavenly Dao Sects mountain. He wanted to prove himself to become stronger. At this moment, Su Bei's gaze shifted, noticing Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi watching from the side. He said, go and cultivate. The sect's strength depends on your efforts. Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi, upon hearing this, did not prepare to cultivate. Instead, they looked toward Xiao Sierra. Clearly, the immortal arts they practiced were too extraordinary, if seen by an outsider. No matter. The immortal arts of my heavenly Dao sect are neither stolen nor robbed. There's no need to avoid anyone, Su Bai said with a smile. Hearing Su Bei's words, Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi finally relaxed and turned to leave. Xiao Sierra stood there dumbfounded, somewhat unable to grasp the situation. They had to avoid her when cultivating immortal arts. What could their immortal arts be more powerful than her clan's? She knew her clan was an unimaginable colossus across the entire continent. Even a mere gatekeeper from her clan upon arriving in this great Zhao kingdom would be enough to reign supreme. She wouldn't even deign to glance at the founding arts of the Lingxiao sect or the Yuntian sect. Why would she care about such trash? Humph, putting on airs. Let me see just how remarkable the immortal arts of your heavenly Dao sect really are. She muttered inwardly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi as they cultivated, afraid to miss a single detail. 1, 2, 3. By the time she reached 3, her expression changed. Her insight was far greater than Xiao Lingxi's, as she had a deeper and broader understanding of some supreme immortal arts. Too fast. The circulation of spiritual energy was too fast. Such rapid circulation indicated almost no impurities. Its quality was unimaginably high. Moreover, the colors and attributes of the spiritual energy they cycled were completely different, clearly two entirely distinct immortal arts. 20 breaths per cycle. This is the legendary supreme art my father spoke of. And there are 2 of them. How is this possible? Xiao Sierra was utterly shocked, her pretty face flushed red. It was too heaven-defying. Moreover, weren't such heaven-defying immortal arts meant only for direct blood descendants to cultivate? For instance, her clan's highest immortal art could only be practiced by her father and herself. Others cultivated different arts to prevent the art from being leaked. Yet here in the heavenly Dao sect, an ordinary disciple could cultivate such a heaven-defying art. Were they so good to their disciples? Can I join the heavenly Dao sect? She suddenly asked, looking at Su Bai with some trepidation. Su Bai glanced at her with slight surprise, then shook his head. Before him text had appeared: sect loyalty below 60 cannot join. This was the first time he had encountered such a restriction. Previously, whether it was Zhuge Feng, Xiao Lingxi, or Xiao Yan, their loyalty had all been above 60. Especially Xiao Yan, who had 70 upon joining and immediately rose to 80 after obtaining the art. This clearly showed that a loyalty of 60 was not high. In other words, without even a loyalty of 61, didn't take the sect seriously at all. How could such a person join the sect? Alas! Xiao Sierra sighed, quite disappointed, but she didn't press further. After all, she didn't have much time left here. There were conflicts within her clan that she needed to mediate. As for Su Bai, watching Xiao Yan running at the foot of the mountain and Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi devotedly cultivating, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The upgrade task of recruiting 3 disciples was already complete, and only the final 10 sect points were lacking. The sect's upgrade. Everything was ready save for the points. The upgrade task of recruiting 3 disciples was already complete, and only the final 10 sect points were lacking. The sect's upgrade. Everything was ready save for the points. The upgrade task of recruiting 3 disciples was already complete, and only the final 10 sect points were lacking. The sect's upgrade. Everything was ready save for the points. Early the next morning, Su Bai was roused by the sharp crack of a whip. Rising to look, he saw Zhuge Feng striking a bare-chested youth with a small leather whip. Crack, crack. Lash after lash fell upon the youth's back, leaving crimson welts and seeping traces of blood. Yet the youth endured the pain, gritting his teeth. Senior brother Zhuge, harder. I can take it, he insisted through clenched jaws. Zhuge Feng frowned. Junior brother Xiao Yan, are you certain? Yes, I'm certain. Xiao Yan nodded firmly, continuing to bear the blows. Zhuge Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly intensified his force, lashing the whip fiercely across the youth's spine, leaving a vivid, glaring scar. Oh! Xiao Yan cried out in agony, his face twisted with intense pain, yet he stubbornly held back, clenching his teeth. Lu Yanran, the humiliation you gave me hurts far more than this physical pain. 3 years from now I will prove to you that I Xiao Yan am no waste. He roared inwardly. Su Bai watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction. With disciples so diligent, how could the sect not flourish? Master Xiao Sierra left last night. I feel her identity is quite extraordinary. Xiao Lingxi approached and said in a low voice. No need to mind. I know her origins, Su Bai said casually. A soft sound suddenly came from within the great hall. Master Junior's sister Yi Qingyao is awake. Xiao Lingxi exclaimed in delight. Su Bai's face lit up with a smile as he strode quickly toward the hall. Yi Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. Before her was an exquisite room with glazed tiles on the ceiling and a fresh scent wafting through the air. Wasn't she living in a dilapidated temple? Oh right, it seemed an immortal had wanted to take her as a disciple. She had thought it was a hallucination before death. As she recalled, a figure suddenly appeared in her sight. It was a handsome young immortal clad in white robes with striking features. I pay my respects to the immortal. Yi Qingyao struggled to rise, but was stopped by Su Bai. Are you feeling better? He asked. Thank you for your concern, immortal. Qingyao is much better. she replied quickly. Her condition was indeed far better than yesterday, had the immortal used his divine arts to heal her. But when she looked down and saw her tattered clothes replaced by a beautiful new dress, her cheeks flushed slightly. Had this immortal changed her clothes? Junior sister, I changed you. How do you like the dress? Xiao Lingxi popped out from behind Su by winking at Yi Qingyao with a grin. It's very pretty, but must be expensive, right? Yi Qingyao lowered her head, twisting the hem of her dress with trembling hands. How could she ever repay such a beautiful garment? Oh, junior sister, you're my junior sister now. A mere dress is nothing. Xiao Lingxi waved her hand magnanimously. This? Yi Qingyao hesitated. Once you enter the sect, we're family. Even master hasn't said a word. Xiao Lingxi took Yi Qinjiao's hand affectionately. Family, Yi Qingyao murmured, seeming dazed. It had been so long since she had heard such warm words aside from her sister. Sister, I must find you even if it's to the ends of the earth. With that thought, she looked up at Su Bai and asked, Immortal can I really learn the immortal arts? She asked cautiously, fearing he would shake his head. Why not? Su Bai countered. But an immortal body with no spiritual root, Yi Qingyao said dejectedly. Did I not say that even a mortal body can ascend the immortal peak? From now on you are my fourth disciple, Su Bai, he said earnestly. Really? Am I not dreaming? Yi Qingyao was stunned. She had thought it all an illusion, a beautiful dream. Yet it was real. Junior sister, quickly thank master. Xiao Lingxi urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Disciple Yi Qingyao pays respects to master. Yi Qingyao knelt and kowtowed heavily, her eyes red. Now she too had a wonderful master and a home. Name Yi Qingyao, age 14, cultivation, mortal spiritual root, non-mortal body, sect loyalty 90. Note, reaching 100 loyalty unlocks a super reward. Su Bai was slightly surprised by her information. After all, Xiao Lingxi and Zhuge Feng had only just reached 90 loyalty today, yet Yi Qingyao, who hadn't even received her immortal arts, already had such high loyalty. Lingxi, take her to the immortal arts pavilion to choose a suitable technique, Su Bai instructed. Yes, master. Xiao Lingxi took Yi Qinjiao's hand and led her to the pavilion. Junior sister, go on in. Inside there's a stone tablet and a guardian spirit elder. You can ask him anything, Xiao Lingxi said. Thank you, senior. Sister, Yi Qingyao nodded and pushed the door open. Please place your hand on the stone tablet before you, the guardian spirit's voice echoed. Thanks to Xiao Lingxi's warning, Yi Qingyao wasn't afraid despite the emptiness and obediently placed her hand on the tablet. After a moment, a light flashed and the guardian spirit spoke. Though you are a mortal body with no spiritual root, your heart is resolute and your devotion to cultivation is unwavering. In the future you may achieve greatness. Yi Qingyao looked up. Guardian spirit, elder then. Can I also cultivate? The spirit nodded. Of course. Hearing this, Yi Qinjiao's eyes reddened and tears streamed down. She could cultivate. On the stone tablet, a scroll materialized. This is the mortal's path to immortality, Qi refining chapter. The great Tao has spirit. May you never forget your original intent and strive upward, the guardian spirit said. Thank you, elder. Yi Qingyao bowed respectfully. Then, holding the scroll, she walked out of the pavilion. Master, thank you for letting me see hope again. Yi Qingyao knelt before Su Bai with a thud, sobbing. Rise, he said. Su Bai helped her up with a smile. Now that you've become my disciple, I cannot stand idly by. Otherwise, wouldn't I be called an irresponsible master? Master. A wave of warmth surged in Yi Qinjiao's heart. Besides her sister, there was now another person in this world who treated her so kindly. Right here, that Xiao Lingxi is on this mountain. Suddenly, a clamor arose from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Lingxi looked down to see a large troop of people, each exuding formidable auras, appearing at the base. This group, numbering over 100, was clad entirely in dark robes, each exuding a formidable aura. At their head was an elderly man with flowing white hair, his frame gaunt and stooped, yet his aura was dense and powerful, subtly radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. Behind him, someone held aloft a banner that fluttered in the wind, embroidered with 3 golden characters, Linglang Sect. Such a grand procession of a sect naturally drew the attention of the people in Cloudwater City, and a dark mass of onlookers followed far behind. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yan and Zhuge Feng, who were cultivating at the rear mountain, came over. When they saw the banner, their gazes turned grave. The Linglang Sect, one of the vassal forces of the Lingxiao Sect. Xiao Lingxi, Zhuge Feng, and Xiao Yan all changed expressions, clearly having heard of this sect. Only Yi Qingyao, who had just arrived, looked bewildered. Is the Linglang Sect very formidable? Su Bai asked with a smile. From what I know, the Lingxiao Sect took on several vassals to expand its influence, and the Linglang Sect is one of them. This Linglang Sect holds immense power and has already joined the ranks of the Immortal Alliance. It enjoys a very high status throughout the entire Great Zhao, no less than my own family. It is said that the founder of the Linglang sect has already reached the rank of Golden Court true person, though whether that is true or not remains unknown, Xiao Lingxi explained slowly. The Linglang sect is this formidable. Xiao Yin and Zhuge Feng were shocked to the core. My Xiao family is a major clan in Cloudwater City with several qi refining cultivators, but compared to the Linglang sect we are but ants. Xiao Yin drew a sharp breath. If the Linglang sect was this powerful, just how mighty must the Lingxiao sect be? Master, what should we do? Zhuge Feng asked gravely. No matter, Su Bai said dismissively. His expression never changed as he gazed down at the foot of the mountain, the breeze stirring his robes and sash, creating an ethereal arc. At that moment he resembled a peerless celestial being overlooking the mortal realm. The group swaggered into the territory of the heavenly Dao sect, advancing step by step up the mountain. Moments later the elderly man at the forefront halted. His eyes lifted slightly, fixing on Xiao Lingxi beside Su Bai, a hint of gloom lurking deep within his gaze. Miss Lingxi, we have searched far and wide for you. The old man's voice boomed like a bell, exuding a majesty that involuntarily stirred a sense of fear in one's heart. Foundation establishment stage. The aura of a foundation establishment cultivator was so vast that even standing still it felt like a mountain pressing down. Even a mere wisp of such a supreme expert's pressure was beyond what qi refining cultivators could withstand. This small hill of the heavenly Dao sect could likely be leveled with a single strike. Miss Lingxi, please accompany me to the Lingxiao sect, the old man continued. His words were laced with a commanding tone, causing Xiao Lingxi to frown, her delicate features showing displeasure. And if she refuses, Su Bai stepped forward, standing before his disciples. With his stance, the oppressive aura emanating from the old man instantly dissipated. The old man's pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on Su Bai. Who might you be? Do you intend to meddle in the affairs of the Linglang sect? A faint smile curved at the corner of Su Bai's mouth as he said calmly, Su Bai, sect master of the heavenly Dao sect. Did you seek my permission to take away my disciple? Heavenly Dao sect. Su Bai. The old man searched his memory for a long time, confirming he had never heard of the name Su Bai. Then his gaze swept past the few people behind them, and upon seeing that the heavenly Dao sect consisted of only 2 buildings, he let out a snort. He had thought it was some formidable sect, but it was merely an insignificant one. With that thought, the old man's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing. Yesterday, the bodies of several disciples from my Linglang sect were discovered outside Cloudwater City. Are you aware of this? Indeed, I killed them, Su Bai admitted directly. At his words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. These were disciples of the Linglang sect, killed just like that. The members of the Linglang sect burned with rage, immediately summoning their artifacts and pointing them aggressively at Su Bai and his group. The old man's face also twisted with anger as he roared, How dare you? Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Linglang sect by killing our people? Ha ha ha. Su Bai threw his head back and laughed, his voice bold and unrestrained. The mere Linglang sect, what is it? If you provoke my heavenly Dao sect, killing a few disciples is nothing. Even annihilating your entire sect would be no trouble. These words left everyone stunned. Annihilate the Linglang sect, spoken so lightly. So arrogant, who do you think you are? At the foot of the mountain, the crowd of onlookers heard Su Bai's words, and their expressions immediately became incredibly lively. Who didn't know the name of the Linglang sect? But how many knew of the heavenly Dao sect? Heavenly Dao sect. Ah, that motley sect that beat up the Lingxiao sect disciples yesterday. Impressive. First they slapped the Lingxiao sect in the face, and now they provoke the Linglang sect. Regardless of their actual strength, this courage alone is enough to make a name for themselves. That's the foundation establishment elder of the Linglang sect, a grand foundation establishment cultivator. The heavenly Dao sect probably won't survive the day. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. You seek death. The members of the Linglang sect were furious, eager to tear the arrogant man to pieces. Disciples, release your auras. Let the world know that the Linglang sect is not to be trifled with. The old man swept his sleeve and gave a low command. Boom. In an instant, waves of immense pressure surged upward. 1 grand foundation establishment cultivator, 2 at the 9th layer of qi refining, 3 at the 8th layer, 5 at the 7th layer, 30 at the 4th layer or above in the mid-qi refining stage. The rest were all qi refining cultivators. The combined auras of over 100 qi refining cultivators pierced the clouds and stirred the wind and rain. Thunder rumbled in the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. Everyone felt a shudder as if plunged into an ice cellar. Fall back, fall back. The crowd, watching from the foot of the mountain, hastily retreated several hundred meters. With so many cultivators clashing, even a trace of the shockwave could tear an ordinary person to shreds. Yet facing such a multitude, Su Bai remained utterly at ease without a hint of panic. Attack! Raise the heavenly Dao sect to the ground. Spare no one except Xiao Lingxi. The Foundation Establishment Elder roared and made the first move. Swish, swish, swish. Blades of light, sword beams, palm prints, and fist strikes howled through the air. These attacks converged into a brilliant chain descending from the heavens. Subai stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving. He merely extended a finger and flicked it into the void. Whoosh! In an instant, all the attacks shattered completely. Moreover, the backlash of those attacks sent the Linglang sect members staggering backwards, spitting blood. Then Subai moved, raising a hand and pressing down toward the Linglang sect before him. Boom! With that single press, an invisible pressure instantly bore down on the Linglang sect members. Crack! Crack! The disciples of the Linglang sect felt their bodies sink as if bearing a colossal mountain. Then their knees buckled violently, and with a thud they all fell to their knees. This included the Foundation Establishment Elder. A single hand suppressing a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Silence. A deathly stillness. The crowd stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene before them. This? How could this be? A Foundation Establishment cultivator subdued with a mere gesture. In that moment, a tempestuous wave of shock surged through their hearts. They had assumed the Heavenly Tao sect would vanish under the wrath of the Linglang sect's Foundation Establishment Elder, yet the outcome was the complete opposite. Before Subai, the cultivators of the Linglang sect were as fragile as children. Master is so handsome. Behind him, Xiao Lingxi's beautiful eyes glistened, her heart pounding wildly. After all, everything Master did was for her sake. Master is incredibly powerful. Zhuge Feng exclaimed in awe. Though he had long known of his master's prowess, witnessing his power firsthand left him utterly shaken. Too formidable. It seems my choice was right. Xiaoyan silently clenched his fists. Lu Yanran, in 3 years you will surely lose. Master, when will I attain such strength? So I can go find my sister. Yi Qingyao murmured, her eyes reddening as a single teardrop traced down her delicate cheek. Her sister's plight had always weighed heavily on her heart. Su Bei's arrival reignited her hope. You. Who exactly are you? The old man struggled in agony, his face twisted with terror as he cried out. The pressure was so immense that he could not move. He had once glimpsed his clan's patriarch, but even that elder did not exude such overwhelming authority. Subai, sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect. Must I say it a third time? Subai stated coolly. You. A golden core true person. The old man's eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost. A golden core true person establishing a sect would find it effortless to join the Immortal Alliance, easily recruiting countless disciples and influencing 1,000 miles. But this one occupied only a small hilltop. The Heavenly Tao sect's master is actually a golden core true person. Heavens! The Heavenly Tao sect has a golden core level expert. Damn, a golden core level sect. Their immortal arts must have a cycle of 50 per hour, right? Hiss, this Heavenly Tao sect has hidden itself, well, with a golden core expert stationed here. Legend says the Linglang sect's patriarch has also broken through to golden core. Does that make the Heavenly Tao sect equal to the 300-year-old Linglang sect? The onlookers at the mountain's foot gasped upon hearing the old man's address. After today, the name of the Heavenly Tao sect would resound throughout Cloudwater City. Young man, even if you are a golden core true person, you cannot kill me. Behind me, the Linglang sect also has a golden core powerhouse. Moreover, the Linglang sect has the Lingxiao sect as its backing. The Lingxiao sect's might is not something you can provoke. The old man blustered, gritting his teeth. He was confident that invoking the Lingxiao sect would make the other party hesitate. After all, it was among the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance. Head the Lingxiao sect. Hearing this, Su Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile. What if I kill you all? Can the Linglang sect do anything to me? Can the Lingxiao sect? You. The old man was speechless, his chest heaving with rage. Meanwhile, the Linglang sect disciples all cursed. Release us, or you will die a miserable death. My master is a latest-stage Foundation Establishment Grand Cultivator. Arrogant. Utterly insolent. If you know what's good for you, let us go, and the Linglang sect might consider sparing your Heavenly Tao sect. Also hand over Xiao Lingxi, or the Lingxiao sect will never forgive you. These Linglang sect disciples, emboldened by their sects and the Lingxiao sect's prestige, were used to bullying others. How could they endure such humiliation? They immediately began to bluster, trying to intimidate Su Bai with their sect's power. In the past, invoking the Lingxiao sect had always resolved any issue. But today they faced Su Bai. Ignoring their clamor, Su Bai remained aloof and indifferent. Let the name of the Heavenly Tao sect stand tall in the world from this day forth. His words swept like a chilling current from the mountainside to its base. Since you seek death, you leave me no choice. From now on, whoever offends the Heavenly Tao sect, mercy none. With that, a terrifying, murderous aura erupted, engulfing the entire sky. Slay. At Su Bei's command, heavenly flames ignited upon every Linglang disciple, including their Foundation Establishment Elder. In an instant, all were incinerated and a gust of wind scattered their ashes to the Linglang sect's domain. Cremation was Su Bei's way of ensuring no enemy blood stained his sect's land, for they were unworthy. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye. Within mere moments, over 100 Linglang sect aggressors had perished. The onlookers stared in shock, unable to recover for a long time. They could not believe Su Bei had actually slaughtered every last one of them, and with such lightning speed. This would undoubtedly be the biggest news in the entire great Zhao Empire. Someone had once again provoked the Linglang and Lingxiao sects. These two immortal gates would surely go berserk and annihilate the Heavenly Dao sect. A storm is brewing. I wonder if the Heavenly Dao sect can withstand the retaliation from these two powers. If it does, then Cloudwater City will have a major sect established here. The Linglang sect is manageable, but the Lingxiao sect. Difficult. The spectators murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with both worry and anticipation. But Su Bei paid no heed to their concerns. With a wave of his hand, he collected over 100 storage pouches and a single storage ring. When he unleashed the heavenly flames, he had carefully controlled their range and intensity to preserve these items. As his divine sense swept over the soul storage ring, he saw a mountain of gold and silver. He even spotted spirit stones glimmering in a corner. Spirit stones were the most precious resource for cultivation, treasures of concentrated spiritual energy, far more valuable than gold. One spirit stone could easily be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold, but attempting to trade 1,000 taels of gold for a spirit stone would likely get you driven away. A single low-grade spirit stone could sustain a foundation establishment grand cultivator for days, greatly accelerating their cultivation. As for chi refining, without a solid fortune, one could hardly afford such luxury. Among the 100-plus storage pouches, Su Bei found no spirit stones, but plenty of gold and silver. The storage ring contained 40 spirit stones. This old fellow hoarded who knows how much wealth. Why keep so much when death looms? Wouldn't it be better to aid his disciples in their cultivation? He shook his head and immediately divided the dozens of spirit stones equally among his 4 stunned disciples, 10 each. After all, he had no need for spirit stones in his own cultivation. The higher his disciples' cultivation, the stronger he became. The sect still distributes spirit stones. Looking at the spirit stones in the storage bag apart from Yi Qingyao, who was completely bewildered and ignorant of their value, the other 3 disciples were all stunned. A sect that distributes spirit stones has never been heard of across the continent. A low-grade spirit stone is worth at least 2,000 taels of gold in the black market, and even then it is a case of demand exceeding supply. Especially for Xiao Yan, his feelings about this were the most profound and direct. The entire Xiao family, after a year of hard work in the 6 markets of Yinshui City, might not even reach a net profit of 1,000 taels of gold. As for spirit stones, they were something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Xiao Lingxi also showed an expression of immense surprise. Although the Xiao family was a powerful clan, spirit stones were still a scarce resource, and even she had never received one. Master, how could I dare to take such a precious item? Zhuge Feng quickly refused, as this was far too valuable. It's worth more than 10,000 gold taels. This was a sum he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. Even the Lingxiao sect could easily afford it enough to purchase the entire set of the Lingxiao technique for chi refinement. As for other sects, they could even purchase a foundational pill for foundation establishment cultivation. Master, we cannot accept this. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lingxi both shook their heads, as it was simply too precious to bear. Seeing that the 3 senior brothers and sisters felt this way, Yi Qingyao also shook her head, unwilling to accept. Seeing this, Su Bei smiled slightly. Do you know what the Tiandao sect is most lacking right now? All 4 disciples looked confused. Su Bei said with a faint smile, what we lack the most is outstanding disciples. When the day comes that you can venture into the world on your own and make a name for the Tiandao sect, it will be the glorious moment of our sect. In this world, enemies will not reason with you or speak of righteousness, only fists are the truth. Thus your only task now is to cultivate again, becoming stronger and stronger. Remember, only with powerful strength can you protect yourself and safeguard the sect. Su Bei's words were serious and solemn, resonating in the ears of the 4. Zhuge Feng and the others felt a surge of excitement, their faces flushed, fists clenched, bodies trembling uncontrollably. What the master said was true. Only with powerful strength can one shelter oneself and protect the sect. For Zhuge Feng, he needed strength to avenge his parents. For Xiao Lingxi, she needed strength to escape her family and Zhao Baoxiao. For Xiao Yan, he needed strength to defeat Lu Yanran and prove he was not useless. For Yi Qingyao, she needed strength to find her sister. Only by being powerful could they possess everything. Only by being powerful could they protect themselves. Only by being powerful could they safeguard the sect. We disciples will strictly follow the master's orders. Almost simultaneously, the four said in unison. At that moment, the loyalty of the four disciples to the sect surged to 95. Only one step away from 100. Go and cultivate quickly, more enemies are approaching. Subai patted their shoulders and instructed. Disciples take their leave. The few of them bowed respectfully, turned, and continued to cultivate. At the foot of the mountain, many people were still gathered waiting for the powerful ones from Linglang's sect and Lingxiao sect to arrive. 100 miles away at Linglang's sect within the Great Hall. Bang! The sound of something being thrown shook the ground violently. How outrageous, this is simply too much. What is the Tiandao sect? How dare they kill over 100 of our disciples, and even an elder? They are simply seeking death. Inside the hall, more than 10 people were gathered, all filled with righteous indignation. In front of them sat a man in a gray robe, his face filled with fury, exuding a sharp, murderous intent. This man was robust, with cold eyes exuding a fierce aura. He was none other than the sect leader of Linglang's sect, Linglang Xian. A powerful being who had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The dozen or so people in the hall were all elders of the Linglang sect, and the presence of so many foundation establishment elders showcased the sect's strength. What is the background of this Tiandao sect? Linglang Xian asked coldly. Reporting to the sect leader, according to our scouts, it seems to be a newly emerged sect with no strong masters. Only the sect leader has decent strength, rumored to be a golden core. A newly emerged sect. Suspected golden core. Then they are not a golden core. Since it's a newly emerged sect, it surely lacks foundation. Such a sect can easily be crushed by our Linglang sect without any effort whatsoever. Sect leader, there's no need to argue with such a primitive sect. After we destroy the Tiandao sect, we'll capture that girl and offer her to Zhao Baoxiao. At that time, Zhao Baoxiao will reward us with a few foundation establishment pills, and our Linglang sect can add 1 or 2 more foundation establishment elders. A group of foundation establishment elders clamored, not taking the Tiandao sect seriously at all. The deceased elder was merely a first-layer foundation establishment, the weakest among them. Even if he was killed, they wouldn't think the Tiandao sect was that formidable. Linglang Xian pondered for a moment before suddenly saying coldly, "This matter cannot be delayed. Since the other party has declared war, we must respond. Notify all outer disciples and elders to return to the sect immediately. We will launch an attack early tomorrow. Also spread the news of our Linglang sect's movements so that the people in the surrounding cities can see the dire consequences of provoking our Linglang sect." 1,000 miles away at Lingxiao sect, in a certain room. That wretched Xiao Lingxi has been found. Where? Why wasn't she captured? Zhao Baoxiao's face twisted like that of a demon, roaring incessantly. Reporting, young master, we saw that a foundation establishment elder from Linglang's sect was killed, so we... A trembling steward said, unable to express his grievances. With the foundation establishment gone, what use would their qi refining cultivators have, even if they were at the 8th or 9th layer? Useless. Worthless. Zhao Baoxiao exploded with rage, smashing his palm on the table, which instantly shattered into splinters. Young master, what should we do? The steward cautiously inquired, fearing Zhao Baoxiao would vent his anger on him. Humph! A mere new emerging force dares to provoke the dignity of my Lingxiao sect. How dare they stir up trouble under our noses? They truly do not know how to write the word death. Zhao Baoxiao snorted coldly. Notify Lu Kuxing to send a few outer elders to help you bring that wretched girl back. Xiao Lingxi is the woman he desires, yet she has escaped. When has Zhao Baoxiao ever failed to obtain what he wanted? A humiliation. A tremendous humiliation. I will arrange it immediately. The steward wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran out of the room, fearing that being slow would lead him to his doom. P.S. Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a joyful year of the snake with more happiness and fewer worries, and may your achievements rise step by step with fewer troubles. Ding, the disciples' cultivation has broken through, rewarding 30 points. Ding, congratulations, the task is complete. The sect has upgraded to 2 stars and the rewards have been issued. Please check. Sect information: sect name Tiandao sect, sect level 2 stars, upgradable number of sect members 5. Disciple information can be viewed at any time. Sect territory, a radius of 10 miles. The host is absolutely invincible within the territory. Sect buildings: 1 main hall, expandable 1 immortal techniques pavilion, 1 battle techniques pavilion, not built 1 alchemy pavilion, not built 10 disciple training pavilions, not built. Sect real estate: 11 acres of fertile land, 1,100 spirit seeds, 1 low-grade spirit vein. Sect prestige: 4 number of people who worship the sect. Sect points: 123 stars. Sect upgrade conditions: recruit 10 disciples. Sect loyalty above 60, and at least 1 disciple reaches foundation establishment. Sect prestige exceeds 1,000. Main task: please upgrade to a 3-star sect as soon as possible. Rewards include 1 artifact pavilion and 1 formation pavilion. The host's power is 10 times the sum of all disciples' powers. The system's prompt sounded. Subai opened his eyes looking at the series of system prompts floating across the screen. Upgraded. 30 points. This indicates that a disciple has broken through to the third level of Qi refining. The only disciple at the second level of Qi refining is Xiao Lingxi. It is clear who has broken through. Subai looked over. Not far outside the main hall, Xiao Lingxi was sitting cross-legged, her posture upright, and her aura had changed greatly compared to before. Her entire demeanor was different. Third level of Qi refining. The luster of the low-grade spirit stone in her palm had dimmed somewhat, indicating that a considerable amount of spiritual energy had been consumed. Judging by its luster, it could probably still be used for 2 more days, meaning 1 spirit stone is consumed every 3 days. The rate of spirit stone consumption is more than 10 times faster than ordinary Qi refiners. As a result, the speed of cultivation was increased several times. With spirit stones, Xiao Lingxi's cultivation speed was even much faster than Zhuge Feng, who possessed a heavenly spirit root, showcasing how greatly spirit stones aid in cultivation. Master this immortal technique is so powerful. It absorbs pure spiritual energy without the need for refining or purification. As long as the spiritual energy concentration is high enough, breaking through is as simple as drinking water. Xiao Lingxi opened her eyes, extremely excited. She had never imagined that one day her cultivation speed could reach such a level. She knew it was not due to her high talent or the use of spirit stones, but entirely thanks to the immortal technique. Spirit stones enhance the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, but cannot improve the efficiency of purification. Even with the Lingxiao technique, breaking through to the first level of cultivation still requires a considerable amount of time. The immortal technique of the Tiandao sect is incredibly powerful, directly eliminating the complex operations of purification and saving a significant amount of cultivation time. Nearby, the practicing Zhuge Feng also opened his eyes. Though he had not yet broken through, he was already at the peak of the third level of Qi refining, and breaking through to the fourth level was not far off. Yi Qingyao had been diligently cultivating for an entire day. As she was a mortal body without spiritual roots, her cultivation speed was extremely slow. Even with spirit stones and the mortal cultivation technique, reaching the first level of Qi refining was still a distant goal. A mortal body is unable to walk the path of immortality. This phrase is not just a saying. It requires tenfold or even hundredfold efforts to achieve results. Once there was a young master from a prominent family in the empire who was also a mortal body without spiritual roots. His family had spent a tremendous amount of resources, nearly bankrupting the entire family, and it took a full year for him to successfully reach Qi refining. However, seeing her senior brothers and sisters becoming increasingly powerful, her resolve grew stronger. She was determined to work harder in her cultivation to catch up with her seniors. This is a kind of conviction. As Master said, even a mortal body can climb to the pinnacle of immortality. I will strive to meet the conditions for practicing the Hongming body refinement technique as soon as possible. Xiaoyan clenched his fists. His current physique still did not meet the standards for practicing the Hongming body refinement technique, and he could not officially cultivate, yet only watching as his seniors grew stronger. Thinking of this, he ran even faster. Today I must run 20 laps around the foot of the sect. A lap is about 2 miles, so 20 laps would be 40 miles. Just 40 miles. Seeing several disciples making progress and putting in effort, Su Bai was even happier. His power had also increased due to the disciples' breakthroughs, and he had now reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Sect upgrade. Su Bai silently thought. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The spiritual energy surged within a radius of 10 miles. The peak of the Tiandao sect had expanded more than once. It could now be called a great mountain. A massive palace stood atop the peak, magnificent and grand. The palace occupies an area of about 100 zhang, with 4 glazed lanterns hanging at the corners, radiating brilliance. On the plaque of the palace, the 2 ancient and powerful characters Tiandao were written in a soaring manner. Additionally, the entire mountain peak had gained over a dozen pavilions, all splendid and imposing. Immortal techniques, pavilion, battle techniques, pavilion, alchemy pavilion. Not only did the peak change, but at the foot of the mountain there were also several acres of fertile land rich in spiritual energy. Previously, the sect's area was too small to accommodate fertile land, and spiritual seeds required spiritual energy for irrigation and needed a spirit vein for nourishment. Now the territory has expanded to a 10-mile radius, reaching the limit, even nearing Yinshui City. This sudden commotion naturally drew the attention of countless people who were watching the Tiandao sect's excitement. What happened? What has occurred? The concentration of spiritual energy has increased several times. Has a spirit vein appeared underground? Is this a divine omen? The crowd stared in astonishment, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Look, the peak of the Tiandao sect has expanded several times. This area, which was originally quite remote with sparse spiritual energy, now has a towering mountain rising into the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. I remember that a powerful sect wanted to choose this place as a site before, but the spiritual energy was deemed too poor. I didn't expect such a significant change now. Is the spirit vein nourishing the dragon energy in this area? Otherwise, it is impossible to explain such a change. No wonder the master of the Tiandao sect chose to establish the sect here. It turns out he discovered a spirit vein. Spirit vein. Even if it is only a low-grade spirit vein, it can support a large sect. It should be known that the Linglang sect does not even have the qualifications to occupy one. The Tiandao sect is about to take off. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and in an instant all eyes were focused on the Tiandao sect in shock. On the peak of the Tiandao sect, several disciples were even more astonished. The rising mountain, the suddenly appeared magnificent pavilions, the grand palace, and the increase in spiritual energy concentration. Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi had already witnessed Su Bai's miraculous creation once. Seeing it again still left them in awe. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was left dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes nearly popping out. "Wow, Master, you are simply incredible." Xiao Yan swallowed, murmuring as admiration shone in his eyes, his respect for Su Bai deepening. At that moment, he seemed to feel a magnificent backing standing behind him. Yun Tian sect Lu Yinran, after 3 years, I will let you know who the true genius is and who is the real waste. Wait a minute. Because the sect's peak has expanded, it seems like. Running a lap around the foot of the mountain exceeds 10 miles now. 20 laps is 200 miles. Xiaoyan. Now the territory of the Tiandao sect, centered around the Tiandao sect's main hall, radiates 10 miles outward, just reaching the city gates of Yinshui City. Upgrading once more will encompass the entire Yinshui City. By the way, in points and task system has been added, I should. In the sky, a dark mass of people flew over. Their robes were embroidered with a stone-like pattern, and each one exuded an aura of slaughter. Especially those at the very front. They didn't need flying swords, gourds, or any other artifacts to soar. They treaded upon the void itself, every movement brimming with overwhelming might. The sky was shrouded by dark clouds, thunder and lightning interweaving in a chaotic dance as a fierce gale howled, rustling the trees. Heavens, what's happening? Why has the sky suddenly turned so dark? Is it going to strike us with lightning? Hiss! That banner. It's someone from the Linglang sect. My God, flying through the void. Those are all Foundation Establishment Grand Cultivators. Over a dozen Foundation Establishment experts. The Linglang sect has dispatched their entire force. Can the Heavenly Tao sect withstand this? Such terrifying pressure. The crowd looked up at the sky, their faces pale with terror, trembling violently as they fell to their knees. My. So this is the Heavenly Tao sect. Such dense spiritual energy. At the forefront of the Linglang sect's formation, Linglang Xian narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than that of their own sect. Cultivating in this place would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. The density of spiritual energy here is extraordinary. There must be a spiritual vein nourishing the earth beneath. An elder beside Linglang Xian, his gaze as sharp as a blade, swept across the area with a flicker of fervor in his eyes. A spiritual vein. This was an unimaginable treasure. Upon hearing this, Linglang Xian's eyes also gleamed, and he couldn't help but gaze greedily at the peak of the Heavenly Tao sect. Ha ha ha. Linglang Xian couldn't hold back a roar of laughter that echoed to the heavens. Heaven favors me. If he could seize the spiritual vein here, his power would surge, and he might even have a great chance to break through to the Golden Core true person realm. Entering the Golden Core stage meant stepping into the ranks of the continent's true powerhouses. Even in the Great Zhao Imperial Palace, one would be honored with the title of true person. Even at top sects like the Lingxiao sect and the Yuntian sect, which ranked among the 500 of the Immortal Alliance, he would be treated as an honored guest. A spiritual vein. Enough to bolster the unyielding foundation of a great sect. If the Yellow Spring sect had such a spiritual vein, their rise would be imminent. Behind the Linglang sect followed the elite of various major sects from hundreds of miles around, their eyes fixed on the Heavenly Tao sect's peak with gleaming intensity. A spiritual vein was a rare and coveted treasure. The spiritual vein. I shall claim it for myself. The Linglang sect master Linglang Xian muttered with a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, get the hell out here. The next moment he bellowed, his voice like a thunderclap, deafening and piercing through the layers of mist to echo across the entire world. Linglang Xian of the Linglang sect has arrived in person. Hurry up and crawl out to pay homage. As his voice fell, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, causing countless mortals' eardrums to ring and blood to ooze from their 7 orifices. Such was the power of a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator. With a flick of a finger, they could annihilate a great city. The roar sent the crowd into a panic, scattering in all directions in terror. Master, that man is incredibly powerful. Xiaoyan swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear. Such might was unmatched even by the strongest in Yunshui City. Linglang Xian, sect master of the Linglang sect at the 9th level of foundation establishment renowned throughout the empire. Xiao Lingxi spoke, her brow furrowed slightly, clearly acquainted with this Linglang Xian. 9th level of foundation establishment. That's just one step away from the golden core true person realm. Zhuge Feng was also taken aback. It seems like a mere step, but that step is as vast as a chasm. Taking that step is fraught with peril, one must undergo heavenly tribulation. Throughout the ages, countless have perished on this path. Linglang Xian is not worthy. Xiao Lingxi shook her head. Master, do you have confidence? Zhuge Feng asked solemnly. Su Bai smiled faintly, stepped forward slowly, and said softly, just a mere ant. How could it possibly trouble your master? As the words fell, Su Bai vanished and reappeared in midair, standing before Linglang Xian. Are you Su Bai, the sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect? Linglang Xian snorted, eyeing the white-robed figure before him. Treading the void indicated at least foundation establishment. He indeed had some skill, but only some at best. Linglang Xian absolutely refused to believe Su Bai was a golden core cultivator. He knew all too well the difficulty of breaking into the golden core realm. This figure before him was so young. How long could he have cultivated? Indeed, I stand by my name. I am Su Bai, unchanged whether in action or in name. You are the Linglang sect master, I presume. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Su Bai stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he looked at Linglang Xian and asked casually, if you know full well what I'm talking about. Did you kill the elders and disciples of my Linglang sect? Linglang Xian snorted coldly, his eyes fixed intently on Su Bai as he spoke with a chilling tone. Killed them, so what? Is there a problem? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, casting an indifferent glance at Linglang Xian. Good, good, good. Su Bai, since you admit it, then today, everyone in your Heavenly Dao sect will die. I will use the fate of your sect to proclaim to the world that the Linglang sect is not to be trifled with. Linglang Xian laughed in fury. All elders and disciples heed my command, slaughter every single person in the Heavenly Dao sect, leaving only Xiao Lingxi, whom the Lingxiao sect has designated. As Linglang Xian's words fell, the Linglang sect members shouted in unison, understood. Instantly, the elders and disciples summoned their magical artifacts. The auras of the Linglang sect members surged, unleashing a variety of imposing forces that made the spiritual energy of the entire region boil. Su Bai clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. If the sect had not been upgraded, his invincible domain would have only spanned 2 li, insufficient to cover everyone. But now things were different. His invincible range now extended a full 10 li, not only on the ground, but also encompassing the sky. At this moment, every member of the Linglang sect was already within the 10 li radius. I have said before, those who trespass against my Heavenly Dao sect shall be slain without mercy. If you do not advance, so be it. But if you take one more step forward, you die. Su Bai's gaze was icy and his indifferent words resounded across heaven and earth. As his voice faded, the entire Linglang sect was stunned. What was happening? His sect had mobilized its full force, over 1,000 men, including over a dozen foundation establishment elders, and this one man dared to speak such arrogance. The Linglang sect members were momentarily taken aback, then sneers and mockery spread across their faces. They held Su Bai in no regard. You little beast, my Linglang sect can obliterate you with ease. Linglang Xian's lips twisted into a savage grin. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being ruthless. With his words, the Linglang sect's elders and disciples pressed forward in unison. Sigh. Watching them all charge, Su Bai let out a soft sigh. What's the point of risking your life for 30 taels of silver a month? Several miles away, the assembled powerhouses witnessed this scene and could only shake their heads helplessly. The Heavenly Dao sect is finished. What fool dares to provoke the Spirit Lang sect? They are merely bringing humiliation upon themselves. This time the Heavenly Dao sect won't even have a shred left. It's a pity about this spirit vein. Now that the Spirit Lang sect has claimed it, we have lost our chance. Many secretly lamented. After all, a spirit vein was a prime prize. Yet once it fell into the hands of the Spirit Lang sect, even sects of comparable strength dared not seize it. Behind the Spirit Lang sect stood the formidable Spirit Firmament sect. Su Bai Dai. Linglang Xian's face twisted with rage as he roared and abruptly drew his sword to strike. Hum. The spirit's sword hummed, emitting a series of resonant chimes. A dazzling sword radiance spanned 100 zhang, streaking across the sky and descending upon Su Bai's head. This strike was as swift as lightning, reaching Su Bai in the blink of an eye. Yet Su Bai seemed utterly oblivious, not even bothering to move. Has this lad lost his mind? Facing such a ferocious assault, he stands frozen. Could he be paralyzed with fear? Heh. He's probably been petrified by that sword. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the members of the Spirit Lang sect wore cold, cruel smiles. In their minds, Su Bai, the sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, though possessing some skill, was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly withstand the attack of Ling Longshuan, a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment? Sizzle. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Su Bai raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gently tapped forward. His finger was crystalline and translucent, radiating a hazy, immortal glow. With a single point, the long sword in Ling Longshuan's hand shattered like tofu. Crack. The sword broke apart, scattering into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Spirit Lang sect members who had been smirking wore expressions of shock. Hiss. What kind of finger technique is this, shattering the sect master's sword with a single point? You must be joking, right? After all, the sword in Ling Longshuan's hand was a spirit artifact impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to destroy. How is this possible? Who are you? Ling Longshuan's face turned ashen, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared at Su Bai in utter shock, as if seeing a ghost, crying out in horror. A single finger had shattered a spirit artifact. A chill surged from his heart, making his scalp tingle. He had never seen anyone destroy a spirit artifact with a single finger. Such a method was unheard of. Some elders and disciples of the Spirit Lang sect sensed the danger and tried to flee, only to find their bodies frozen. At the same time, a faint voice echoed from Su Bai's lips, reverberating across the sky. Esteemed guests have traveled far and must be weary. The Heavenly Tao sect invites you to enjoy a fireworks display and relax. With a gentle snap of Su Bai's fingers, one of the foundation establishment elders of the Spirit Lang sect, suspended midair, was whisked away by an invisible force into the high heavens. Boom. In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted, engulfing him. A storage ring fell, caught deftly by Su Bai. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Boom, 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 boom. Splendid fireworks rose into the sky, dazzling and brilliant. Not far away, whether it was the people of Cloudwater City or the powerhouses from other sects drawn by the Spirit Lang sect's procession, all who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. The Spirit Lang sect, which had stood for 300 years, was finished, utterly finished. What level of cultivation does the Heavenly Tao sect master possess? With a flick of his fingers, he suppressed over 1,000 members of the Spirit Lang sect, including a powerhouse like Ling Longshuan. It's beyond imagination. The Spirit Lang sect was a faithful dog of the Spirit Firmament sect. Now the Spirit Firmament sect will surely be enraged. The Spirit Firmament sect, one of the top 500 in the Immortal Alliance. I wonder if the Heavenly Tao sect can withstand their fury. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Before Su Bai made his move, no one had ever imagined the Spirit Lang sect would suffer such a crushing defeat. Master, that was utterly cool. Inside the Heavenly Tao sect, several disciples were completely mesmerized. If only we could attain Master's strength, we could control our own destinies, right? They all thought. Su Bai, you are a demon, a devil. Ling Longshuan's face contorted. His voice was hysterical, filled with venom and hatred. The ancestor will not forgive you. The Spirit Firmament sect will not forgive you either. You will die without a doubt. Ling Longshuan roared, his face savage. Su Bai remained calm, utterly indifferent. Then his faint voice rang out, echoing across the heavens and earth, audible even to the people of Cloudwater City, 10 li away. Those who trespass against my Heavenly Tao sect shall be killed without mercy. Those who bully my disciples, no matter how strong, shall be slain. If anyone dares to come again, let the Spirit Lang sect be your fate. His words thundered across the sky, lingering long. So domineering. Those scum of the Spirit Lang sect deserve to die. Serves them right. This is the true paragon, wielding a sword through the world, fearing nothing. For the ordinary folk of Cloudwater City, what Su Bai had done was undoubtedly a relief. Sects like the Spirit Lang sect devoured people without spitting out bones. Even an ordinary disciple could arbitrarily plunder the commoner's wealth and kill at will. No one had ever been able to reign in the Spirit Lang sect, and the commoners avoided them like the plague. Today they had finally received their comeuppance. The powerhouses of other sects fell silent. Behind these words they sensed the confidence of his strength. Kill without mercy. Slay the strong without exception. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Su Bai held an added measure of awe. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Tao sect could withstand the Spirit Firmament sect's vengeance, this courage and audacity alone commanded respect from all. In contrast, the members of the Spirit Lang sect were plunged into deep despair. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades soared into the sky, one by one, transforming into fireworks that dissipated into the void. In the span of mere moments, over 1,000 disciples of the Spirit Lang sect were utterly annihilated. Only Ling Longshuan remained. Thud. Ling Langshuan's knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was drained of color, his heart filled with terror, and not a trace of arrogance remained. Spare me. I am willing to offer everything. I will pledge my allegiance to you. I beg you to spare my life. Spare me. Where was the former arrogance of Ling Langxian now? He did not want to die. He was a grand master at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, revered wherever he went, with all bowing and hailing his name. If he died, everything would be lost. Subai gazed at him coldly. If you had known this would happen, why did you act as you did? Boom. Subai flicked his finger. Ling Longshuan too transformed into a fireball, shooting Tin Li into the sky before exploding violently. A most dazzling firework soared into the sky. Ling Langxian was dead. The reputation of the Heavenly Tao Sect, 1870. 27-1819. Before Su Bei's eyes, numbers signifying the increase in reputation continuously drifted by. He had nearly annihilated the Linglang sect, and with many witnesses, even if only a portion revered the Heavenly Tao Sect, the reputation would skyrocket. Those cultivation pavilions. Each of you may choose one as your future residence. Subai descended and addressed his 4 disciples. Thank you, Master. They were all immensely excited, especially Xiao Lingxi, who jumped for joy. Finally a place to live. And such luxurious, grand ones at that. Each pavilion a full 3 stories. This is where the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect reside. Gazing at the palace-like pavilions, Zhuge Feng and Yi Qingyao were both stunned. When Zhuge Feng was a menial worker at the Lingxiao sect, he couldn't afford decent lodging and had to make do with a drafty shack of thatch, which still cost dozens of copper coins a day. Yi Qingyao had it even worse, surviving in a dilapidated temple, enduring cold and hunger. But in the Heavenly Tao sect they could live in such a palace. It felt like a dream. Even the stewards of the Lingxiao sect couldn't reside in such standalone mansions. Master, how much silver would it cost to live here for a month? Zhuge Feng asked hesitantly, and Yi Qingyao also turned her gaze to Subai. If it was too expensive, they simply couldn't afford it. In other sects, food, drink, and lodging all required payment. Here in the Heavenly Tao sect, entry was free, immortal techniques were free, and even meals were free. Surely lodging would have to be paid for, especially such magnificent lodging. A full 3 stories, each floor spanning several hundred square meters. Hearing his words, Subai paused briefly, then shook his head. I told you room and board are completely free. So naturally it's free. He said with a faint smile. Free. Zhuge Feng and Yi Qingyao were both startled, wondering if they had misheard. Such luxurious accommodations completely free. How could this be real? Compared to the treatment at the Heavenly Tao sect, what kind of life had they lived before? Master, entry is free, immortal techniques are free, food and lodging are free, and you even give us silver to buy clothes. Master, do you have enough silver? Xiao Lingxi blinked her big eyes, looking at Subai. Don't worry about the silver. Just focus on your cultivation. Subai smiled lightly. Not only had he not spent all the silver given by the Linglang sect elder last time, but this time Ling Langxian had brought 1,000 disciples and delivered a vast amount of resources. The silver had piled up into a mountain estimated at over 1,000,000 taels. Gold had also formed a small hill exceeding 100,000 taels, and there were even several hundred spirit stones. Host name Subai, age 18. Realm Qi, refining 7th layer. Items low-grade spirit stones 678, gold 182134 taels, silver 276145 taels. He had suddenly become wealthy. After sending his disciples off to cultivate, Subai finally had time to inspect the changes that came with the sect's upgrade, especially the mission and point systems. Subai first opened the mission system. Mission 1, eradicate a bandit lair on a mountain 15 li southeast of Yunshui City. Difficulty, Qi, refining 5th layer. Reward, 50 points. Can be accepted as a team. Mission 2, capture the flower thief of Yunshui City. Difficulty, Qi, refining 4th layer. Reward, 40 points. Can be accepted as a team. Mission 3, plant 10 spirit seeds and successfully nurture them to fruition. Difficulty, Qi, refining 1st layer. Reward, 10 points. Repeatable up to 10 times per person. Mission 4, clean the entire sect's mountain peak. Difficulty, mortal level. Reward, 10 points. Can be accepted by a team. Scrolling through over a dozen missions, Subai pondered and understood. These tasks were designed to inspire the disciples' diligence. Then he opened the point system. He found it had 2 options, the disciple point exchange and the host point exchange. Subai first opened the disciple point exchange. Pill Pavilion, Qi refining pill, a pill for cultivation in the Qi refining realm. Price 1 point. Qi restoration pill restores spiritual energy consumed in the Qi refining realm. Price 1 point. Blood Qi pill, a healing pill for the Qi refining realm. Price 1 point. Foundation establishment pill, a premium pill that increases the success rate of foundation establishment. Price 10,100 points, depending on quality. Combat Technique Pavilion Fireball Art a basic spell for the Chi Refining Realm. Price 1 point. Frost Art a basic spell for the Chi Refining Realm. Price 1 point. Divine Movement Step First Layer 10 points. Divine Artifact Pavilion not yet unlocked. Formation Pavilion not yet unlocked. Talisman Pavilion not yet unlocked. Hiss. Subai drew in a sharp breath. The items available for exchange were simply too cheap. Even the most basic Chi Refining Pill, Chi Restoration Pill, and Blood Chi Pill cost over 100 taels of silver in the outside world. But in the system's point exchange they cost only 1 point. Cleaning the sect grounds alone earned 10 points. Given the current size of the Heavenly Tao Sect's mountain, it wouldn't take even a mortal, let alone a Chi Refining cultivator, more than a few days to clean. And that didn't even mention the Foundation Establishment Pill, a rare and invaluable treasure, even for major sects. If the Disciple Point Exchange is already this extraordinary, what about the items in the Host Point Exchange? Subai murmured. His points were the sum of all his disciples' points, so he didn't need to take missions himself. Open the Host Point Exchange. In an instant a list appeared before Subai's eyes. Host Point Exchange. Host only teleportation talisman teleports an item to a disciple regardless of distance. Price 10 points. Message talisman sends a message to a disciple regardless of distance. Price 10 points. Instant movement talisman teleports the host to a disciple's side regardless of distance. Price 100 points. It seems the items I can exchange are all related to my disciples. Subai stroked his chin. Though there was nothing to directly empower him, everything was closely tied to his disciples. And as his disciples grew stronger, so did he. A mutually reinforcing cycle. While Subai was examining these things, an earthquake of turmoil struck the Linglang sect 100 li away. Who is it? Who destroyed my Linglang sect? An elder stood in the spirit hall staring at the countless shattered life tablets, roaring in fury. The Linglang sect's ancestor, Linglang True Man. A golden core realm superpowerhouse. An ancestor. The sect leader took all the elders and disciples out. They ordered me to guard the hall. I just noticed all their life tablets were shattered, so I called for you, ancestor. A disciple kneeling on the ground answered tremblingly. Who has the audacity to kill so many of my Linglang sect disciples? Linglang True Man's eyes blazed crimson, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. An ancestor. This disciple doesn't know. I only heard the sect leader say he was going to a place called the Heavenly Tao Sect. The disciple's face was pale, his lips quivering as he stammered. Heavenly Tao Sect. Heavenly Tao Sect. I will raze it to the ground. Linglang True Man roared to the heavens. Everyone is dead. What use is keeping you? Boom. He smashed the entire spirit hall, burying the last disciple of the Linglang sect. Then he shot into the sky, heading toward the Lingxiao sect. He intended to seek the aid of the Lingxiao sect's experts to join forces and obliterate this so-called Heavenly Tao sect. He intended to seek the aid of the Lingxiao sect's experts to join forces and obliterate this so-called Heavenly Tao sect. Early in the morning, Subai summoned his disciples to the main hall, explaining the relationship between missions and points. On the wall beside the hall hung a massive mission board displaying numerous tasks along with their corresponding point rewards. You may all accept these missions and earn points to exchange for cultivation pills and combat techniques. Each mission has a difficulty rating. Choose according to your cultivation level and do not overexert yourselves. Subai instructed earnestly. Yes, master. We shall heed your teachings. The 4 disciples clasped their fists respectfully and responded in unison. Subsequently, they approached the mission board, scanning the tasks. Subai stood aside, observing which missions his disciples would select. Planting spirit herbs. I did this before when I was a menial disciple at Lingxiao sect. It's not difficult, but it takes 3 months for results. We can each accept 10 missions. They'll teach you how to plant and irrigate. In 3 months, we'll each earn 100 points. Zhuge Feng's eyes lit up. He had ample experience with spirit herb cultivation. He had even ranked first among menial disciples in the planting assessment. Thank you, senior brother. Xiaoyan cupped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Lingxi and Yi Qingyao also expressed their thanks, each accepting 10 missions for planting spirit herbs. You are welcome, juniors. We're all fellow disciples. Zhuge Feng said with a chuckle. Decorating the sect with points awarded based on completion. Hell'll take this one. Xiao Lingxi giggled and accepted one of the missions. Senior sister Lingxi has always had great taste. The sect will surely look clean and beautiful. Xiaoyan remarked with a smile. Naturally, Xiao Lingxi declared proudly. Everyone burst into laughter. Carving a sect stone tablet. 10 points. They'll take this. It's perfect for tempering my body. Xiaoyan also selected a mission. The others nodded. As Xiao Lingxi laughed, she turned her gaze to Yi Qingyao. Among these missions, aside from planting spirit herbs, most were beyond the capability of a frail mortal girl. After a moment's thought, she took Yi Qingyu's hand and said, Junior sister Qingyao, let's team up for the sect cleaning mission. Well, split the points 50-50. Yi Qingyao was startled and looked up to see Xiao Lingxi smiling at her. Senior sister, I am afraid it'll hold you back. Yi Qingyao murmured, biting her lip. After all, she was merely a mortal frail from long-term malnutrition. Silly, what are you thinking? The Heavenly Tao Sect is our home, and you're my junior sister. That makes you my little sister, Xiao Lingxi said cheerfully. Home? Little sister. At those words, Yi Qingyou's nose tingled with emotion. Since her sister was taken away, this was the first time someone had called her little sister. Heavenly Tao Sect. Home. Ours. Yi Qingyao nodded firmly, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Subai watched his disciples harmoniously interacting and nodded slightly. Such an atmosphere within the sect truly felt like a home. Then with a teleportation, he appeared outside the gates of Yinshui City. The territory of the Heavenly Tao Sect now extended to the city gates. As long as he didn't enter the city, he was invincible. The Heavenly Tao Sect is recruiting disciples. First come, first served with limited slots. Times had changed. Previously, Subai was mocked for recruiting, but now the situation was entirely different. As soon as he spoke, a long line instantly formed at the city gates. Immortal Master, here are some local specialties. Please accept them. The first young man in line pulled out a cloth pouch and pressed it into Subai's hand. Without opening it, Subai knew it contained several dozen silver taels. Using this to test him. Who could withstand such a test? Apologies, I'm not accustomed to local specialties. Take it back. Our sect's assessment cares not for talent nor wealth, only fate. Subai said, coolly pushing the local specialties back. Was he Subai, a man lacking such petty cash? No regard for talent. Can even a mortal body cultivate? Someone wondered. Typically, sects required disciples to possess at least decent talent, if not exceptional. With poor talent, even vast resources would yield little result, a futile effort. Enter my Heavenly Tao Sect, and even a mortal body can achieve greatness, Subai declared flatly. His words left the crowd astonished. In Subai's eyes, nurturing a genius into a supreme powerhouse proved nothing. But turning a mortal body into a legendary expert, that would truly demonstrate the Heavenly Tao Sect's teaching prowess. This was precisely why he had accepted Yi Qingyao. Immortal Master, in that case, this junior is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Sect. Voices rang out one after another, all eager to enter the sect. Line up one at a time, Subai said, beginning to test the first person's fate. Ding's Sect loyalty 10. Unable to join. Looking at the young man who had just offered the local specialties, Subai's mouth twitched slightly. Bro, I wouldn't complain even if your loyalty were 0, but a negative number. Hostility toward the Heavenly Tao Sect. Immortal Master, can I join? The young man asked eagerly. Subai spent 1 point to check his information, curious about the negative loyalty. Name Ma Xiaohu. Age 22. Cultivation mortal. Background menial disciple of Huwei Sect, sent by an elder to investigate the Heavenly Tao Sect's strength. Seeing the displayed information, Subai was speechless. No wonder it was negative, he was a spy. Ding Sect loyalty 8. Unable to join. Ding Sect loyalty 19. Unable to join. Ding Sect loyalty 11. Unable to join. After 10 consecutive candidates with negative loyalty, Subai shook his head helplessly. His massacre of Linglang's sect had been witnessed by many powerful figures from surrounding factions, naturally prompting them to send disciples to probe the Heavenly Tao Sect's strength. But all were spies, not a single normal person. I heard all the Lingxiao Sect disciple stewards in Yinshui City have left. Seems like Lingxiao Sect is planning something big. Of course, the Heavenly Tao Sect nearly annihilated Linglang's sect, and Linglang was Lingxiao's lackey. Would Lingxiao Sect just sit idly by? So that means Lingxiao Sect's experts will soon retaliate against the Heavenly Tao Sect. I wanted to join, but knowing the deep enmity between them, I'm having second thoughts. Indeed, the last sect that provoked Lingxiao had over 8,000 members wiped out. Even passing dogs weren't spared. Hearing the bystanders' murmurs, Subai understood the situation clearly. Merely destroying Linglang's sect was far from enough. Until the looming threat of Lingxiao Sect was removed, no normal person would dare join the Heavenly Tao Sect. After all, when Lingxiao Sect's experts arrived, they wouldn't discriminate between new and old disciples. They would annihilate everyone. The reputation of a top 500 Immortal Alliance sect was deeply ingrained. Ding Sect contribution points increased by 40. Ding Sect contribution points increased by 20. Ding Sect contribution points increased by 10. 3 days later, a series of 3 notification sounds echoed in Subai's mind. He stepped out of the grand hall, and the entire sect had been completely transformed. Xiao Lingxi and Yi Qingyao had cleaned the entire sect spotlessly and adorned it with various flowers and plants, making it appear even more elegant. The tasks of decorating and cleaning the sect were both completed, earning 20 and 10 contribution points respectively. Subai smiled faintly. Just moments ago, he had also heard the sound of contribution points increasing by 40. No one had taken the 40-point task, meaning those points came from a disciple breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The disciples at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement were Zhuge Feng and Xiaolingxi, but Xiaolingxi had only recently broken through to the 3rd layer. The outcome was quite clear. Zhuge Feng had stepped into the mid-stage of Qi refinement. In less than half a month, he had gone from a mortal to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. This cultivation speed could only be described as heaven-defying. Not even the Lingxiao sect, let alone the top 10 superpowers of the Immortal Alliance, could achieve such speed, even with an abundance of resources. It was too fast. Master, I can now carry 100 jin and run 10 li in a quarter of an hour. An excited voice rang out as Xiao Yan, dragging a large boulder, ran up the mountain. Xiao Yan's current appearance was completely different from before. In just a few days, his abdominal muscles had gone from 9 packs to 8 packs. So fast. Subai was somewhat astonished. Early-stage body refinement was far more grueling than Qi refinement. I completed the task of crafting the Sect steel in exchange for some blood Qi pills and mind-awakening pills. I've been training day and night to achieve this speed. Xiao Yan chuckled, then immediately lifted the boulder onto his back and began doing push-ups on the spot. 1, 2, 3. 30, 31, 32. 68. 69. After passing 60, Xiao Yan was clearly struggling, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, sweat dripping down his cheeks onto the ground. 73. 74. Pant pant. Xiao Yan's face was flushed red with exhaustion and drenched in sweat, yet he never stopped. Training at such a high intensity will cause your body to collapse, Su Bai said with a soft sigh. Tempering the body is something that abhors shortcuts. It requires gradual daily accumulation. Pushing beyond limits in a short time causes immense damage to the body. Master, rest assured, I know my own body. I can still hold on, Xiao Yan said between gasps. 80. 81. Xiao Yan's voice grew weaker, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he clung tightly to the ground, his fingers digging deep into the earth, struggling to support his body and refusing to fall. 83. 84. Alas. Subai sighed once more. Such perseverance was rarely seen in the world. Is it worth it, he asked. Master, it's not a question of worth, Xiao Yan grinned. I can't forget how my father knelt outside the Yuntian sect for 3 days, begging an immortal master to examine my body. 85. 86. I can't forget how even a servant could curse me as a waste, saying the Shao family's future would be ruined in my hands. 87. 88. I can't forget Lu Yanren's condescending expression, her words that I was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, a fool's delusion. 89. 90. I want to become strong. So strong that I can protect my father and my clan, strong enough to make Lu Yanran lower her arrogant head. 91. 92. So this is worth it. I would give everything for this. 93. 94. Lu Yanran has extraordinary talent and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Yunshui sect's leader, enjoying boundless resources. 95. 96. She is already at the 6th layer of Qi refinement now. I dare not imagine what her cultivation level will be in 3 years. 97. Whether for myself or for my father's hopes, I cannot afford to lose. 98. Master, please let me fight this battle. 99. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled, brimming with fighting spirit. Master, we want to fight too. 3 more voices sounded as Zhuge Feng, Xiaolingxi, and Yi Qingyao approached, their expressions filled only with determination. They refused to be mediocre. They wanted to change their destinies. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, they would strive for it. At that moment, even Su Bai was moved, as if seeing his former self driven by the belief that his fate was his own to command. Born a waste, yet rising against the current, refusing to submit to destiny. What if the heavens are high and the earth is deep? So what? Well said. No one can decide your future. The path ahead is yours to choose. 3 years from now, your names will shine like the blazing sun in the world of immortal cultivation, Su Bai said with a light laugh. Master, do you truly believe I can succeed? Xiao Yan asked earnestly. Yes, because you are all still young. Su Bai smiled faintly, a galaxy swirling in his eyes. 100. Xiao Yan had succeeded. After running 10 li with a heavy load, he had completed 100 push-ups under the same weight, exceeding the task requirements. This is a body-tempering elixir. It works wonders for restoring the body. Don't be too hard on yourself. Remember, if you ever feel weary out there, this place will always be your safest home. Su Bai produced a jade bottle and placed it beside Xiao Yan. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yan took the jade bottle from Su Bai, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The body-tempering elixir cost 100 contribution points per bottle. A divine medicine he could never afford to exchange. Those 100 points will have to be repaid, you know. Su Bai turned and walked away, his silhouette so carefree and commanding that it inspired awe. Master, your disciple will not bring shame upon you. Watching Su Bei's retreating figure, Xiao Yan clutched the jade bottle in one hand and clenched his fist with the other. He had gained yet another reason he could not afford to lose. The eyes of Zhuge Feng, Xiao Lingxi, and Yi Qingyao also blazed with renewed determination. They too possessed hearts that refused to accept defeat. They were still young as well. 3 more days later, Xiao Yan finally broke through in body refinement, reaching the first layer of the physical body realm. At the same time, another person also achieved a breakthrough. Yi Qingyao, the mortal body. Through her diligent cultivation and the mortal's path to immortality art, she had finally succeeded in achieving qi refinement. The world's belief that a mortal body could not cultivate immortals seemed to become a joke at this moment. Not only was Yi Qingyou's cultivation speed not slow, it was astonishingly fast. Ling Xiao, the foremost genius of the Ling Xiao sect, who had long since reached the Golden Core realm and was known as the Tian Xiao True Man, had taken a full half-month to successfully achieve qi refinement in his day. But Yi Qingyao had done it in just 8.5 days. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Tao sect before the mission board. "Are you sure you want to team up for this first mission?" Su Bai inquired, observing the choices of his 4 disciples. Mission 1 on the hill 15 li southeast of Cloudwater City's outer gate, there lies a bandit lair. Eradicate it. Difficulty, Qi Refinement 5th layer. Reward, 50 points. A mission of Qi Refinement 5th layer difficulty. This indicated that one must be at least at the 5th layer to have a fighting chance. Master, I have reached the peak of Qi Refinement 4th layer and have exchanged for a staff technique. I am confident I can challenge a 5th layer foe. Zhuge Feng spoke, his tone steady and brimming with confidence. With a heavenly spirit root, fighting above his level was not a daunting task. Master, I am also on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage of Qi refinement. I wish to seek a challenge, perhaps it will trigger my breakthrough. Moreover, I have acquired a sword art and wish to test its power. Xiao Lingxi said with a cheerful laugh. Master, this bandit lair has long harassed my Xiao family's caravans, engaging in arson and murder. I have yearned to annihilate them. Xiao Yan declared with indignation. Yi Qingyao remained silent, but her expression revealed her desire to fight alongside her senior siblings. Master, rest assured, I will protect junior sister Qingyou's safety, Xiao Lingxi added, patting her chest. Since that's the case. If you wish to go, then go. Su Bai pondered for a moment before finally nodding. An eaglet must eventually spread its wings and soar. Moreover, he hoped his disciples would grow stronger more swiftly. Use these weapons for now, there will be better ones later. Su Bai gestured to the side, where over a dozen weapons were neatly arranged. These were all the spoils from Su Bei's annihilation of the Lingzong sect's spiritual instruments used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Yan and the others were instantly thrilled. They clasped their fists and said, "Thank you, Master." Then the 4 went together to select their weapons. Zhuge Feng chose a metal staff. In his past as a menial servant at the Lingxiao sect, he often carried water using wooden poles and secretly practiced with them. The combat technique he had exchanged for yesterday was also a staff art, so he unhesitatingly selected a staff-type weapon. Xiao Lingxi naturally had trained with the sword since childhood and had a deep understanding of the way of the sword. The art she chose was also a sword technique, so she picked a spiritual sword. Yi Qingyao scanned the selection and ultimately chose a spiritual dagger. She had rarely handled weapons. Her sister always kept a dagger on her for self-defense. Xiao Yan paced among the pile of weapons, picking one up to test its weight before putting it down, unable to find anything that felt right. Master, I've been training with weights these past days. After removing them, I feel uncomfortable without the added burden. These weapons are good, but they're all too light. Is there anything heavier? Xiao Yan scratched his head, looking troubled. Su Bai chuckled softly at Xiao Yan's expression. Master, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yan asked in confusion. I knew you wouldn't like these weapons, so I exchanged 3 spiritual instruments for this one in advance, Su Bai said with a mysterious smile. He touched his storage ring, and a weapon materialized in his hand. Thump. He slammed the weapon against the hard floor of the hall, producing a dull sound that made the ground tremble. The weapon was forged from refined dark iron. It resembled a large blade in shape, but lacked a blade's sharpness. It was more like a ruler than a saber. Wow. Xiao Yan's eyes glittered as he stared at the ruler, unable to look away. He reached out and caressed the dark iron ruler, reluctant to let go. Its size and weight were perfect for him. Master, you truly understand me. Xiao Yan eagerly grabbed the handle and swung it fiercely. A howling wind arose and ripples of spatial energy pulsed. Haha, exhilarating. Xiao Yan laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Seeing that all 4 disciples had found the weapons they desired, Su Bai nodded and instructed, "This is your first battle. Do not take it lightly. We shall heed your teachings, Master." Zhuge Feng and the others bowed solemnly. Then the 4 set off together toward the bandit lair marked on the mission. Su Bai watched their gradually disappearing figures, then quietly followed with a flicker of movement. 15 li southeast of Yinsui City's outer gate, a dozen mounted ruffians armed with various weapons and well-equipped returned through the dust, their appearance that of bandits. The heavy stench of blood clung to them, evidence of recent slaughter. Their horses were laden with large bundles, presumably plundered wealth. "Boss, we've hit the jackpot again." A scar-faced man licked his lips, greed flickering in his eyes. "Lucky this time we raided a decent merchant caravan." The bearded leader grinned broadly, an unconscious woman slung over his horse. He indeed. We've been living high, slaughtering and feasting and enjoying the pretty women in these villages all along the way. I hear the beauties in Yunsui City are far better than those in this backwater. Haha, with all this loot we can have a good time in Yunsui City for days. The group talked without restraint, their words lewd and obscene. The women in Yunsui City are good, but too expensive. This one the boss grabbed is a real gem. Yeah, her skin is as smooth as silk. Tisk tisk, must be some rich family's daughter. The bearded man grinned, his gaze lingering on the unconscious girl's face in his arms. The girl had delicate features, skin white as snow, and a slender, graceful figure, tempting one to steal a kiss. "The boss goes first, then we'll get our share." Everyone laughed, staring heatedly at the unconscious maiden. "Don't worry, once I've had my fill you'll all get your turn." The bearded man roared with laughter, a lecherous glint in his eyes. "Then it'll be second, haha. And me'll be third." "What right do you have to be third? Get to the back of the line. I'm the third. This pretty little thing, tisk tisk, shall be fun. Brothers will have a good time tonight." The crowd burst into raucous laughter, their eyes flickering with depravity. They were desperados living daily amidst blood and violence, ruthless, and committing every evil murder and robbery their routine. "We're almost at the stronghold, speed up," the bearded leader barked, urging his mount. "Giddy up." The red horse galloped, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. "Lao Lu Lao Chi, come out and greet us." The bandits quickly entered the mountain stronghold. Once inside, the bearded man's expression shifted. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. The bearded man's heart skipped a beat, a sudden ominous premonition surged within him. "Retreat," he shouted, yanking the reins to turn around. But it was too late. Boom. A figure leaped down from the mountain peak, landing at the stronghold's entrance. The weapon in his hand struck the ground with a deafening crash, the earth trembling and dust billowing. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Black Wolf stronghold?" the bearded man cried out, staring warily at the sudden arrival. "Xiao Yan of the Heavenly Tao Sect." A calm voice sounded as the dust cleared, revealing a robust figure slowly coming into view. The figure was none other than Xiao Yan himself. Now holding a mystic iron ruler, he stood there like a spear, straight and sharp. Xiao Yan, that famous waste of the Xiao family in Yunsui City. Ha ha ha. So it's this little good for nothing. The bearded man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, the others clutching their stomachs. They thought an expert had come for them, but it was just a waste. "Xiao Yan, you've got some nerve coming alone to our Black Wolf stronghold. Today you won't escape." A man with furtive eyes spoke coldly, his hand slapping the long saber at his waist, urging his warhorse toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, gripping the mystic iron ruler, spun it abruptly. A powerful will emanated from him. The name of waste endured for 10 years could finally be cleansed today. Swoosh. A sound of air being rent came as Xiao Yan flicked his wrist, the mystic iron ruler carrying a fierce aura cleaved toward the furtive-eyed man. Clang. A metallic clash rang out, sparks flying as the man hastily drew his blade to parry. He was at the first level of chi refining, expecting to cut Xiao Yan down in one stroke. But he hadn't anticipated the terrifying power of Xiao Yan's mystic iron ruler. Struck by the ruler, he couldn't withstand the immense force, and was sent flying, his chest caved in, blood streaming. Hiss! The remaining men gasped, their faces filled with shock. Wasn't Xiao Yan supposed to be unable to cultivate, destined to be a waste forever? How could he kill a chi refining expert with one strike of his ruler? Could a waste do this? There's something wrong with this kid. Attack together. The bearded man snapped out of it, shouting, "Kill! Boss, leave him to me. They'll tear this bastard apart." The others roared, charging at Xiao Yan, surrounding him with ferocious intent. "Die, you little brat." The group attacked, their swords and blades glinting coldly, each unleashing their skills against Xiao Yan. All were chi refining cultivators, though only at levels 1 to 3 they were ruthless killers. But just then 2 more voices rang out. Heinous criminals burdened with sin deserve death. Arsonists and murderers who stop at no evil deserve to die. 2 figures emerged from behind Xiao Yan, one wielding a large iron staff, the other a long sword. They were none other than Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi. Dog-beating staff technique. Wind-chasing sword. Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi roared in unison, their auras surging. Zhuge Feng swung his arms, kicked off the ground, and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he was before the scar-faced man at the 3rd level of chi refining, swinging his iron staff at his head. Xiao Lingxi was even more direct. She held her long sword lightly, touched her toes, and moved like a red cloud, graceful as a celestial being thrusting her sword at another third-level chi refining expert. Sweeping 1,000 with might, Xiaoyan joined in, gripping the mystic iron ruler with both hands and swinging it fiercely, creating a howling wind. The three opponents before him were all beaten back and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a large hole suddenly split open in the ground, and a petite figure shot out, a sharp glint flashing in her hand. Whooshed! Thud! Blood-splattered screams echoed. A slender silhouette flickered past, a dagger, tracing a perfect arc, claiming the final life. In just a few breaths, aside from the bearded leader at the 5th level of chi refining, all dozen bandits lay dead. Though these bandits were strong, how could they match Zhuge Feng and the others? With heavenly spirit roots, spirit artifacts, supreme immortal techniques, powerful combat skills, body refinement. The 4 disciples of the heavenly Tao sect, though not of high cultivation, were fully equipped. Thus, even fighting 4 against a dozen, the advantage was ours. Second, third, fourth. Who exactly are you? The burly man with a bushy beard glared with tiger-like eyes, his expression extremely grim as he demanded in a deep voice. Tiandao sect Zhuge Feng. Tiandao sect Xiaolingxi. Tiandao sect Xiaoyan. Tiandao sect Yi Qingyao. Xiaoyan, Zhuge Feng, Xiaolingxi, and Yi Qingyao spoke in unison. Upon hearing the sect names, the burly man shuddered. Tiandao sect. The Black Wolf stronghold and Tiandao sect have always kept their distance. Why are you wiping out my Black Wolf gang? The burly man asked through gritted teeth. He knew he had struck an iron wall. Though he was at the 5th level of chi refining and the strongest among them, even Zhuge Feng alone made him feel an immense sense of danger. In truth, he couldn't defeat these brats. The Black Wolf gang robs merchant caravans and slaughters villagers, an outrage that offends both gods and men. Zhuge Feng rebuked with righteous indignation. Our Tiandao sect stands for justice, slaying demons, and eradicating evil, to uphold righteousness. Xiaolingxi declared with resolute strength. Justice? Hi, you so-called immortal sects parading as righteous, yet secretly you engage in these same filthy deeds while putting on airs. The burly man sneered. My Black Wolf stronghold has stood here for years, not solely by our own strength. As he spoke, he produced a harmonica and blew forcefully, unleashing a peculiar melody that echoed across the stronghold. Not good. Stop him. Zhuge Feng and Xiaolingxi dashed forward swiftly. Though they didn't know the burly man's intent, it boded no good. Take one more step, and he'll kill her. The burly man seized the captured girl, gripping her neck with one hand as he threatened viciously. Seeing this, Zhuge Feng and the other 3 halted, daring not to act rashly. That girl is still alive. Xiaolingxi sharply noticed the girl was still breathing. What do we do? At this distance, I can't guarantee a killing blow before he acts. Zhuge Feng frowned, speaking in a low tone. The burly man chuckled as he saw them stop. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as a sinister grin curled his lips. Nearby lies a sect called the White Wolf sect. The reason my Black Wolf stronghold has survived so long is entirely thanks to them. The immortal sects claim righteousness, but dare not do certain things openly, so they leave them to us. We enjoy the White Wolf sect's protection, and in return we split the plundered wealth 80-20. Now I've summoned the White Wolf sect's experts. They'll arrive soon, and you brats will all die. The burly man burst into arrogant laughter, confident of victory. What? The White Wolf sect? Xiaoyan's heart jolted. He hadn't expected to encounter this. This scoundrel was linked to the White Wolf sect. He glanced at Zhuge Feng and Xiaolingxi. The White Wolf sect is a small sect outside Cloudwater City. Though not large, it has many members. Its sect leader is at the peak of chi refining. If we fight Heaton, we might not stand a chance. Xiaolingxi frowned slightly. So the White Wolf sect protects the Black Wolf stronghold, cut from the same cloth. What now? Zhuge Feng asked in a low voice. They could defeat the man before them, but what about the girl? Rumble. In the distance, dust rose as riders approached on horseback. A streak of light flew across the sky, clearly a powerful cultivator riding a flying sword. Riding a flying artifact required at least the late stage of chi refining. The White Wolf sect's experts were coming. Don't follow, or he'll choke her to death. The burly man laughed loudly, retreating slowly on his horse toward the direction of the White Wolf sect's experts. We can't let him escape, or it'll be much harder to catch him later. Xiaoyan urged urgently. But what about the girl? Xiaolingxi worried. Zhuge Feng knitted his brows and sighed helplessly. It seems we have no choice but to fight another battle. In the shadows, Su Bai shook his head slightly. His 4 disciples, though coordinated and far stronger than their peers, still lacked finesse and strategy. To catch the ringleader first, they clearly hadn't grasped this principle. Now the burly man was on guard, using a hostage as leverage. Unless one's cultivation far surpassed his, saving the girl would be exceedingly difficult. They'll have to step in myself, or it'll be troublesome once the White Wolf sect's experts arrive, Su Bai murmured. This place lay beyond Tiandao Sect's territory where he wasn't invincible. The White Wolf Sect had a peak chi refining expert whom he couldn't yet defeat. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden change occurred. The girl whose neck was gripped slowly regained consciousness. Whether triggered by some stimulus, a torrent of demonic flames erupted from within her, enveloping her in a massive cloud of black mist. Her eyes turned pitch black in an instant, radiating a cold, deep, bloodthirsty gleam. The burly man's hands touching her neck seared with agony, as if cut by blades, flesh and skin splitting open. Oh! The burly man let out a piercing wail, releasing his grip and retreating hastily from his horse. Yet the eerie demonic flames clung to him, scorching his hands and spreading across his body. Arg! He screamed in torment, flailing his fists wildly, but his desperate resistance was futile. Perfect chance attack. Xiao Lingxi and Zhuge Feng seized the moment, charging at the burly man. Bang! He was sent flying, landing over Tin Zhang away, vomiting blood before being consumed entirely by the demonic flames. The girl after this outburst seemed drained of energy, returning to normal and fainting once more, caught by Yi Qingyao. What was that? Xiao Yan approached, frowning as he looked at the unconscious girl in Yi Qinjiao's arms. The girl's aura was that of an ordinary mortal, yet the power she had just unleashed filled even him with dread. It was overwhelming. Giddy up! Giddy up! Dust billowed as the White Wolf Sect's large group drew near. Forget everything else. Let's take her back to the sect for the master to examine. Zhuge Feng decided decisively. The others nodded, wasting no time as they swiftly departed with the unconscious girl. Su Bai, watching his disciples leave safely, turned his gaze to the traces of demonic flames on the ground. It seemed another extraordinary constitution had emerged. At the peak of the Heavenly Tao Sect, Su Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting his disciples' return. Before long, Zhuge Feng and the others arrived back at the Heavenly Tao Mountain. Master, your disciples have fulfilled our mission and annihilated all the bandits of the Black Wolf stronghold. Not a single one escaped. Zhuge Feng knelt on one knee, reporting respectfully. Su Bai nodded faintly, then turned his gaze to the young girl supported by Yi Qingyao and Xiao Lingxi. Who is she? Master, she is an innocent girl captured by those bandits. Since her origins are unknown and she is unconscious, we brought her back temporarily, Xiao Lingxi said. Su Bai gave a slight nod, then asked, as for this battle, what do you yourselves think? Master, this mysterious iron ruler is exceptionally handy. I slew 6 bandits. Xiao Yan patted the mysterious iron ruler on his back. Master, when we went to the Black Wolf stronghold, we first infiltrated silently, annihilated all the bandits left guarding it, then set an ambush for their main force's return. When their main force returned, junior brother Xiao Yan blocked their escape route, and then Lingxi Qingyao and I seized the opportunity to strike, capturing them all. However, Zhuge Feng paused here, his gaze shifting to the unconscious young girl. However what? Su Bai asked. We didn't anticipate that the Black Wolf stronghold's leader would threaten innocent lives, and with his collusion with the White Wolf Sect, he nearly escaped. Zhuge Feng said shamefully. Master, we had planned everything in advance, but we didn't know they had taken hostages. Otherwise it would have been a perfect completion. Xiao Yan added. Looking at his disciples, Su Bai said slowly, Zhuge Feng, with your strength, if the leader had been unprepared, what were the odds of subduing him and rescuing the hostage? Hearing this, Zhuge Feng paused momentarily, then replied, that leader only cultivated a miscellaneous immortal art and was not strong. If I had struck by surprise, I would have had a 10 out of 10 chance. In that case, why didn't you change tactics and rescue the hostage first? Su Bai asked. Disciple feared the plan might have flaws, that the escape route wouldn't hold, leading to someone getting away. Zhuge Feng hesitated for a moment. Xiao Yan also stepped forward, saying, Master, when we conceived the plan, we didn't anticipate they had taken hostages, which led to the oversight. Xiao Lingxi also lowered her head, saying, Disciple also failed to consider this properly. Please punish us, Master. Su Bai's gaze swept over each of them one by one, and finally, he said, the battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye. There is never a perfect plan, nor can all outcomes be accounted for. What matters is your ability to react on the spot. Your performance this time had shortcomings. 10 points will be deducted from this mission's reward. Any objections? Su Bai asked. Yes, we heed Master's instruction. Zhuge Feng and the others answered in unison, no one opposing. Seeing this, Su Bai nodded, his expression gradually softening, and said, This was your first mission, and you completed it satisfactorily. Congratulations, I am rewarding you with 10 points. So the deducted points are added back. Xiao Yan looked up surprised. Su Bai waved his hand and said, As disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect, merits must be rewarded and faults must be punished. Zhuge Feng, Xiao Lingxi, and the others felt a warmth in their hearts. Where could one find a master like this? At that moment, the unconscious young girl finally opened her eyes, letting out a pained moan. The moment she opened her eyes, the strange demonic flame within her surged upward instantly. This demonic flame was immensely powerful. A single spark falling burned the surrounding vegetation to ashes and left dark pits in the ground. Suppress. Subai drew a talisman with his hand and directly struck it into the young girl's body, suppressing all the demonic flames. Otherwise, Yi Qingyao and Xiao Lingxi, who were closest to her, might not have escaped. Even though the girl was merely immortal, this demonic flame could easily incinerate Qi refining cultivators to ash. Master, what kind of flame is this? It's terrifying. That leader at the 5th layer of Qi refining was burned to death by this flame, otherwise our mission might have failed. Master, do you know what this is? Xiao Yin and the others stared in awe at the demonic flame that had just erupted, their expressions puzzled. It was too powerful. If that demonic flame could be controlled, it would be absolutely heaven-defying. This is the Netherworld demonic flame, Subai said. What, the Netherworld demonic flame? Xiao Yan's eyes widened in utter shock. What is the Netherworld demonic flame? Zhuge Feng and Yi Qingyao were full of confusion, clearly having never heard of it. I know. Legend has it that the world gives birth to some supreme flames, and the 10 most powerful among them are called the primordial fires. The primordial fires are enough to burn the very heavens, they might shaking the skies. Thus, many powerful cultivators have stirred up bloody storms in their quest to obtain a primordial fire. Legend says that within the Cloud Sky sect, there is a primordial fire called the Cloud Sky Flame. And this Netherworld demonic flame is one of the 10 great primordial fires. Xiao Lingxi spoke, her eyes filled with awe. It's actually a primordial fire. Zhuge Feng was also greatly surprised. He had heard of primordial fires, but didn't know the specifics. But to be comparable to the Cloud Sky sect's Cloud Sky Flame was enough to show its heaven-defying nature. However, the conditions for a primordial fire to be born are extremely harsh. How could it appear within a mortal's body? Xiao Lingxi frowned deeply. Indeed, the birth conditions for a primordial fire are extremely harsh, but there is one exception, a special physique. Subai spoke. A special physique. Zhuge Feng and the others were taken aback. The world is vast and full of wonders. Some powerful physiques possess the strength to overturn the cosmos and destroy heaven and earth. For example, the legendary Chaos physique, said to be one of the strongest, naturally controls the Chaos flame and is supremely heaven-defying. If I am not mistaken, her physique should be the extremely rare heavenly demon physique, otherwise it could never have nurtured such a terrifying demonic flame. Subai mused. Master, the heavenly demon physique sounds incredibly powerful. Does that mean she can become immensely strong in the future? Xiao Yan looked at the young girl again. By now, with the demonic flame in her body suppressed, her consciousness was gradually returning. As if sensing something, the girl curled up in a corner, clutching her head, repeatedly crying out, "Don't come near, don't come near." Seeing this, Subai sighed softly. If a powerful cultivator possessed the heavenly demon physique, it would undoubtedly be a force multiplier. But if it's just a weak girl, this physique will instead be her undoing. When she turns 18, the Netherworld demonic flame will burst forth from her body and her life will come to an end. Hearing Su Bei's words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Did that mean the girl before them wouldn't live past 18? Master, with your supreme power, is there a way to save her? Looking at the pitiful state of the young girl, Xiao Lingxi felt a pang of sympathy and asked softly. Within the Heavenly Dao sect, I can suppress the demonic flames within her, but once outside, even I am powerless. Subai shook his head. So is she doomed to wait for death? Hearing Su Bei's words, a shadow of gloom fell upon everyone's faces and sorrow crept into their hearts. Not entirely. If she can reach the foundation establishment stage before turning 18 and forge the heavenly demon Dao platform, she might suppress the demonic flames and survive this tribulation. Subai said, Master, how much time does she have until she turns 18? Zhuge Feng asked in a low voice. 2 years, Subai replied, glancing at the young girl's information. Name Mu Lingxian. Age 16. Cultivation mortal. Physique, heavenly demon body. Everyone present felt a suffocating weight upon hearing this. Foundation establishment in 2 years. It was nothing short of a fantasy, an utterly impossible feat. Yet, Xiao Lingxi said, if she were to join the Heavenly Dao sect and cultivate its immortal arts, could she achieve foundation establishment in 2 years? I've been cultivating for less than a month and am already nearing the 5th level of Qi refining. Foundation establishment in 2 years is not without hope. Zhuge Feng's eyes lit up. But Subai shook his head, for to enter the sect, one's loyalty to it must exceed 60 points. And this Mu Lingxian's loyalty was 0. How could she have any loyalty when she knew nothing of the Heavenly Dao sect? Zhuge Feng, Xiao Yan, continue your training. Lingxi Qingyao, go and comfort her. She must be deeply shaken. Also, do not tell her about the heavenly demon body or that she has only 2 years to live. Subai instructed. Yes, master. The two nodded and stepped forward to console Mu Lingxian. Who? Who are you? Mu Lingxian exclaimed in alarm, her face full of wariness at the sight of Xiao Lingxi and Yi Qingyao. Don't be afraid. The danger is gone now, Xiao Lingxi said with a gentle smile. After a while, Mu Lingxian calmed down, though she remained reluctant to interact with others. Xiao Lingxi approached Su Bai to report. Master, I've learned something about her situation. Her name is Mu Lingxian. She's from Qingyun City, hundreds of miles away. She came to Yinshui City with a merchant caravan to buy medicine, but bandits attacked them. The entire caravan was wiped out except for her. Also, because she can't control the demonic flames within her which erupt without warning, she's afraid to get close to anyone. Listening to Xiao Lingxi's account, Su Bai slowly closed his eyes, lost in thought. Sect loyalty 20. Thanks to the comfort from Xiao Lingxi and Yi Qingyao, Mu Lingxian had calmed down. Perhaps because they had saved her, her sect loyalty had increased slightly. Yet it was still far from the standard for acceptance. The Heavenly Tao Sect's criterion for taking disciples was not based on cultivation, spiritual root, or wealth. Only one condition mattered. With insufficient sect loyalty, even Su Bai's desire to accept her was impossible. This was the bottom line. In Yinshui City, the 100 sects gathering was still teeming with people all hoping to join an immortal sect. Yet the number of sect banners had more than halved. Strange, why are there so few sects? The Lingxiao sect's banner is gone too. Have they stopped recruiting in Yinshui City? Someone wondered. Haven't you heard? A new sect called the Heavenly Tao Sect has appeared outside Yinshui City. They nearly destroyed the Linglang sect as soon as they arrived and offended the Lingxiao sect. Now the Lingxiao sect has announced they will no longer recruit from Yinshui City. Really? But that still doesn't explain why half the sects are gone. What about the others? Fool, many sects are either allies of the Lingxiao sect or seek to curry favor with them. Since the Lingxiao sect made that declaration, naturally many have stopped recruiting here. Damn it. I scrimped and saved hundreds of silver taels hoping to join the Lingxiao sect. The Heavenly Tao Sect's master is powerful, but offending the Lingxiao sect has brought disaster upon our Yinshui City. The crowd murmured, their mood somber about the city's plight. Just then the sunlight was suddenly blocked, and a terrifying aura swept down from the heavens. Rumble. A massive shadow engulfed the entire square. Looking up, the crowd gasped in shock. An ancient war chariot hung in the sky, exuding a fierce and murderous aura that chilled everyone to the bone. On the chariot stood 3 figures, their overwhelming presence causing heaven and earth to tremble. Behind the chariot followed over a dozen enormous flying boats, each packed with countless cultivators, their momentum soaring to the skies. Both the chariot and the flying boats bore large banners fluttering in the wind. On each banner was a pattern of a red within which the characters Lingxiao were inscribed. It's the Lingxiao sect. Heaven's thousands of immortal masters. What a grand display. This is terrifying. What is the Lingxiao sect planning? The entire city of Yinshui looked up, their hearts pounding violently, stunned beyond words. With such might alone, they could intimidate most powers in the world, keeping them in check. This was the strength of a top 500 sect in the Immortal Alliance. At that moment, an old man on the ancient chariot suddenly opened his eyes, causing the void to tremble. Rise! He waved his hand, and a mountain peak outside Yinshui City was torn from the ground, floating in the sky, held aloft by his single hand. Hiss! Countless witnesses gasped in awe. Holding a mountain aloft, what a divine feat. Heavens, that old man is Yuan Jinren, the law enforcement elder of the Lingxiao sect. I heard that all elders of the Lingxiao sect are at the Golden Core stage, incredibly formidable. Legends say Golden Core cultivators can move mountains and drain seas. So it's true. And the other 2 who stand equal to a Golden Core elder, could they be? Hiss! People drew sharp breaths, their faces twisted in terror, awe flooding their hearts. I, Yuan Jinren, hereby carry out the sect master's order to eradicate the Heavenly Tao sect. Those who defy the Lingxiao sect shall be annihilated down to the last chicken and dog. Yuan Jinren's voice boomed across the sky like a thunderclap. With a wave of his hand, the mountain peak in the sky descended toward the Heavenly Tao sect's headquarters. A mountain falling from the heavens. The sheer terror of the sight made everyone's scalp tingle. The people of Yinshui City watched the direction of the falling mountain and murmured softly. The Heavenly Tao sect is finished. Rumbling. A 100-jong mountain descended from the heavens, crashing down with billowing dust and smoke. Such immense force, if it struck Cloudwater City without protection, would bury the entire city. The million inhabitants of Cloudwater City would be reduced to nothing. This was a Golden Core cultivator. This was an immortal master from the Spirit Firmament sect. With the Spirit Firmament sect in existence, the Heavenly Tao sect could never succeed in its development. I'm glad I didn't join the Heavenly Tao sect, or I'd be dead today. Indeed, fortunate we didn't. Although the Heavenly Tao sect is formidable, how could it compare to the Spirit Firmament sect? Many sighed, believing the Heavenly Tao sect was doomed. The Spirit Firmament sect's power was undeniable. How could the Heavenly Tao sect possibly contend with it? The mountain drew nearer, its descent accelerating, and even the Yuan true person revealed a cold sneer. He had thought the Heavenly Tao sect was formidable, but it was nothing more than this. Yet just as the mountain was about to crash onto the Heavenly Tao sect's peak, it bizarrely froze in midair. The Yuan true person frowned slightly, extending an arm to inscribe another talisman in the air. Suppressed by my command. The talisman struck the mountain, yet strangely the mountain remained uncontrolled, suspended in midair. Whooshed! A beam of light shot from the Heavenly Tao sect's summit, instantly piercing the entire mountain and slicing it horizontally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then streaks of light flickered continuously, cutting through the mountain. Boom! Finally, the Hundredzhang mountain shattered into a pile of stone dust, scattering in the air. At this moment, the people of Cloudwater City were all dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock, their very breath seeming to stop. Hiss! How? How is this possible? Everyone was horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. Every time they thought the Heavenly Tao sect was finished, it defied expectations. The powerful attack of the Spirit Firmament sect's Golden Core Cultivator had been effortlessly shattered. The Heavenly Tao sect's sect master is indeed a Golden Core Cultivator. No wonder he had the strength to slay Ling, Xian, and the others. Yuan true person narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through layers of mist to lock onto the Heavenly Tao sect's mountain gate. There a figure could be faintly seen stepping forward, hands clasped behind his back, as leisurely as if strolling in a courtyard. Heavenly Tao sect master Su Bai, come forth and meet your death. He bellowed in fury, his deep and vast voice shaking the heavens, causing the void itself to tremble. Rustle! In an instant, a fierce wind swept in, engulfing an area 10 li around, billowing robes and tossing long hair wildly. Under such terrifying pressure, the people of Cloudwater City felt their chests constrict, almost unable to breathe. Is this a Golden Core Cultivator? Too terrifying. Everyone shivered. A Golden Core Cultivator was far too dreadful. It was a world apart from Foundation establishment. As Yuan true person's words faded, a young man in white robes slowly walked out from within the Heavenly Tao sect. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extraordinarily handsome, his posture straight as a spear. His eyes especially were brilliant as stars, dazzling and captivating. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he stepped forward, appearing in the midair outside Cloudwater City. With hands behind his back, he looked at Yuan true person and the others and spoke. From the Spirit Firmament sect. Yuan true person let out a cold laugh, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down at Su Bai from a height. Su Bai, sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, you finally deigned to appear. I am an elder of the Spirit Firmament sect's enforcement hall, and I have come today to send you all to your doom. Yuan true person snorted coldly, his gaze icy and murderous. At that moment, an old man stepped out from the ancient war chariot, his eyes fixed intently on Su Bai. Su Bai, you killed my disciple and annihilated over 1,000 from my sect. Today you will not escape death. The old man was gaunt with snow-white hair and a sinister, venomous gaze. He stood at the edge of the ancient chariot looking down at Su Bai. His aura was also immensely powerful, unmistakably that of a Golden Core Cultivator. Spirit Lang sect's ancestor, Spirit Lang, true person. Looking at this man, Su Bai said calmly, indeed, it is I, the ancestor. Today I will take your wretched life. Spirit Lang true person grinned ferociously, a murderous intent blazing in his eyes. And I Lu, he guessed, elder of the Spirit Firmament sect, known as White Crane true person. The last person stepped off the chariot, a middle-aged man, holding a feather fan, his gaze cold and fierce. The enforcement hall of the Spirit Firmament sect has arrived in full force to clear all obstacles for the sect. Behind Yuan true person and the others, thousands of disciples from the Spirit Firmament sect soared into the air from over a dozen flying boats. In an instant, the entire area was filled with 5,000 to 6,000 people, dense as locusts blanketing the sky. Among them were over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators. The rest were all above the 7th level of Qi refining. The enforcement hall of the Spirit Firmament sect had nearly all arrived. 3 Golden Core cultivators, over 100 Great Foundation establishment cultivators, and thousands of latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. This formation was truly terrifying. The people of Cloudwater City turned pale as paper at the sight. Alas! Many closed their eyes, helplessly shaking their heads and sighing. With 3 Golden Core cultivators here, the Heavenly Tao sect is in grave danger. Though the sect master is powerful, he is alone. Even with extraordinary means, he cannot turn the tide. Indeed, the Spirit Firmament sect is determined to destroy the Heavenly Tao sect this time, no one can stop them. Many in Cloudwater City shook their heads in regret and pity. Though they were not members of the Heavenly Tao Sect, the Sect was ultimately a nearby one to Cloudwater City. The stronger the Heavenly Tao Sect, the more Cloudwater City's status would rise, attracting more visitors and greatly enhancing the city's strength. Moreover, a stronger Heavenly Tao Sect meant greater safety for Cloudwater City. Regardless of whether the sect was hypocritical, it would at least maintain order in the region. The rampant bandit dens around Cloudwater City would diminish significantly, unlike the current situation where the city lacked any formidable nearby sect, allowing bandits to run wild. This rampant banditry made it extremely unsafe for foreign merchant caravans to approach Cloudwater City, often leading to devastating attacks and heavy losses. As a result, Cloudwater City's economy had been steadily declining over the years. Yet the Heavenly Tao Sect had unfortunately provoked the Spirit Firmament Sect, one of the Empire's two overlords. Subai, surrender obediently and spare us the trouble. Yuan, true person, looked at Subai with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. 3 against 1, the advantage was theirs. There was no way Subai could defeat them, he was doomed. So much pointless chatter. Subai curled his lips lazily, stretching his demeanor as calm as ever. If you take another step forward, heaven and earth shall be overturned. Ha 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 ha. At these words, Elder Yuan burst into loud laughter. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. What if I take 1 step forward? Elder Yuan sneered. 1 step forward, and you'll be walking faster on the path to the Yellow Springs. Subai shrugged, looking utterly nonchalant. The invincibility of a second-rank sect spanned 10 li, and Elder Yuan and his group were just outside that 10 li line. If Elder Yuan dared to advance a single step, Subai could erase him with a mere thought. Such was the weight of invincibility. Be you golden core or nascent soul, you seek death. Hearing this, Elder Yuan's face darkened instantly. A roar echoed across the wilderness. In that moment, everyone present could clearly sense the murderous intent radiating from Elder Yuan, surging like a tide. Boom. He lifted his head abruptly, and the Dharma power within him churned like tidal waves, boiling and seething. In an instant, the temperature within several zhang soared, rolling waves of heat, causing a stinging sensation on the skin. Schwa! A blood-red long blade materialized, exuding a terrifying edge. Little beast, yield your life. Elder Yuan growled, gripping the blood blade as he charged straight ahead. He swung his arm, the blood blade tearing through the air, slashing across the sky directly towards Subai. This strike was fiercely sharp, capable of splitting mountains and severing peaks. Now Elder Yuan had crossed the 10 li line. With a mere thought, Subai could slay him instantly. However, looking at the other 2 golden core elders on the war chariot and the thousands of cultivators behind them, Subai refrained from acting. The tactic of capturing the chieftain first was unworkable here, for his invincible domain spanned only 10 li. Aside from Elder Yuan, everyone else remained beyond that 10 li boundary. If he instantly killed Elder Yuan, the rest would surely be terrified and might even retreat, preventing him from annihilating them all. Moreover, if he only killed Elder Yuan and let the others escape, some sharp-minded individuals might discern a clue. Heavenly Tao Sect and Spirit Firmament Sect were already at odds like fire and water. If he had the power to instantly kill a golden core elder, why would he let the others go? Subai closed his eyes briefly, and a plan to annihilate them all took shape in his mind. As the art of war says, feign retreat to lure the enemy deep. Boom. Elder Yuan's blade descended and was blocked by Subai, though Subai staggered back 2 steps. Not bad, you have some skill, Subai said with a faint smile at Elder Yuan. I am a mid-stage golden core cultivator. How can you possibly contend with me? Elder Yuan sneered, his face full of arrogance. After that strike, he admitted Subai was strong, but still far from his own level. Brat, take another blow from me. Elder Yuan roared, and once again a blade descended, its power surging. This strike employed his full 10% strength. If Subai could not withstand it, he would slay him in one fell swoop. Fallen for it. Seeing this, the corner of Subai's mouth lifted. He feigned defeat and retreated to the summit of Heavenly Tao Sect. Then with a wave of his hand, a massive defensive barrier enveloped the entire peak. The next moment, Elder Yuan's blade came crashing down, striking the barrier fiercely. Clang! A deafening collision resounded like a thunderclap, the shock waves spreading like a tide. The barrier trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of collapse. This turtle shell is quite tough. Fellow Taoists, please assist me in breaking the formation. Elder Yuan frowned. Rest assured, Brother Yuan. A mere defensive formation can be shattered with a flick of the finger. Lu Ha and Ling Ling Elder exchanged glances, revealing grim smiles. Then they leaped from the war chariot, their figures flickering into afterimages as they converged to assault the barrier together. Boom! The attacks of the 3 golden core elders landed simultaneously on the barrier, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Yet, even with such overwhelming force, and even though the barrier appeared on the brink of destruction, it simply refused to break. We're just a bit short. Elder Yuan's face darkened. He turned to look at the thousands of disciples behind him. Where are the enforcement hall disciples? Here. In an instant, voices rang out from afar. All together assist this elder in breaking the formation. Elder Yuan waved his hand grandly. As you command. Instantly, thousands of streaks of light howled forward, joining the effort to breach the formation. Above Heavenly Tao Sect, Su Bai stood with his hands behind his back, the smile on his lips deepening. Su Bai appeared utterly at ease, but several disciples were already beside themselves with worry. Master, with so many people, what do we do? Master, the formation is about to break. You are powerful. Fight your way out, and don't worry about us. Master, flee quickly. Zhuge Feng, Xiao Yin, Xiao Lingxi, and the others were all filled with anxiety. Sure, your master is just playing a game with them, Su Bai said lightly, his expression relaxed. Seeing their master so composed, the disciples' hearts eased somewhat. Upon reflection, someone who could casually produce several supreme immortal arts was hardly ordinary. Master, what game are you playing with them? Xiao Lingxi asked, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity. A game of cat and mouse, of course. Su Bai replied with a smile. Cat and mouse. Hearing this, the disciples were even more bewildered, completely at a loss. But Su Bai did not explain further, his gaze fixed on the area beyond the defensive barrier. This game is about to end. As the last disciple of Spirit Firmament Sect entered the Tenli range, Su Bai smiled faintly. He took a step forward and reappeared in midair, simultaneously withdrawing the defensive barrier. Su Bai, you realize you're outmatched and have come to surrender. Elder Yuan sneered coldly. It's too late for surrender. Today, within the bounds of your Heavenly Tao Sect, not even an ant will be left alive. Linglang Elder's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he charged forward, first divine whip in hand. Su Bai, pay with your life for Linglang Sect. Boom. The divine whip crackled like lightning, tearing through the void and whipping up a fierce gale. Linglang Elder unleashed a killing move from the start, aiming to strike Su Bai dead in one blow. Su Bai smiled faintly, raised his hand, and gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, time stood still. Everything came to a halt. Linglang Elder's face changed drastically, his entire body froze in place, unable to move. See the words on that steel? Those who trespass against Heavenly Tao Sect shall be slain without mercy. Su Bai spoke slowly. I gave you a chance, but you insisted on seeking death. Linglang Elder let out a desperate cry, struggling to break free from the restraint. Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained completely immobile, as if struck by a paralysis spell. His face turned deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Only now did he realize the terror of Su Bai. With just a snap of his fingers, Su Bai had sealed all his movements. He was a golden core cultivator, yet he had been sealed by a mere finger snap. Who would believe it without experiencing it firsthand? Linglang Elder's heart trembled with fear. Not only he, but everyone around, including Elder Yuan, was stunned, their faces filled with horror. No, we've been tricked. Lu He's expression changed as he tried to flee, only to find his body frozen as well. Elder Yuan, his expression even more terrifying, realized he too was immobilized, his gaze locked on his Su Bai. You're not golden core, you're a nascent soul. You're not golden core, you're a nascent soul. You are a nascent soul. These words from Yuan Jinren stunned the two golden core lords, all the disciples of Lingxiao Sect who had arrived, and countless people in Yinshui City. A nascent soul, old monster. If a golden core cultivator who had transcended the heavenly tribulation was considered a supreme powerhouse in the great Zhao Empire, capable of leading a sect into the ranks of the Immortal Alliance, then a nascent soul, old monster was enough to stand at the very pinnacle of the empire. Throughout the entire great Zhao Empire, spanning 10,000 li, the number of powerhouses who had reached the nascent soul realm could be counted on two hands. Excluding the two dominant sects, the only nascent soul powerhouse in the empire was the old ancestor of the great Zhao imperial family. And even Lingxiao Sect, a top 500 sect of the Immortal Alliance, and a hegemon capable of suppressing the entire empire, possessed only two nascent soul powerhouses. As for Yuntian Sect, another top 500 sect of the Immortal Alliance, it also had only two nascent soul powerhouses. In fact, the old sect master of Yuntian Sect had been in secluded meditation for 100 years. Based on the lifespan of the nascent soul realm, he was at the very end of his life and might have already passed away. In other words, the great Zhao Empire had only 4 or 5 nascent soul old monsters. And now there was one more. Su Bai was actually a nascent soul old monster, a terrifying existence who would dare provoke him. A nascent soul old monster. We actually provoked a nascent soul old monster. How is this possible? No wonder he was so emboldened. He wasn't in the golden core realm. Damn it. Yuan Jinren and the others' faces turned deathly pale, especially Linglang Jinren, who was scared out of his wits. He had just tried to kill a nascent soul old monster. The moment this thought surfaced, it directly caused him to collapse limply to the ground. If he had known Su-bai was a nascent soul old monster, he wouldn't have even sought revenge. He might have come bearing gifts and declared that the Ling Lang sect's destruction was well-deserved. The nascent soul and golden core realms seemed separated by only one stage, but in the world of immortal cultivation, one stage was a chasm between heaven and earth. To kill a golden core Lord Lingxiao sect could manage it at a cost. But to kill a nascent soul old monster, even if Lingxiao sect exhausted all its strength, it might not succeed. Especially if a nascent soul powerhouse chose to flee, no one in Lingxiao sect could stop them. With an enemy of the nascent soul realm lurking in the shadows, Lingxiao sect's days would be darker than ever. Therefore, Lingxiao sect absolutely could not afford to offend a nascent soul old monster, for the result would be nothing but mutual destruction. Spare me. Senior, spare me. If you can let me live, I am willing to be your slave for life and pledge my loyalty. In an instant, Linglang Jinren was overwhelmed by regret and remorse. If he had known, he would never have come to trouble Su-bai, even if it meant death. How I have no interest in livestock. Su-bai shook his head. Since you chose to destroy the Heavenly Tao sect, then you must be prepared to be destroyed yourselves. Whoosh. He waved his arm, and a ball of purple flame burst forth, blazing fiercely, enveloping Linglang Jinren. The flames leaped, incinerating Linglang Jinren completely. A golden core lord had fallen. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone drew in a sharp breath, their faces filled with terror. Linglang Jinren was a golden core powerhouse who had attained the title of lord, capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers. In the eyes of the crowd, he was already a lofty, godlike existence. Yet now he was so easily slain. Nearby, the two golden core lords Yuan Jinren and Lu He, witnessing Linglang Jinren's fall, gasped sharply, their pupils contracting into pinpoints. What was the point of fighting now? In fact, in their hearts, they bitterly hated those who had claimed the Heavenly Tao sect's master was at most at the golden core realm. If they had said nascent soul, why would they have come to die? But it was too late for words. Su-bai waved his hand, and another firework ignited outside the Heavenly Tao sect. This time it was even more magnificent than the last, and even more awe-inspiring. If Su-bai's annihilation of the Linglang sect members had made the Heavenly Tao sect famous, then this destruction of Lingxiao sect's elders and disciples was enough to establish the Heavenly Tao sect's hegemonic status. A nascent soul-level faction. Even if Lingxiao sect yearned to destroy it, they had to consider making peace. Otherwise, if the two major powers clashed, the beneficiary would be Yuntian's sect. No one was happier than the people of Yunshui City. A nascent soul-level faction was established right beside them. This was immense fortune. Everyone could imagine that the development of Yunshui City was about to take off. Prestige 234. Prestige 198. Prestige 176. Prestige 169. The Heavenly Tao sect's prestige was skyrocketing, breaking through 10,000 in an instant, thus completing the prestige mission required for advancement. In the sky, Su-bai waved his hands, reaping over 100 storage rings and thousands of storage pouches. Gold, silver, spirit stones, pills, treasures, weapons, piled up like small mountains. In a short time, the Heavenly Tao sect lacked nothing. Master, that was so cool. Even the Lingxiao sect elder is no match for you. Xiao Lingxi ran over, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. The other disciples also looked on with reverence, deeply moved. This was a true powerhouse. With a flick of the fingers, he could suppress all enemies. The unattainable golden core lords were like mere ants before the master, not even qualified to escape. If only one day they could possess such strength, how wonderful would that be? Even Mu Lingxian, as she gazed at Su-bai, had a glimmer of light appear in her eyes. This glimmer seemed like a ray of hope seen from the depths of despair. Perhaps with him, she could find an answer. Host. Name Su-bai. Age 18. Realm Chi Refining 8th Layer. Items: mid-grade spirit stones 214, low-grade spirit stones 56378, gold 134, tails, silver 9999999 tails. In the main hall, Su-bai looked at his information, especially the item line, and his heart was overjoyed. Half a month ago, he had been worried about the 30 teal monthly salary for his disciples, and now he had more silver than he could ever use. The disciples of Lingxiao sect are indeed wealthy, unlike those of Linglang sect, who were dirt poor. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Now that he had displayed his divine might and peerless methods, as long as Lingxiao sect wasn't foolish, they wouldn't come looking for trouble again. In other words, after this battle, the Heavenly Tao sect's reputation was thoroughly established. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Su-bai said calmly. Zhuge Feng pushed open the door, walked in, and respectfully bowed before Su-bai. Master, the area outside the mountain gate is packed with people all wanting to join our Heavenly Tao sect. What do you think? Hearing this, Su-bai raised an eyebrow. The more disciples he had, the stronger his power. Naturally, he hoped for as many as possible. He welcomed the expansion of the heavenly Tao sect's disciple scale. However, his energy was limited. If the number of disciples increased, he naturally couldn't take care of everyone. After a moment of contemplation, an idea came to mind. Heavenly Tao sect, those who pass the assessment are not classified as menial or outer disciples, all become full disciples. Among them, full disciples are divided into 5 generations. Regardless of whether one is a first-generation or fifth-generation disciple, upon entering the sect, they may go to the Immortal Arts Pavilion to obtain one immortal art for free and enjoy equal treatment. Subai said. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Feng couldn't help but ask, Master, the immortal arts of the heavenly Tao sect are so formidable. If they spread widely, could other forces steal them? Zhuge Feng's concern was not unfounded. With many people, all sorts of individuals appear, and it wouldn't be surprising to find spies. However, Subai smiled faintly, having naturally considered this long ago. I have erected a stele outside the Immortal Arts Pavilion. The immortal arts may only be cultivated by oneself and are strictly forbidden from being passed on. Whoever violates this will have their cultivation and memories of the arts stripped away and be expelled from the sect. Subai spoke slowly, having accounted for everything. After all, he had heard countless tales of masters being outdone by their own disciples. Master, how do we check for violations? Zhuge Feng asked again. Subai chuckled lightly. That is not your concern. I have my methods. The guardians arranged by the system served not only to help disciples choose suitable immortal arts, but also to perform a more crucial function. That was to detect whether any disciple had spread the formulas of the immortal arts. Regardless of distance or time, once discovered, the memories of those arts would be erased in an instant. Exploiting loopholes in the system was impossible. Your master has limited energy. In time, the sect will issue new tasks. Guiding new disciples in cultivation can earn you points, and you may all take them on. Subai added. Yes. Zhuge Feng nodded and was about to withdraw when a thought struck him. May I ask, Master, how are the 5th-generation disciples distinguished from one another? Zhuge Feng was puzzled. Subai smiled faintly, and with a wave of his finger, a pristine jade staircase appeared at the mountain gate. This is the heaven ascending staircase. The entrance assessment is to climb it. Those who surpass the 60th step may enter the sect as 5th-generation disciples. Those who surpass the 70th step become 4th-generation disciples. Those who surpass the 80th step become 3rd-generation disciples. Those who surpass the 90th step become 2nd-generation disciples. Those who reach the summit become 1st-generation disciples. Zhuge Feng gazed at the staircase, which comprised 100 steps. Such an open assessment method was unprecedented to him. In other words, to enter the heavenly Tao sect, even the wealthy and powerful could not cheat in the assessment. It was far fairer and more just than the methods of other sects. May I ask, Master, does the heaven ascending staircase test spiritual roots or talent? He couldn't help but inquire. Neither. Subai shook his head and said with a smile, my heavenly Tao sect allows any person or any being to participate in the assessment without distinction of wealth or poverty, age or gender. Perhaps you possess unparalleled talent and are unmatched among prodigies, yet you may not even set foot on the first step. Perhaps your aptitude is low, your family poor, or you even beg for a living, yet you may reach the summit of the staircase. In my heavenly Tao sect, talent matters, not sincerity alone suffices to enter the sect. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng was stunned. Such an assessment method was utterly unheard of. It tested neither spiritual roots, nor talent, nor family background, only sincerity. How many from impoverished backgrounds could now see hope in immortal cultivation? How many without connections could now have a chance to enter the immortal path? After a long while, he drew a deep breath and earnestly bowed to Subai. Disciple shall immediately arrange the assessment. Go ahead. Subai waved his hand lightly, watching Zhuge Feng depart. The 100 steps of the staircase corresponded to loyalty to the sect. 60 steps meant a loyalty of 60, meeting the standard for entry. Using loyalty to the sect to distinguish generations of disciples was undoubtedly the most suitable method for the heavenly Tao sect. Disciples' loyalty: Zhuge Feng 97, Xiao Lingxi 97, Xiao Yin 97, Yi Qingyao 97. Once loyalty reached 90, it was difficult to increase further. Thus, even Zhuge Feng and the others were still 2nd-generation disciples. However, Subai believed that before long they could all break through to 100 and become 1st-generation disciples. He wondered what special reward awaited when disciple loyalty reached 100. An hour later, Subai appeared on the mountaintop, his gaze fixed on the heaven-ascending staircase outside the mountain gate. The staircase was vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 climbers simultaneously. Yet even so, it was far from sufficient. The queue stretched all the way to Cloudwater City. Of course, despite the multitude, the vast majority could not even ascend the first step. After all, most had come upon hearing that the heavenly Tao sect harbored a nascent soul powerhouse, drawn by fame alone with loyalty to the sect at zero. Even those who admired the sect had loyalty in the single digits. Fewer than 1% could reach the 10th step. Those who reached the 20th step numbered less than 10. Above the 30th step, there was not a single person. Damn it, I have a superior grade spiritual root and can enter any sect. Why can't I even get past the first step of this lousy staircase? What a crappy heavenly Tao sect. Even if I never find a sect, I'll never join this one. There's a fix, definitely a fix. What kind of open assessment is this? More and more people grew resentful. Unable to ascend even a single step, many felt their pride wounded. Just then a petite figure dashed up to the 60th step in an instant. And her speed was swift, showing no sign of slowing. The 70th step, the 80th step, the 90th step. At that moment, everyone who had been cursing fell silent, staring at the figure on the 90th step. She's the girl without spiritual roots who knelt for 5 days at the 100 Sects assembly and was declared by an immortal master to have no path to immortality. Someone recognized the girl and exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. Without spiritual roots, the most useless of the useless. Yet such a waste had reached the 90th step. The 90th step, making her a second-generation disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. If measured by the conventional sect divisions of menial outer and inner disciples, a second-generation disciple was at least a core disciple. And this was a core disciple of a nascent soul-level power. Could even a rootless waste achieve this? Unheard of, unseen. The master said the staircase tests only sincerity. If you are sincere, even if you lack spiritual roots like me, you can still pass. Ask yourselves, are you truly sincere? Yi Qingyao gazed at the crowd below, her expression resolute. At these words, the once chaotic scene fell instantly silent. This statement struck the hearts of many who couldn't ascend even one step, filling them with shame. Yet some remained defiant. The earlier loudest protester, a genius with a superior grade spiritual root, sneered. What nonsense about sincerity? I have a superior grade spiritual root. I could easily enter the Lingxiao sect. Your heavenly Tao sect doesn't want me. I couldn't care less. You waste without spiritual roots. What can you achieve even if you join this sect? You mortals are forever useless no matter where you go. He looked down on everyone with disdain, strutting arrogantly. His superior grade spiritual root was the source of his pride. The people around fell silent, for what he said was not wrong. In any sect, those with weak spiritual roots were forever seen as useless, looked down upon even with abundant resources poured into them. But Yi Qingyao let out a quiet laugh. In her mind, she recalled what her master had told her earlier. She raised her hand, and a great fireball materialized in her palm, while her clear voice rang out across the scene. Who says mortals cannot cultivate immortality? Who says a mortal body cannot cultivate immortality? These were the words Su Bai had spoken to Yi Qingyao over 10 days ago, igniting a spark of aspiration for immortality within her. Now it was her turn to speak these words to the crowd, imparting that very obsession to everyone present. What did it matter to lack a spiritual root? What of a mortal body? I possess an immortal heart. How could a mortal frame confine me? Fireball technique. Has she already succeeded in chi refinement? How is this possible? I remember clearly that the immortal master decreed she could not cultivate, that she had no spiritual root. In total, it hasn't even been half a month, has it? Even a prodigy with an extreme spiritual root couldn't claim to achieve chi refinement in half a month, could they? Oi. Am I going mad, or has the entire world lost its senses? The crowd below had erupted into chaos. Countless eyes were wide with disbelief. The record for the fastest chi refinement in half a month set by the Lingxiao sect had been shattered. And the one who broke it was no peerless genius with an extreme spiritual root, but merely a mortal with no spiritual root at all. If this were to spread, who would dare believe it? That genius with the high-grade spiritual root, hearing the murmurs around him, was also astounded. Less than half a month, and she had achieved chi refinement. Even if one claimed she possessed an extreme spiritual root instead of a mortal body, no one would likely doubt it. Yet she was immortal. This was beyond his comprehension. This defies all reason. He roared, it must be a fake. Do you dare to face me in battle? A formidable aura erupted from him, also signifying the standard of successful chi refinement, and not just the first layer, but the second layer. This meant this fellow was not trying to join the heavenly Tao sect. He was already a disciple of some other sect sent here to probe the true strength of the heavenly Tao sect. A battle. Let this young master accompany you. A voice rang out, and then a youth descended from the high platform, fixing his gaze on the high-grade spiritual root genius at the second layer of chi refinement. Since he had a high-grade spiritual root, the sect he had joined, even if not the Lingxiao sect, must be a major one. This was a perfect chance to test his own strength. Who are you? The second layer chi refinement genius frowned at the youth before him. The youth smiled faintly. Heavenly Tao sect, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, never heard of you. What gives you the courage to fight me? The high-grade spiritual root genius sneered. He casually swept his gaze over Xiao Yan, revealing a look of utter contempt. He was familiar with all the formidable geniuses of the great Zhao Empire. Since he had never heard the name Xiao Yan, he surely didn't possess even a high-grade spiritual root and was unworthy of attention. Xiao Yan, the infamous good-for-nothing third young master of the Xiao family. Wasn't the third young master unable to cultivate? When did he join this heavenly Dao sect? I was at the scene when Lu Yanran called off the engagement. Xiao Yan hadn't even joined the heavenly Dao sect then, and it hasn't even been half a month since. Others might not know Xiao Yan, but to the people of Cloudwater City, this name was thunderously familiar. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the high-grade spiritual root genius sneered even more. Haha, so he's another waste. Does this heavenly Dao sect specialize in taking in trash? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was not angered. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly. If someone can't even defeat a waste, doesn't that prove they're even worse than one? He taunted lightly. This caused the high-grade spiritual root genius face to change drastically. With an angry snort, he charged at Xiao Yan, his palm striking out. That palm carried gusts of wind pressure, forcing those nearby to shut their eyes in awe. For someone at the second layer of Qi refinement to possess such strength, the high-grade spiritual root was indeed extraordinary. This is the Cloud Soaring Art, the second-ranked immortal technique of the Cloud Sky Sect. He is a disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect. Heavens! The renown of the Cloud Sky Sect had once surpassed even the Lingxiao Sect, and this its second-ranked immortal technique naturally commanded reverence. Cloud Sky Sect. The moment he heard those words, Xiao Yan's initially playful expression turned serious. Lu Yanran was in that very Cloud Sky Sect. One day he would surely set foot there. He waved his hand, and a dark iron ruler fell into his palm. He struck out with the ruler towards the figure flying towards him. Boom! A colossal impact resounded throughout the entire mountain gate. The gales generated by the collision of their attacks ravaged the broken tiles and trees on the ground. Swoosh! A figure shot out like a cannonball, crashing outside the square, kicking up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to crawl out, spitting blood. What kind of power is this? Whoa! Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. The Cloud Sky Sect genius at the second layer of Qi refinement had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's single strike. Wasn't Xiao Yan supposed to be unable to cultivate, destined to be a lifelong waste? Yet the strength he displayed now was nothing short of terrifying. If you can't even defeat a waste, doesn't that make you even more worthless than one? Xiao Yan approached slowly, looking down at the high-grade spiritual root genius. Uft! The second layer Qi refinement genius spat out another mouthful of blood. You bastard, you. At the Immortal Alliance convention, you. Just you wait. The high-grade spiritual root genius spat out a final bitter threat before fleeing in disgrace. He dared not remain any longer after such a humiliating defeat. Once he was gone, the crowd immediately erupted, their gazes fixed on Xiao Yan and Yi Qingyao, burning with fervor. One was a notorious waste of Cloudwater City, unable to cultivate for 10 years. The other was a mortal body deemed incapable of cultivation by an immortal master. And now both had succeeded in Qi refinement. The implications of this were enough to drive them wild. Because across the entire continent, those with high talent and good spiritual roots were less than 1 in 10,000. The vast majority were stuck with mixed spiritual roots, finding cultivation difficult. Thus most found it hard to pursue immortality, and entering an immortal sect required a great deal of silver, making it even harder. But now things were different. Xiao Yan, who couldn't cultivate, and Yi Qingyao, a mortal body both inferior even to those with mixed spiritual roots, had now become immortal masters. The heavenly Dao sect possessed the heaven-defying ability to make even wastes cultivate. Furthermore, the entrance examination for the heavenly Dao sect was free. There was no half-year menial period. One could begin cultivating immortal techniques immediately upon entry. These facts alone were enough to drive people wild. Consequently, those ascending the heavenly staircase grew even more fervent, and many who previously couldn't even manage one step suddenly surged up several levels. Sincerity is the key to miracles. At the mountain peak, watching this scene, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. The performances of Yi Qingyao and Xiao Yan had exceeded his expectations. Their growth was also immense. They had already begun to develop the bearing of true powerhouses. Xiao Yan could now face others calling him a waste, demonstrating a great improvement in his mental fortitude. And Yi Qingyao, once such a frail girl who seemed a gust of wind could blow her over, could now stand firmly before so many people, resolutely serving as a role model. The future path lay before them, awaiting them to forge a trail of their own. Even if one couldn't achieve Qi refinement, body cultivation could still carve out a domain. Even without a spiritual root, persistent effort could still pave the way to the immortal path. Even without a spiritual root, persistent effort could still pave the way to the immortal path. An increasing number of people ascended the heavenly stairway, pressing onward to higher levels. Those who stepped into the 10th tier multiplied manifold, and many even climbed to the 20th or even the 30th tier. As this trend continued, the first person to reach the 60th tier would soon emerge, and once there was one, there would surely be a second, a third. Subai nodded as if already envisioning the day when disciples of the heavenly Tao sect would spread across the world and his own strength would grow ever mightier with each new follower. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly surpassed everyone else and ascended to the 40th tier of the heavenly stairway. Who is that so formidable? My heavens, the 40th tier. Only 20 more tiers to join the heavenly Tao sect. Can they go further? A disciple of a nascent soul-level faction. No matter where they go, they'll be held in high regard. All the onlookers gazed in awe at the person on the 40th tier, buzzing with excited shouts, envy, and admiration. Su Bei's gaze followed, as well a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The one who had reached the 40th tier was none other than Mu Lingxian, whom Zhuge Feng and the others had rescued. She wore a water-blue dress, her delicate face pale, yet her steps were resolute, each stride firm and steady. The 41st, 42nd, 43rd tiers. The others forgot their own climbing, all craning their necks to watch Mu Lingxian's retreating figure. It was plain to see that she was frail, her body even swaying precariously. Yet even so, she did not stop continuing to ascend. The heavenly Tao sect's stairway to heaven truly tested neither strength nor talent. Could they not even match a weak young girl? In an instant, everyone's confidence was ignited, and they surged toward the higher tiers. Mu Lingxian had already reached the 50th tier, needing only the last 10 to satisfy the sect's entry requirement. The 51st, 52nd, 53rd tiers. The 59th tier. At last, Mu Lingxian set foot on the 59th step. One more stride, and she would become a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. Just as everyone anticipated her taking that final step, Mu Lingxian halted, gazing up at the summit, utterly motionless. Why isn't she continuing? Doesn't she want to join the heavenly Tao sect? Or is the 60th tier far harder than the 59th? The crowd buzzed with speculation, puzzled by Mu Lingxian's intentions. Even Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi were somewhat perplexed. Would Mu Lingxian join the sect or not? Is this a spiritual world? At the summit, surprise flickered in Su Bei's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Mu Lingxian. Ordinarily, one below the foundation establishment stage lacked the formidable mental strength to construct a spiritual world. But Mu Lingxian was no ordinary person. A heavenly demon physique combined with netherworld demon flame defied conventional logic. Without my suppression, the demon flame within her would have erupted by now. What exactly has she experienced in this spiritual world? Seeing Mu Lingxian's delicate frame tremble slightly, Su Bai pondered briefly, then waved his hand, sending a spiritual projection into her spiritual world. Scorching heat, raging flames, searing burns. That was Su Bei's first impression upon entering Mu Lingxian's spiritual world. He looked up to see the entire building ablaze with fierce demonic flames, a sea of fiery red. Sob. Sob. Faint weeping came from outside the house. Su Bai followed the sound and stepped out. Outside, a young girl was curled up against the wall, her head buried in her arms as she wept. That girl was none other than Mu Lingxian. Are you all right? Su Bai approached, asking with concern. At the sound of his voice, Mu Lingxian grew even more agitated, her voice trembling. Don't come near me, you'll die. She looked up, eyes blurred with tears, staring at Su Bai, terrified that her demonic flames might harm another. Don't worry, these flames can't hurt me, Su Bai said with a calm smile. No. Go away. Please go away. Mu Lingxian scrambled to her feet, desperate to flee from Su Bai. She had already caused the death of her adoptive parents. She couldn't bear to harm anyone else. But just as she tried to escape, Su Bai reached out and grasped her arm. Fierce demonic flames surged from Mu Lingxian's body, eager to consume the one who dared to touch her, engulfing Su Bai entirely in their blaze. At the sight, Mu Lingxian grew even more terrified, stumbling backward on the verge of tears. Yet in the next moment, the demonic flames on Su Bai vanished completely, and he stood before her entirely unscathed. See, I told you these demonic flames can't harm me. Don't be afraid. Su Bai smiled warmly at Mu Lingxian. You? Mu Lingxian stared blankly at Su Bai, as if struggling to process what had happened. The flames on her body were terrifying. Even a single spark would gradually ignite anything it touched, and jumping into water was useless. They would not extinguish until everything was consumed. Yet this person before her seemed truly unharmed. If something is troubling you, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help. Su Bai crouched down, speaking gently. You? Everyone says I'm a demon, a curse. Mu Lingxian murmured, as if recalling some painful memory, crouching down and clutching her head in her hands. The parents who adopted me. I killed them. When I woke up, the whole house was already consumed by flames. I want to die too, to stop hurting others. But the blade melts the moment it touches my skin. I can't even end my own life. I'm so despairing, so utterly despairing. Why do I have these flames? What? As Mu Lingxian spoke, her voice carried a note of utter despair, and an aura of profound sorrow emanated from her entire being. This was despair against fate itself. To watch one's own parents burn to death by one's own hand. What depth of despair was that? Subai reached out, gently stroking Mu Lingxian's head, and said softly, "It's all right. It's all over now." His words were filled with warmth, and as he spoke, the surrounding demonic flames rapidly dissipated until the very last wisp vanished completely. Mu Lingxian was stunned. The white-robed immortal before her not only feared not her flames, but could also dispel them entirely. "Do you want to freely control the flames within you so they never harm anyone again?" Subai asked. "Really? Can I truly do that?" Mu Lingxian whispered. "Believe in yourself. You can do it," Subai said earnestly. Mu Lingxian lowered her head, falling into silence. Subai did not disturb her, standing quietly by her side waiting. At that moment, her spiritual world began to change once more. The flames had vanished completely, but the temperature grew colder and colder. In the bitter cold, a small child was huddled outside a house's door. The child appeared to be about 6 years old, and from her features it was clearly a younger Mu Lingxian. Is this a memory? Subai watched quietly, making no move to prematurely end this spiritual world. In the midst of wind and snow, a middle-aged couple trudged homeward. Judging by their appearance, they were a physician and his wife returning from an outside visit. "Oh dear, whose child is this? Where are her parents?" The woman was startled to see the little girl lying outside the door. She hurried over and scooped the child into her arms. Her body is so hot. The moment she held the girl, her hands felt scorched. The middle-aged man approached and felt the girl's forehead, alarmed. "This is a high fever. If it continues like this, the child won't live long." The woman rushed into the house with the girl in her arms. The lotus-patterned bed curtains rustled in the cold wind. The man took out a silver needle from his medical kit, but when it touched the girl's skin, he was startled to see the tip turn red. It was not a fever, but demonic flames surging from the depths of her bloodline. "Husband, the needle." Before the woman could finish, the silver needle had already melted into a pool of molten metal. Fortunately, perhaps, because little Mu Lingxian felt the warmth of the embrace, and her heart was comforted, the heat of her body gradually subsided. In the end, since no one claimed her, the couple adopted her and named her Mu Lingxian. Her adoptive father was a renowned physician in the city, known for treating the poor for free and held in high esteem. Her adoptive father taught her to read. Her adoptive mother held her close. A family of 3 living in harmony. If she had been an ordinary person, this happiness would have lasted forever. The fragments of memory began to twist, time stretched, and little Mu Lingxian was unknowingly nearly 10 years old. Subai saw her chasing butterflies in the courtyard, her fingertips accidentally brushing against the locust tree. The withered leaves suddenly burst into crimson flames. Tongues of fire shot up the trunk into the sky. By the time her adoptive parents rushed over with buckets of water, the ancient tree had already been reduced to a charred skeleton. It was the first time the demonic flames within her had spiraled out of control, but fortunately no one was hurt. That incident clearly terrified her. From then on, she became withdrawn, keeping her distance from everyone, even her own adoptive parents. She did not want to harm others. Ever since that first loss of control, the demonic flames within her had become increasingly unruly. A second time, a third time, a fourth time. Each occurrence grew more frequent, each eruption more powerful. "You are a monster. You will bring disaster to everyone. Get out." Every time the flames raged, it sparked chaos. The people around her were terrified, even banding together to drive her away. Her adoptive parents bore all the pressure and kept her, though she was no longer allowed to go out and had to stay home alone. All she could do was climb onto the wall and gaze at the outside world, watching the laughter and joy of others, their happiness, while she could only hide in a corner, licking her own wounds. She longed to be one of them, but it was utterly impossible. She was a jinx, a demon fit only to eke out a miserable existence in a sunless, dark world, forever denied the light. Her adoptive parents had to go out every day to practice medicine, often returning late at night, and the time they spent with her grew less and less. Yet what was destined to come eventually arrived. When she was 16, a great fire consumed everything, devouring her home. Reality and illusion merged at this moment. Mu Lingxian stared at the raging flames before her, her face pale. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she screamed in anguish, "No. Don't be afraid." Subai reached out and touched the flames within the memory. Golden runes swirled in his palm. The demonic flames that should have reduced the house to ashes suddenly became as docile as silk winding around his fingers. The spiritual world shattered at that instant. Mu Lingxian still stood on the 59th step, while Subai somehow had appeared on the 60th step. "I have come to understand your past. Join my heavenly Tao sect, and I will teach you how to control that flame so it will never harm anyone again, and may even become your ally." Su Bei's voice drifted over slowly. Mu Lingxian looked up at him. Every time this immortal made a move, it left her profoundly awestruck. She had never encountered such a formidable being. In those years, her adoptive father had also taken her to seek immortals, hoping to suppress the flames within her, but each one had merely shaken their head. Yet in the moment her parents died, she too had perished. For in this world, there was no one left she cared about. But after witnessing Su Bei's myriad divine abilities, a glimmer of hope was rekindled in her heart. She took another step forward, truly setting foot on the 60th step. This step signified not only that she had passed the Heavenly Tao Sect's assessment, but also that she was willing to join the sect. Moreover, her steps did not stop. She continued toward higher levels. 61 Sextitwo 63. Scenes from her childhood surfaced in her mind. Father, what are you looking at? Father is reading a medical book. Mother says that studying medicine can save many people. Is that true? Studying medicine is a very noble profession. Your father has already saved many lives. What little Lingxian wants to learn too. Yes. I want to grow up and become a respected physician, just like father. 71 7 Taitwo 73. Mother, they all say I am a jinx. But who am I really a jinx? How could little Lingxian be a jinx? Don't listen to them. But I have strange flames on me, and nobody dares to play with me. Isn't mother here to play with you? But they are all afraid of me. Little Lingxian is the best behaved child. Don't cry, okay? 80 steps. At this moment, Mu Lingxian had actually ascended to the 80th step. That is to say, her loyalty to the Heavenly Tao Sect had reached an extremely high point of 80. And it seemed that this was not yet her limit. For she had only paused here not because she could climb no further. Immortal Master, is it true that as legend says, powerful immortals can bring the dead back to life and restore flesh to bones? Mu Lingxian looked at Su Bai and asked. Su Bai nodded slightly and said, indeed, when one's power reaches a certain realm, there is nothing beyond imagination that cannot be achieved. Hearing this answer, an inexplicable conviction arose in Mu Lingxian's heart. Can the dead truly be resurrected? Su Bai neither nodded nor shook his head, but gazed into the high heavens. Resurrecting the dead was beyond the scope of common reason. At the very least, realms such as nascent soul or spirit severing could not accomplish this. But that did not mean that higher realms could not achieve it. If one attains immortality, there may be a method to reverse life and death. At that time, even time and space cannot stop you, Su Bai said slowly. Mu Lingxian revealed a smile and murmured, Father, Mother, little Lingxian will surely bring you back. Then she ascended to the 81st step, knelt before Su Bai and kowtowed. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. The 5th disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sect was successfully accepted. Moreover, after Mu Lingxian became a disciple, she still wished to challenge her own limits. The 80th step heavenly ladder was not the pinnacle. At this moment, Mu Lingxian's gaze was resolute, and the conviction in her heart reached its zenith. Master, I wish to attempt the 90-step heavenly ladder. She lifted her eyes to the 90th step, a glimmer of anticipation and stubbornness shining in her gaze. The 90-step heavenly ladder represented the second-generation disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Are you certain? Su Bai spoke without refusing. For at the moment she became his disciple, Mu Lingxian's loyalty had already surpassed 90. Mu Lingxian nodded without hesitation. Certain. The 82nd, 83rd, 84th steps. In the end, she successfully stepped onto the 90th step. Junior sister Lingxian, congratulations. Xiao Lingxi and Yi Qingyao both came forward to welcome her, their eyes filled with gratification as they looked at Mu Lingxian. Mu Lingxian smiled faintly and bowed to them. Thank you, senior sisters, for saving my life before. It was nothing, a mere trifle. The two quickly took Mu Lingxian by the arm and walked toward the Immortal Arts Pavilion, chatting as they went. The first thing a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sect did upon joining was to select an immortal art for free. Now that the disciples could handle all matters of inducting new disciples, Su Bai enjoyed some peace. And after Mu Lingxian's bold feat, the crowd on the heavenly ladder climbed with even greater effort. Su Bai cast a glance and noticed someone had already reached the 40th step. At this rate, aside from Mu Lingxian, might someone step onto the 60th step in just a few days? Outside the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Junior sister Lingxian, this is the Immortal Arts Pavilion. As I mentioned before, if you have any questions, just ask the guardian spirit inside. Xiao Lingxi reminded her. The guardian spirit has no physical form, so don't be frightened if you hear a voice, but see no one, Yi Qingyao added. Mu Lingxian nodded slightly. Thank you, senior sisters Lingxi and Qingyao. I will go in now. Go ahead, we'll wait for you outside. Mu Lingxian took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter the Immortal Arts Pavilion. Upon entering, the first thing she saw was a dense array of floating immortal art scrolls. Even with the prior warning, she was still utterly astonished. Her father once said that the more medical texts a physician studied and memorized, the greater their skill. Immortal arts were like medical texts. The more arts a sect possessed, the stronger it became. Approaching the stone stele, she bowed with reverence. Elder Guardian Spirit, your disciple Mu Lingxian has come to select an immortal art. As her words fell, the steel hummed softly, and from the void a jade slip drifted forth, hovering before Mu Lingxian, radiating a gentle blue glow. You possess the heavenly demon body and harbor the 9 nether demon flame within. This is the Heavenly Demon Transformation Chi Refining Chapter, which can help you suppress the 9 nether demon flame. The ethereal voice of the Guardian Spirit resounded, and then a cryptic mantra imprint drifted out from the jade slip, appearing before her. Mu Lingxian took a deep breath and spoke. May I ask, Elder Guardian Spirit, can this art lead to immortality? She did not inquire about the precautions for practicing the Heavenly Demon Transformation, but focused on whether it could achieve immortality. Her obsession with attaining immortality was now deeply rooted. The Guardian Spirit, seemingly unmoved by the question, fell silent for a moment before replying. Whether one achieves immortality depends not on the art, but on the individual. No matter how powerful the art, if the person is inadequate, even foundation establishment would be a challenge. If the art is mediocre, but the person is exceptional, even if the path is arduous, immortality is not impossible. One who seeks immortality must remain true to their heart to attain true freedom. The divide between mortal and immortal is sometimes but a hair's breadth, yet at other times it stretches like an insurmountable chasm. These words left Mu Lingxian in deep thought. After a long while, she raised her head, her eyes bright, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Guardian Spirit. This disciple has gained enlightenment." Then Mu Lingxian reached out and took the jade slip. In an instant, the mantra imprint within the slip transformed into specks of light that surged toward her brow. Mu Lingxian closed her eyes to comprehend, and a vast flood of information filled her entire sea of consciousness. After a long time, she opened her eyes, excitement gleaming within them. The Chi Refining Chapter of the Heavenly Demon Transformation was now fully etched into her memory. Thank you, Elder Guardian Spirit, for bestowing the art. This disciple takes her leave. Mu Lingxian bowed once more to the void and turned to depart. As the sun set, the day's trials finally came to an end. Aside from Mu Lingxian, the highest only reached the 50th step, and regrettably no one else succeeded. Yet this did not discourage the participants, instead it ignited their competitive spirit, especially since some had made remarkable progress. Those who couldn't even climb a single step initially managed to ascend 10 after several attempts. Progress a little each day. Who knew if one day they might succeed? Some even vowed to return daily, determined to pass the 60-step mark. After everyone had left, 2 individuals remained before Zhuge Feng. Both of you, today's trials are over. Please come back tomorrow. Zhuge Feng tried to persuade them, but when he looked up, he was momentarily stunned. Before him stood an elder with an immortal aura and a beautiful young maiden, both positioned behind him. Zhuge Feng was startled, instantly sensing that these 2 were extraordinary. They were clearly of great origin. Yet recalling his master in the main hall, he steadied himself. May I ask, Senior, what brings you to the Heavenly Tao Sect? Zhuge Feng clasped his hands and asked politely. The elder smiled faintly and said, This old man is Li Changkong. I heard that a nascent soul powerhouse has emerged here, so I came to see. The elder turned to the young maiden behind him. Why don't you try? How many steps can you climb? The maiden called Yinner playfully stuck out her tongue and said in a sweet voice, All right, Grandpa, I'm off then. With that, the maiden strode toward the heavenly ladder. Zhuge Feng watched, inwardly speculating about their origins. He couldn't discern the maiden's cultivation level. Either she was above him or she possessed a concealing artifact. As for the elder, from his words he knew that Zhuge Feng's master was a nascent soul powerhouse, yet he remained completely composed, which meant this elder was at least a nascent soul cultivator and certainly no ordinary one. At this thought, Zhuge Feng was startled and intended to report to his master, but a voice suddenly reached his ears. I am already here. You may withdraw. Su Bai had appeared before him seemingly from nowhere. Yes, master. Zhuge Feng obeyed and stepped back. So you are Su Bai? Impressive, young one. The elder looked at Su Bai, a note of emotion in his voice. His eyes held admiration, genuine admiration devoid of any envy or other sentiment. Indeed. Who are you? Su Bai appraised the elder and inquired. The man bore no killing intent or malice, so he was likely not an enemy. Otherwise, Su Bai would have struck him down already. This old man is Li Changkong. You may not have heard the name, but I have another identity you surely know. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. An elder of the Immortal Alliance. At the same time, a commotion arose from the heavenly ladder. Su Bai and Li Changkong both looked over to see the maiden named Yinner already ascending to the 10th step. At the same time, a commotion arose from the heavenly ladder. Su Bai and Li Changkong both looked over to see the maiden named Yinner already ascending to the 10th step. Elder of the Immortal Alliance. Throughout the entire continent, who among those who tread the path of immortality would not know of this? It represents the supreme pinnacle of the entire cultivation world, the most formidable of experts. What exactly is an elder of the Immortal Alliance? The top 32 powers of the Alliance each send one representative to form the Council of Elders governing the tens of thousands of factions within the Alliance. In other words, an elder of the Immortal Alliance is at the very least a figure of elder rank from the top 32 powers. Such an existence, even for a powerhouse like the Lingxiao sect, one of the 500 strongest, is a rare sight, a being at the zenith of the continent. Grandfather, I can't go any higher. The young girl descended from the 10th tier of the heavenly staircase, trotted over to the elder, and pouted, appearing quite dissatisfied. Haha, now you know that there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people, right? The elder chuckled heartily, patting his granddaughter on the head. The girl gave a snort, turned her head away, and muttered, impossible. I rank first in every assessment. Ooh, I've never performed this poorly before. Then the girl turned her gaze to Su Bai and asked, so what exactly does this entry assessment of your Heavenly Tao Sect test? This time she had shed her earlier mischievous demeanor and looked at Su Bai with a serious expression. Being the perennial top scorer, she was rather unwilling to accept her failure here. It has nothing to do with talent. The assessment is about fate. The fate with our Heavenly Tao Sect, Su Bai stated calmly. Fate? What a strange way to assess. The girl looked puzzled. Having visited many sects with her grandfather, this was the first time she had encountered such an assessment. If a genius with a heavenly spiritual root came, but lacked fate, would you still refuse them entry? The girl asked curiously. Indeed. If they cannot ascend the 60th tier, I would refuse, even those with a chaotic body, let alone a heavenly spiritual root. Su Bai said indifferently. The girl blinked, looking at Su Bai. So if someone who passes has no spiritual root, or is old and poor, would you still accept them? The disciples of my Heavenly Tao Sect are not judged by aptitude, but by character and fate. Everything else is irrelevant. Even if you have no spiritual root, as long as you have the affinity and are righteous, my sect welcomes you. Su Bai's voice remained even. Well said, not judging by aptitude. The elder beside them finally spoke, looking at Su Bai with admiration. To hold such a philosophy at such a young age, your future achievements will surely not be inferior to us oldtimers. I am truly impressed. You flatter me, Su Bai replied humbly. No need for modesty. I have traversed the world for over 1,000 years and have seen countless sects and powers as numerous as grains of sand. Yet all of them, when recruiting disciples, consider only 3 things: talent, wealth, and background. The elder continued. Only your Heavenly Tao Sect recruits disciples based solely on the principle of affinity, and admission is free, with free access to immortal arts. Such breadth of mind is truly rare in all the world. The girl nodded as well. This is my first time seeing such a thing, and it makes me quite fond of you. Su Bai smiled. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Haha, indeed not. The elder stroked his beard and laughed. Very well. My main purpose here is to invite your Heavenly Tao Sect to join the Immortal Alliance. Oh, the Immortal Alliance. Su Bai frowned. May I ask what benefits joining the Alliance would bring to my sect? The elder smiled mysteriously. Any golden core level power on the continent may apply to join the Immortal Alliance. However, few such powers are approved unless they have backing from one of the top 500. But for nascent soul level powers, almost none remain outside the Alliance. Once you join, whether purchasing immortal arts elixirs or spiritual tools, gathering spirit herbs, or trading resources, you can do so through the Alliance's channels. Most importantly, joining the Alliance signifies that you have its recognition. In the future, your Heavenly Tao Sect will face no restrictions in expanding its territory. The elder finished speaking and looked at Su Bai, awaiting his decision. He believed that no one in this world would refuse to join the Immortal Alliance. Yet to his disappointment, Su Bai's expression remained calm. In this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, so many benefits from joining the Alliance seem to defy common sense. Since joining the Alliance brings so many advantages, I'd like to know, doesn't a sect have to give anything in return? Su Bai asked. The elder paused briefly, then nodded. Joining the Alliance does come at a cost. Based on the sects rating, a certain amount of spirit stones and resources must be paid annually. For example, a golden core level power must pay 50% of its total annual income. A nascent soul level power pays only 40%. A spirit transformation level power pays only 30%. And if you rise to the top 32 of the Alliance, you need only pay 10%. Upon hearing this, Su Bai nearly laughed in anger. 40 to 50% of the total income. Even harvesting leeks isn't done this ruthlessly. This wasn't joining the Alliance, it was being exploited like a dog. Seeing Su Bai's grim expression, the elder added, don't be fooled by the hefty annual payment. The benefits are substantial too. For instance, if you have enemies, you can pay to hire stronger sects to act on your behalf. If you need a spiritual tool, you can purchase it directly from powerful sects at a discount. You can also attach yourself to a powerful sect to secure your own foundation. And you can send your most talented disciples to better sects for advanced cultivation. In short, once you join the Immortal Alliance, you secure your place in the cultivation world. These payments buy not status, but a life-saving talisman. Subai was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. What if I refuse? Refuse. The elder was taken aback, apparently not expecting such a response. Throughout the world, all powers great and small pride themselves on being part of the Immortal Alliance. They even advertise their alliance membership on recruitment banners to attract more candidates. Joining the alliance has become a symbol of a powerful sect. If you refuse, no one will bother you while your sect is still weak or insignificant. But as I see it, your heavenly Tao sect will inevitably grow stronger. When that time comes, many powerful factions will have a legitimate excuse to devour your sect under the pretext of purging the unorthodox. That is why I suggested your sect join the alliance. Though your gains may be less, it will be more than enough to preserve your foundation, the elder said gently. Subai smiled faintly. Thank you for your advice, but my mind is made up. My heavenly Tao sect will not join the Immortal Alliance. His words were firm and resolute, carrying undeniable weight. The elder sighed softly, clearly at a loss for how to persuade him further. But the girl beside him gave Subai a thumbs up. You've got spirit. I hope we meet again. Had to be honest, I don't really like the atmosphere of the Immortal Alliance either. Yenner, don't speak recklessly. The elder interrupted her before she could finish, glancing warily around. Loose lips sink ships. Never say such things again. All right, I know. The girl stuck out her tongue and replied playfully. You're grown up now, yet you still act like a child, the elder said with a helpless, bitter smile. Subai stood to the side, watching the two with interest. Then he spoke. If ever you wish to come to my heavenly Tao sect, its doors will always be open to you. My. The elder was taken aback at first, then burst into hearty laughter. He had come to invite Subai to join the Immortal Alliance, yet Subai was now returning the invitation, asking him to join the heavenly Tao sect. The tables had truly turned. What about me? What about me? Am I not welcome? Seeing that Subai had overlooked her, the young girl immediately jumped out, clamoring. Subai glanced at her and smiled. Everyone is welcome. This young girl surprisingly possessed a heavenly spirit root. Name Li Shiyan, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 9th layer spirit root, heavenly spirit root, physique, innate spirit body, sect loyalty, affinity, 20 at 16, already at the 9th layer of Qi refining. This was enough to eclipse all the geniuses of the great Zhao Empire. Even Lu Yinran, the current young mistress of the Cloud Heaven sect, had only reached the 6th layer of Qi refining. Moreover, Li Shiyan's affinity with the heavenly Tao sect had initially been only 10, allowing her to ascend just 10 steps of the heavenly stairway. Yet now, after this conversation, it had actually risen to 20. Such potential. In that case, I shall take my leave, the elder said, cupping his hands towards Subai with a genial smile. I look forward to meeting you again. With that, he turned and departed, taking Li Shiyan with him. Midway through the air, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Within the Immortal Alliance, there is currently no information regarding your heavenly Tao sect. I have been wandering the world and happened to arrive here. Hearing of the deeds of your heavenly Tao sect, I wish to extend an early invitation to you. I understand you have a grievance with the Spirit Firmament sect. It seems inevitable that news of you will reach the Immortal Alliance before long, and they will send someone else to invite you. But at that time, I cannot be certain of that person's disposition. Having spoken these words, he and Li Shiyan vanished into the depths of the void. Disposition. Subai gazed at the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips. I will deal with whatever comes my way. If they treat me with courtesy, I will not refuse a smiling face. But if they resort to coercion and threats, do not blame me for no longer treating them as human. In this world, strength had always reigned supreme. High above the 9 heavens, an unadorned flying boat sliced through the sky. Grandfather, I recall you usually speak very little to outsiders. Why were you so talkative today? Seated in the flying boat, Li Shiyan tilted her head and asked. Seeing that heavenly Tao sect reminded me of some things from the past, the elder said with a smile, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. He could not recall how many millennia ago it had been. He had almost forgotten what it had been like back then. That was during the pioneering era of immortal cultivation, wasn't it? The past, eh? I heard that you, grandfather, also founded a sect a very, very long time ago. It seems you also took in those of low talent. Later, for some unknown reason, it disbanded. Could you tell me about those days? Li Shiyan fixed her bright, dark eyes on the elder, brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom passed through the elder's eyes. He looked at the young girl beside him. He had intended not to tell her, but thinking of the path ahead, he sighed inwardly and said, a very, very long time ago, there were no cultivators on this land. Humanity was still in a primitive era. In that age of darkness, humanity was so insignificant. All beasts preyed upon humans. People surged forward one after another, finally blazing a trail of immortal cultivation, gaining greater power to protect the human race. Through eons, the path of humanity's immortals finally shone brilliantly and they established their foothold on the continent. Then came the era of pioneering the immortal path. Your grandfather was born in that time. All of humanity gathered their strength. Countless people risked their lives to test the path, and at last they perfected the immortal arts leading to higher realms, sending the first batch of people to those greater heights. Later humanity ruled the world. Countless myriad demons bowed their heads. Humanity had reached its zenith. Sect contribution points 50. Sect contribution points 10. Sect contribution points 40. Early in the morning, Subai received 3 consecutive notifications of contribution points. I recall they hadn't accepted any tasks yesterday. Could it be? Subai's mind stirred slightly, and he called up the information on his disciples. Name Zhuge Feng, age 18, cultivation Qi refining 5th layer spirit root, heavenly spirit root, sect loyalty, affinity 97. Name Xiao Lingxi, age 16, cultivation 4th layer spirit root, high grade, Yin spirit root, physique, primordial Yin body, sect loyalty, affinity 97. Name Mu Lingxian, age 16, cultivation Qi refining 1st layer spirit root, demon spirit root, nether abyss, demon flame, physique, heavenly demon body, sect loyalty, affinity 92. In a single night, all 3 disciples had broken through in cultivation. Zhuge Feng had broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refining, and Xiao Lingxi had followed closely, reaching the middle stage of Qi refining. What surprised Subai the most, however, was Mu Lingxian. In a mere day, she had successfully achieved Qi refining. Her speed was no less than that of Zhuge Feng with his heavenly spirit root. Was this the power of the heavenly demon body? Truly formidable. A knock sounded at the door. Enter, Subai said, looking up. The door opened gently, and Zhuge Feng walked in. Upon entering, he knelt respectfully on the ground, presenting a stack of papers with both hands. Subai was filled with confusion. He reached out and took the papers from his hands. Leave application. Subai read on. There were 8 sheets in total, amounting to over 10,000 characters. Was it necessary to write so much for a leave application? Subai looked at Zhuge Feng. What is the meaning of this? Zhuge Feng replied respectfully. Reporting to Master, this is your disciple's leave application. I have some personal matters to attend to and need to be away for a few days. I am specifically requesting your permission. Is it necessary to write so many words to ask for leave? Subai asked, utterly perplexed. Zhuge Feng nodded. Master may not know this, but according to the rules of the Spirit Firmament sect, a disciple wishing to take leave must write an application of at least 10,000 characters, and even then approval is not guaranteed. Please rest assured, Master. Although your disciple is requesting leave, all duties have been assigned. The task of recruiting new disciples today will be handled by junior brother Xiaoyan. My 100 spirit herbs have been entrusted to junior sister Lingxi for care. Nothing concerning the sect will be affected. I humbly request Master to grant your disciple's leave application. Having said this, Zhuge Feng bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground in earnest supplication. Subai, wait, it's just asking for leave. Was there any need to make it so solemn? The leave application. The sheer volume of words could practically be compiled into a book. No wonder they called it an application document instead of a form. The Heavenly Tao sect is not the Spirit Firmament sect. We don't have so many rigid rules and regulations. This is not a prison, and we certainly do not restrict the freedom of our disciples. If you need to take leave, there is no need to write any application. Just inform me. If it's an urgent matter, you don't even need my consent to leave the sect. Subai waved his hand and said, Master. Zhuge Feng looked up, his expression one of shock. Could asking for leave really be this simple? He had just been worried that Master might not agree. He had already prepared a long speech in his heart, ready to beg if necessary for Master's consent. Yet before he could utter a single word of it, Master had already agreed. What, you don't want to take leave anymore? Subai said with a smile. No, your disciple thanks Master for your kindness. Zhuge Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Before you leave, add the rules for taking leave to the sect's regulations. From now on, anyone who needs leave just needs to inform me. Subai waved his hand. Yes. Zhuge Feng bowed and withdrew, his heart filled with gratitude. His sect loyalty increased by another point, reaching 98. A moment later, Zhuge Feng descended the mountain. His gaze fixed on the distance, one hand clenched into a tight fist, a deep-seated hatred surfacing in his eyes. Father, Mother, I thank Master for his guidance. Your son now possesses enough strength to avenge you. Master, someone has already ascended to the 59th step of the heavenly stairway today. It seems that tomorrow new junior brothers and sisters will be joining us. Another day had passed, and Xiaoyan approached Subai with a hint of excitement in his voice to report. Subai nodded, not surprised, as he had anticipated this moment. How is your physical training progressing? He asked, looking at Xiaoyan. Master, I have never slacked in my cultivation these days. Now I can easily lift a 1,000-pound boulder and am nearing the 2nd level of the physical realm. Xiaoyan declared with pride. 3 years from now, when you face Lu Yinran, do you believe you can defeat her? Subai inquired again. Rest assured, master. I am fully confident in defeating Lu Yanran, Xiaoyan stated resolutely. Before entering the heavenly Tao sect, he had indeed felt utterly powerless against Lu Yanran. But now, having joined the heavenly Tao sect and witnessed such extraordinary celestial arts with senior brothers and sisters breaking through cultivation realms as easily as eating and drinking, his mindset had naturally transformed. Was the Cloud Heaven sect truly formidable? Though it ranked among the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance, it paled in comparison to the heavenly Tao sect. Master, I shall take my leave now to cultivate, striving to catch up to my senior brothers and sisters soon. Xiaoyan bowed, then turned and ran down the mountain. His upright back exuded boundless energy. Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoyan possessed exceptional talent and extraordinary insight, a rough gem that, if properly refined, held limitless potential. And not just Xiaoyan, all 5 disciples of the heavenly Tao sect were the same. He turned to see Xiao Lingxi practicing her swordplay nearby, her techniques growing increasingly sharp, with sword momentum surging like tidal waves into the void. Yi Qingyao was preparing dinner. Ever since Xiao Lingxi had mistaken salt for sugar last time, Su Bai had never let her enter the kitchen again. That flavor was something Su Bai had no desire to experience again. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyou's culinary skills rivaled those of a divine chef. By now, the aroma had already wafted across the entire peak. Moreover, for each day she cooked, she earned 1 merit point. With those points, she could exchange for cultivation pills to accelerate her training and compensate for her foundational weaknesses. Mu Lingxian assisted on the side, using her spellcast flames to replace firewood, honing her precision in controlling fire. First, she practiced with ordinary flames, then attempted to control demonic flames. All the disciples were incredibly diligent, which filled Su Bai with relief. How could the heavenly Tao sect fail to flourish? 86 miles southeast of Cloudwater City lay a small town called Yellow Earth Town. Behind the town on the mountain, Zhuge Feng knelt before 2 tombstones, tears streaming down his face. Father, mother, your son has been unfilial, unable to grant you a life of happiness and joy. Your son encountered a fortunate opportunity and was accepted into the heavenly Tao sect. Now I have become a cultivator. A year ago you died with your eyes open in resentment. I did not immediately avenge you, not because I valued my life, but because I lacked the strength in and had to endure. Had I died, your vengeance would never have been fulfilled. Now that I possess sufficient power, I will make the Ouyang family pay a grievous price and avenge you both. Ouyang family, just wait for me. Zhuge Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He knelt before the graves for an entire night, only rising slowly at dawn. A powerful surge of killing intent and malevolence erupted from him, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway. Father, mother, your son goes now to avenge you. Zhuge Feng wiped the tear stains from his eyes, bowed deeply before his parents' graves, and then departed resolutely. At the Ouyang estate in Yellow Earth Town, the mansion was bedecked with lanterns and colorful banners, bustling with activity. Inside, the clamor of gongs and drums mingled with the crackling of firecrackers. A birthday banquet was underway, with a hall full of numerous guests. In an ornately decorated courtyard, dozens of finely dressed men and women had gathered, surrounded by an array of rare jewels and treasures exuding immense opulence. Old Master Ouyang sat in the seat of honor, his face beaming with joy. Haha, today marks my 60th birthday. Your gracious presence here truly honors my humble abode. He stroked his beard, smiling broadly as he surveyed the guests below, wishing Old Master Ouyang boundless blessings and a long life. The crowd raised their hands in congratulations. Haha, excellent, excellent, excellent. Old Master Ouyang nodded repeatedly. Then, shifting his tone, he declared loudly, that so many distinguished guests have come to celebrate my 60th birthday is a stroke of immense fortune. Whether my Ouyang family can ascend to greater heights depends on your continued support. Today I have specially prepared fine wine and delicacies, hoping you all will enjoy yourselves to the fullest. The Ouyang family was the wealthiest landlord in Yellow Earth Town, with abundant riches and numerous estates. Even in Cloudwater City, they ranked among the notable affluent households. Thus, those attending his birthday celebration were naturally prominent figures, merchants, wealthy landowners, and cultivators. Smack! The crisp sound of a wine glass shattering carried a hint of chilling malice. Old Master Ouyang's face instantly darkened as he glared downward, his expression turning ugly. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He'll repay you. The speaker was a plainly dressed woman, evidently a servant of the household. She trembled all over her legs, shaking uncontrollably. Everyone knew that Old Master Ouyang had a violent temper, often beating or killing servants at will. At last year's banquet, a servant who accidentally broke a teacup was beaten to death on the spot. When her husband came to argue, he too was beaten to death in the street. Normally, the servants lived in constant fear, treading as if on thin ice, terrified that a single wrong word might incur the master's wrath. Master, I have elders to support and young children to raise. My baby is waiting for me to return to nurse. The woman burst into tears, kowtowing and begging for mercy, her forehead striking the ground with a dull thud until it bled. Yet old Master Ouyang remained utterly unmoved, his coldness absolute. Drag her out and bury her. He uttered the cruel decree with chilling indifference, casually sealing a person's fate. Yes. Immediately, two burly men rushed forward and dragged the woman out. Master, please spare me. I can't die. My child is still waiting for me to come home. The woman wailed pitifully. But no matter how she struggled, she could not escape her fate of being hauled away. Old Master Ouyang did not even lift his eyelids, as if the woman's life or death was utterly irrelevant to him. All right, let the feast continue. Everyone please drink and be merry. Old Master Ouyang waved his hand, a smile returning to his face as if nothing had happened. Cheers. The guests in the hall also raised their cups, clinking glasses in lively toasts, with laughter and chatter filling the air. To people like them was a servant's life truly a life. It was merely crushing an ant. In this world, the strong could do as they pleased. Bang, bang. Suddenly, two dull thuds sounded from outside the gate, followed by a tremendous crash. The two burly men who had just dragged the woman away came flying back inside, spitting blood uncontrollably. The guests, who had been chatting and laughing, froze in shock, all turning to look toward the main entrance. Old Master Ouyang also furrowed his brow, his expression souring. What's happening? A figure appeared at the gate, one hand hoisting a massive object wrapped in black cloth, and strode in. At the same time, a faint, emotionless voice echoed through the courtyard. For the Ouyang estate's birthday celebration, Zhuge Feng comes bearing gifts. Boom. Zhuge Feng slammed the heavy object he was holding onto the ground, causing the courtyard to rumble. This scene drew the attention of many, all eyes turning to Zhuge Feng as murmurs arose. Zhuge Feng, who is that? What is under that black cloth? From the sound of it hitting the ground, it must weigh over 1,000 jin, right? Over 1,000 jin. Did he lift it with one hand just now? Hiss. Judging by his demeanor, he's here with ill intent. Wretched. Old Master Ouyang erupted in fury, pointing at Zhuge Feng and roaring. Who do you think you are, daring to cause trouble in the Ouyang residence? You seek death. Attack. Kill him. The four guards beside him instantly drew their blades and stepped forward. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the venue. The four swung their weapons at Zhuge Feng, yet they could not harm even a single hair on his body. Bang, 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 bang. Zhuge Feng raised his hand and struck, felling each of the four with a single palm. They crashed to the ground, spitting blood and falling unconscious. The crowd of guests was greatly startled, retreating several steps. Oomph. Old Master Ouyang snorted coldly, rising to his feet and fixing his gaze on Zhuge Feng with a solemn expression. The power Zhuge Feng had just displayed was far from mortal. This intruder was actually a chi cultivator. Only a cultivator could be impervious to mortal weapons and possess the overwhelming strength to crush ordinary people. However, he remained undaunted. The Ouyang residence had stood for decades. How could it lack a foundation? Not to mention anything else, even he himself was a cultivator. Who exactly are you, daring to run wild in my Ouyang residence? Old Master Ouyang bellowed coldly, his body slightly crouching as he assumed a combat stance. Heh. Zhuge Feng let out a light chuckle, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes, icy and sharp. The one who kills you. Arrogant brat. Old Master Ouyang roared in anger, stomping the ground and leaping into the air, sweeping a whip-like kick toward Zhuge Feng's head. Chi refining fourth layer. Whoosh. The air turned sharp as if it could tear space itself. This technique, known as whip kick of soul severance, was Old Master Ouyang's signature martial skill. Though he had only reached the entry level, its momentum was astonishing and ordinary cultivators could not withstand it. Yet in Zhuge Feng's eyes it was still insignificant. Swish. Faced with Old Master Ouyang's move, Zhuge Feng merely reached out, caught it, and flung him away with force. Thud. A dull sound rang out as Old Master Ouyang flew sideways, crashing heavily onto the host's seat. He stared in shock, gazing at Zhuge Feng with a look of utter disbelief. You. Chi refining fifth layer. Such a young chi refining fifth layer. Old Master Ouyang's eyes widened, his expression one of sheer incredulity. He was 60 years old and had consumed countless resources just to barely step into the midstage of chi refining. Yet Zhuge Feng, seemingly under 20, had reached chi refining fifth layer. Who exactly are you? When did the Ouyang residence offend someone of your caliber? The expression on Old Master Ouyang's face finally turned grave as he asked in a deep voice. He had always acted with caution and keen judgment, never offending those he could not afford to cross, especially such a young prodigy. Who am I? Ouyang Shui, don't you recognize me so soon? Zhuge Feng sneered, striding to the center of the hall. Huh? What did you say? I don't understand. Ouyang Shui was stunned, his face full of confusion. The surrounding guests were also taken aback, some puzzled, others bewildered. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he could find no impression of Zhuge Feng. My parents were beaten to death on your orders. Zhuge Feng spoke slowly, his tone grim and icy. Your parents? Ouyang Shui frowned, still unable to recall who they were. He had killed far too many servants for the slightest mistake on a whim when in a bad mood, or even when in a good one. Yet though he killed many, he had his own principles. He only killed servants, those lowly people, who could never seek revenge against him. A year ago at your 59th birthday banquet right here, a woman accidentally broke your teacup. Do you remember? That was my mother. My father came to reason with you, and you had him beaten to death in the street. I am the aunt you once deemed unworthy to kill. Zhuge Feng spoke coldly, each word uttered through gritted teeth. Slap. Ouyang Shui trembled violently as if struck by lightning, and suddenly recalled something, crying out, It's you. How is it possible? A year ago you were nothing but a weak mortal. In just 1 year, how could you have cultivated to Qi refining 5th layer? He refused to believe it, utterly unable to accept this reality. It was simply too incredible. 1 year, from a mortal to Qi refining 5th layer. What a joke. You never expected that the aunt you looked down on a year ago would come seeking revenge today. Zhuge Feng spoke coldly, his eyes blazing with terrifying light, his murderous intent suffocating. Today this gift you Ouyang Shui must accept it whether you like it or not. Zhuge Feng waved his hand, sweeping aside the black cloth to reveal the gift beneath. When the surrounding crowd saw the gift, their faces changed dramatically, and they stared in shock. It was an iron coffin. Presenting a coffin at a birthday celebration. This was a conflict of no return. All irrelevant people leave immediately. After 3 breaths, anyone remaining in the courtyard will be buried with it. Zhuge Feng's voice was low, as if from the depths of the underworld, brimming with killing intent. Rustle. As his words fell, the entire Ouyang residence fell into dead silence. Run. Some maids and servants trembled, quickly lowering their heads and fleeing. Zhuge Feng did not trouble them. After all, they were innocent. Vengeance should be sought from the right party. Though his killing intent surged, he was no indiscriminate murderer. However, as a wealthy merchant was about to leave, a pebble suddenly struck his thigh, causing him to fall to the ground in agony. Crack, thud. He screamed, writhing on the ground, clutching his thigh. A year ago, when my parents were beaten to death, you laughed on the sidelines. How could I forget? Zhuge Feng's gaze was as cold as Tintho sandy-rolled ice, exuding a bone-chilling aura that made hearts tremble. This scene caused some to shudder violently, for they too had been present a year ago, laughing and rejoicing, just like today. Back then they had watched the servants being beaten to death, as if it were a farce. Now was it their turn? Everyone, are you going to run? Ouyang Shui suddenly spoke, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the guests. This kid has cultivated to Qi refining 5th layer in just 1 year. He must have either obtained an extraordinary opportunity or an unrivaled immortal technique. Each of you is a notable figure from various places, either skilled in unique arts or accompanied by powerful guards. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one man? If we kill him, we can share his opportunities and immortal techniques. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ouyang Shui spoke, coldly tempting them. Everyone, you are all heroes of your domains. Why fear a single person? Hearing his words, the guests hesitated at first, then their expressions shifted. Indeed, no matter how strong Zhuge Feng was, he was just one man. If there was a peerless immortal technique, they would strike it rich. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Qi refining 5th layer was formidable, but there were many Qi refining cultivators present, and he was not yet invincible. What the Ouyang family head says is true. If we unite, we can surely kill him. Exactly, as long as we stand together, he cannot survive. Hearing this, the other guests chimed in agreement, greed flickering in their eyes. Watching their gazes, Zhuge Feng's expression grew colder. I only intended to teach you a lesson, but it seems you are all seeking your own doom. Go kill him. No matter how strong he is just a man. With so many of us, we can surround and finish him off. Go kill him, seize the immortal technique, and make a name for ourselves. Kill. Shouts erupted as the crowd lunged forward, surrounding Zhuge Feng. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying waves of spiritual power raged, sweeping across the entire scene. In an instant, wood chips flew and dust rose. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Thus, these wealthy merchants and officials understood that while wealth is important, it must be protected by power. Therefore, they had all practiced immortal techniques themselves, even if those techniques were bought from the black market and of poor quality. But after all, they had money to spend on the sect for pills to increase their cultivation speed, and they had been cultivating for quite some time, so they could exhaust some of their time to gain some cultivation. Thus, these people generally had some level of cultivation, with a few of the stronger ones even reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, like Ouyang Shui. There were also some individuals with low cultivation only at the first or second level, but when they went out they would hire some disciples from sects as their bodyguards for a hefty price. As a result, among the dozens present, everyone possessed a certain level of cultivation. Moreover, some bodyguards who had not entered the venue rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions echoed as Zhuge Feng moved his feet, transforming into an afterimage and charged directly into the crowd. With each punch, someone would scream in agony, sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. In almost an instant, 3 bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Zhuge Feng, spitting blood. He stepped on the chest of the nearest person, speaking coldly. If no one avenges my parents, then I will do it myself. After saying this, he threw another punch into another person's chest, breaking their ribs and causing them to spit blood and fall unconscious. Anyone who obstructs my revenge, kill without mercy. Zhuge Feng scanned the crowd and said indifferently, kill. With a roar, everyone charged toward Zhuge Feng. These people had become bloodthirsty and even more frantic. The stronger Zhuge Feng became, the more outrageous his immortal technique was, and thus their rewards would be even greater. At this point, there were no longer any so-called grudges or enmities. All that remained was a hint of madness in their eyes. Kill him. Seize the immortal technique. Kill. This thought crazily proliferated in everyone's minds, escalating rapidly. So much so that all of them forgot to think, failing to notice that the instigator was quietly hiding in the corner of the crowd, avoiding the fight. Ouyang Shui hid at the back of the crowd, watching the chaotic scene with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kill, kill. The more you kill, the better. If you really kill this kid, do you think you'll be able to obtain the immortal technique? If you are killed by this kid, all your assets will be swallowed by me. Ouyang Shui was extremely excited in his heart, and his gaze grew increasingly vicious. In his eyes, regardless of the outcome, he would be the only winner. And now all he had to do was wait. Wait for Zhuge Feng to be killed by these people, or for these people to be killed by Zhuge Feng. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement, as if he was very close to the peak he had always dreamed of. All it takes is a little push, and that would be enough. Tiandao Sect. Early in the morning, a long line had already formed at the mountain gate, waiting for the assessment time to arrive. The reputation of Tiandao Sect had spread rapidly, attracting more and more people. A rising Yuanying level force. If one joined early, they would be an elder-level disciple. A month ago at the 100 Sects conference, I knew that Tiandao Sect had an extraordinary future and would surely thrive, but 30 taels of silver a month is just too expensive. You weren't saying that back then. Among us, you were the one who belittled Tiandao Sect the most. Free entry to the sect. Chi refinement stage 9 immortal techniques are all free. Is that true? Just 30 taels of silver a month, while in other sects you can't even buy the first level of immortal techniques. But this celestial ladder is too difficult. It has taken me 2 days just to reach a dozen levels. If only I could buy an entry quota with money. Moi. You think having money makes you special? Those major sects have inflated their entrance fees because of people like you, and they demand higher prices every year. Damn, no age limit for the assessment. Respect, it's too good. Other sects only accept those under 20, saying that if you're older, your foundation is set, and it's against the heavens. Hurry and call my old grandpa. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, all talking about Tiandao Sect. Xiaoyan looked at the time and shouted, the assessment time has arrived. As soon as the words fell, the crowd at the mountain gate ceased their discussions and rushed up the steps, like people racing to the cafeteria once mealtime arrived. At the mountaintop, Su, by having nothing to do, opened the Points Mall to check the details of the items exchanged by the disciples these days. Mu Lingxian Fire Control Technique, Qi Refinement Pill. Yiqing Yao Qi Refinement Pill. Xiaoyan Body Refinement Pill, Blood Qi Pill. Xiao Lingxi Wind Chasing Sword Technique, Qi Refinement Pill. Zhuge Feng Dog Beating Stick Technique, Qi Refinement Pill, Blood Qi Pill, Qi Recovery Pill, Explosive Qi Pill. As he continued to read, Su Bei's expression slightly changed, fixating on the Explosive Qi Pill. Explosive Qi Pill temporarily boosts potential to increase Qi Refinement stage strength by 10 times, price 10 points. This kid, what is he doing exchanging for such a pill that consumes potential to enhance strength while taking a leave? It seems he must have some enemies or crises. Su Bai pondered, glancing at his own Points Mall. Teleportation Talisman can teleport to one's disciples regardless of distance, priced at 100 points. In Huangtu Town, Ouyang Manor. Spiritual energy surged, and the sounds of battle, explosions, screams, and curses intertwined. Outside, a crowd looked at Ouyang Manor, none daring to approach for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Inside, Zhuge Feng was like a war god wielding a large iron rod, knocking down one attacker after another. Bang bang. As he swung his arms, a series of dog-beating stick techniques unleashed the air, exploding with thunderous sounds. One by one, people flew out from around him, crashing through walls and falling into the dust. The entire Ouyang Manor except for a few distant buildings was utterly destroyed and in ruins. Yet this seemed far from over, it was only escalating. In Zhuge Feng's mind, all he could see were the scenes of his parents being killed. All of this made his hatred boil, and the aura of slaughter filled his entire consciousness. Anyone who harmed his parents deserved to die. At this moment, no one could stop him. Even those at the 4th level of Qi refinement could not withstand a single blow from Zhuge Feng's iron rod. Their weapons shattered along with them. Moments later, there were hardly any standing individuals left in the courtyard. Nearly 100 people, when combined, were cut through by him alone. At this moment, Zhuge Feng was covered in blood, but he couldn't tell if it was his own or that of his enemies. The remaining few finally snapped out of their bloodthirsty frenzy, utterly terrified by the sight before them, and fled with piercing screams. Finally, Zhuge Feng turned around, his eyes fixed intently on Ouyang Shuai, who had yet to make a move. Today, no one can stop me from killing you. A year ago, you murdered my parents. Now let me make you taste the despair of being slain. Prepare to die. With his words, Zhuge Feng shot toward Ouyang Shuai like a bolt of lightning. With a flicker of his form, he appeared before him. Thwack! He swept his staff out in a strike as swift as thunder, its trajectory utterly indiscernible. Yet facing this ferocious blow, the aged Ouyang Shuai showed no fear. Instead, a cold smirk curled on his lips. Whooshed! A flying sword shot out from deep within the Ouyang estate at breakneck speed, hurtling toward Zhuge Feng. Quick to react, Zhuge Feng raised his iron staff to block it. Boom! The flying sword collided with the massive iron staff, unleashing a burst of explosive energy that swept across the surroundings. A nearby boulder was sent flying, crashing into the distance with a thunderous roar shrouding the area in dust. Even Zhuge Feng, struck by the immense force, was forced back several steps, his hands numbed. Haha, you little beast, what do you think now? You want to kill me? Not a chance. Seeing the flying sword repel Zhuge Feng, Ouyang Shuai burst into laughter. Did you truly believe the Ouyang family grew powerful without any hidden cards? Merely at the 5th level of Qi refining, no matter how extraordinary your strength, it has its limits. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Hearing Ouyang Shuai's mockery, Zhuge Feng slowly lifted his head. However, he did not look at Ouyang Shuai, but stared into the depths of the Ouyang estate. Their 2 figures approached leisurely. One was an elder with snow-white hair and brows. The other was a young man dressed in lavish brocade, bearing the air of a scion from a noble house. Late Qi refining stage. Zhuge Feng's gaze locked onto the elder, realizing that the Ouyang family had such a formidable expert backing them. If you want to kill my father, you lack the ability. Master, kill him. The young noble cast a contemptuous glance at Zhuge Feng, curling his lips disdainfully, then turned and addressed the latest Qi refining elder with deference. Thanks for eliminating so many of my rivals. The Ouyang family's power can now more than double. Ouyang Shuai walked over, his face dark and sinister as he sneered at Zhuge Feng. He then bowed to the latest Qi refining elder. Fortunately, Elder Huang is here with my son, who otherwise I would have been doomed today. The elder, surnamed Huang, replied indifferently, for the sake of your being my disciple's father, I may intervene. But afterward, the immortal art belongs to me, and your Ouyang family must give me 1,000 taels of gold. Ouyang Shuai's fleshy face twitched slightly, but he hid it while replying with fawning flattery. Elder Huang jokes. For your help this time, the Ouyang family will be forever grateful. 1,000 taels of gold will surely be delivered to the Yellow Sand Sect. Elder Huang nodded coldly in acknowledgement. To the Ouyang family, ordinary people were as disposable as ants devoid of any rights. Yet in the eyes of the Yellow Sand Sect, the Ouyang family was merely a well-trained money-making dog by the roadside. Yellow Sand Sect. Zhuge Feng frowned slightly. He had heard of this sect. It was the overlord of several towns within dozens of miles around Yellow Earth Town. Its strength even surpassed that of the White Wolf Sect. He hadn't expected the Ouyang family to have ties with the Yellow Sand Sect. Bang! Elder Huang took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from him, instantly locking onto Zhuge Feng. He was not merely an ordinary latest Qi refining cultivator. He had reached the 9th level of Qi refining, for whole minor realms above Zhuge Feng. Such strength was comparable to some stewards of the Lingxiao sect. I am an elder of the Yellow Sand Sect, boy. You are quite talented. If you hand over the immortal art, I might consider sparing your life. Elder Huang stared coldly at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng gripped his iron staff tightly, remaining silent, his eyes fixed fiercely on Ouyang Shuai and Elder Huang. The path of cultivation is not easy. Why force this? Elder Huang shook his head. Swish. With that, he stomped the ground, transforming into a blur as he charged at Zhuge Feng. So fast. Zhuge Feng's eyes narrowed, and he only had time to raise his iron staff across his chest. Elder Huang formed hand seals, condensing them into a mark that slammed heavily onto the staff. The next moment, Zhuge Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying. Thud. His body crashed into the courtyard wall, blasting a massive hole through the thick masonry. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Though he possessed a heavenly spirit root and a spirit weapon allowing him to overcome foes at the 6th level of chi refining and even contend with the 7th, he was utterly helpless against the 9th level of chi refining. The 9th level was terrifyingly formidable. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuai's face twisted into a vicious grin. A mere 5th level chi refining cultivator was nothing before the 9th level elder of the Yellow Sand sect. Oh, a spirit weapon. After the strike, Elder Huang gazed at the unscathed iron staff in Zhuge Feng's hand, surprise flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by greed. A spirit weapon, a foundation establishment tier treasure that even the Yellow Sand sect's master did not possess. With it, his power could increase by 30%. Its value could no longer be measured in gold. He would stop at nothing to obtain such a treasure. Little bastard obediently hand over the spirit weapon. The next instant, Elder Huang dashed forward, appearing before Zhuge Feng in the blink of an eye. He reached out his right hand, grasping for Zhuge Feng with absolute confidence. At that moment, a wild gleam flashed in Zhuge Feng's eyes, and he swung his massive iron staff in a horizontal sweep. Clang! The next second, the staff struck Elder Huang's right hand, producing a crisp sound. He grunted and retreated hastily, his expression shifting to one of shock and uncertainty as he stared at Zhuge Feng. The boy's strength had surged far too much in an instant. Zhuge Feng rose slowly, his eyes locked onto Elder Huang, and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Will you also stand in the way of my vengeance?" His tone was so frigid it seemed to freeze the very air into frost. Elder Huang's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel that the current Zhuge Feng was extremely dangerous. The 7th level of chi refining. That aura is from a chi burst pill that temporarily unleashes potential. No wonder your strength has increased so much. A trace of wariness appeared in Elder Huang's eyes, but it was overshadowed by greed. The chi burst pill was potent, but it was only a pill. Its effects were limited in duration. And even if he was at the 7th level of chi refining, so what? He himself was at the 9th level, completely crushing Zhuge Feng in terms of cultivation realm. Now it will cost 5,000 taels of gold. Elder Huang said in a low voice, naming another price. 5,000 taels. Ouyang Shuai's aged face twitched. This would cost nearly the entire fortune of the Ouyang family. Yet now Elder Huang was his only lifeline. Gold could be earned anew, but a life lost was lost forever. Very well. As long as Elder Huang can eliminate this brat, the Ouyang family will present 5,000 taels of gold within a month. Ouyang Shuai gritted his teeth, seeing no other choice now. Elder Huang nodded, then turned his gaze back to Zhuge Feng. Young man, no one stops you from seeking revenge. But today your misfortune is to have crossed paths with me. Prepare to die. In the next instant, his aura surged violently. He formed hand seals and struck a palm towards Zhuge Feng, blazing dragon palm. Suddenly, a mass of flame materialized from thin air. With a roar, the flames coalesced into a fire dragon that swept towards Zhuge Feng with overwhelming force, scorching the very air in its path. Break! At that moment, Zhuge Feng bellowed. He swept his iron staff horizontally, tearing the fire dragon into shreds. The next instant, Zhuge Feng leaped into the air, swinging his iron staff with fierce momentum to strike Elder Huang. The staff collided with Elder Huang with a deafening crash, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling in all directions. Elder Huang staggered back several steps, his expression turning grim. This brat's strength is formidable. He had assumed that even if Zhuge Feng had reached the 7th level of chi refining, he could easily suppress him. But things had turned out unexpectedly. Still, that was all it was. He was an elder of the Yellow Sand sect, a powerhouse at the 9th level of chi refining. How could he possibly lose to a mere youth? Elder Huang, kill him quickly. Ouyang Shuai shouted from a distance. Rest assured he won't live much longer. Elder Huang sneered. Opening his mouth, he spat out a flying sword that shot through the air like a meteor straight towards Zhuge Feng. The flying sword tore through the void with a sharp, piercing sound. Zhuge Feng's expression stiffened as he shifted his arm to dodge the attack. At that moment, Elder Huang had already closed in. He grabbed one end of the iron staff with one hand while reaching for Zhuge Feng's throat with the other. I have fought for decades. How could a mere boy like you stand against me? Elder Huang's face twisted into a vicious sneer as his fingers, like eagle's talons, aimed to tear Zhuge Feng's throat apart. Haha, kill him, kill him. Ouyang Shuai laughed maniacally. As Elder Huang drew nearer, Zhuge Feng slowly closed his eyes. Scenes from a year ago flooded his mind. His family had lived by farming 2 acres of land. His father had worked from dawn till dusk, toiling in the fields. But the Ouyang family, the largest landowners in Yellow Earth Town, demanded that all farmers in the town hand over 80% of their annual harvest. Failure to pay meant a beating. If the beating didn't yield results, they would sell the people and their goods. With such exorbitant demands, 2 acres of land couldn't even support a family of 3. His mother had no choice but to work as a servant for the Ouyang family, earning a pittance to support the household and saving money in the hope that her child could one day enter the path of immortality. But his mother was beaten to death by Ouyang Shuai's orders. Even in death, her hand clutched a few pieces of silver, the hope she had saved for her child to enter the immortal sect. His father went mad and sought to reason with Ouyang Shuai, only to be beaten to death in the street before him. No one stood up for them. No one dared to offend the Ouyang family. In this world there was no law, only fists. Back then, if he had acted impulsively, he too would have been beaten to death. But to avenge them, he swallowed his grief, crawling like a dog to appease Ouyang Shuai's murderous intent. That night, under a torrential downpour, he dug graves with his bare hands, ignoring the blood on his palms, and buried his parents, erecting headstones. He swore that a gentleman's revenge was never too late. Ouyang Shuai must die. The Ouyang family must be destroyed. Until Ouyang Shuai was dead and the Ouyang family annihilated, he could not die. In an instant, his eyes snapped open. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, blasting Elder Huang backward. Old fiend, die. At this moment, Zhuge Feng's body was wreathed in flames like a demon god. He raised his iron staff and swung it fiercely down at Elder Huang. Impossible. Your aura. Elder Huang's heart trembled violently, his face a mask of disbelief. The shadow of death loomed over him as he frantically summoned his flying sword to block. But as the iron staff descended, the flying sword, his life's work and ultimate trump card, shattered into pieces. Crack. The staff, carrying unimaginable force, smashed heavily into his chest. Elder Huang's body was sent flying backward, a bloody mangled wound torn across his chest. He crashed heavily to the ground, drenched in blood. At this moment, Zhuge Feng's power had soared far beyond the 9th level of qi refining. You burned your spiritual root. Lying on the ground, Elder Huang struggled to speak, but before he could finish, a gush of blood erupted from his throat. His head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. However, before dying, he had managed to send a signal summoning the experts of the Yellow Sand sect. Burning one's spiritual root meant burning one's life. This was a desperate mutual destruction trump card exclusive to those with high-grade spiritual roots. Zhuge Feng's life had begun its countdown. Once the flames of his life burned out, he too would be doomed. But he was fearless. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuai was stunned with terror. He had never imagined that Elder Huang of the Yellow Sand sect would die at the hands of a youth. And that youth was coming for him. Now it's your turn. Zhuge Feng's gaze was icy as he walked slowly to Ouyang Shuai. Raising his iron staff, he brought it down without hesitation towards Ouyang Shuai's head. Father, what are you doing? Ouyang Shuai, in a desperate move, shoved his only son forward to shield himself. The iron staff crashed down onto the son's head. The sound of shattering bones followed, accompanied by a miserable scream, and a corpse fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend why his own father would do this. Ouyang Shuai tried to flee, but how could Zhuge Feng allow it? Zhuge Feng casually flung a shard of the flying sword, pinning Ouyang Shuai's ankle to the ground. Ouyang Shuai collapsed, and meeting Zhuge Feng's icy stare, a chill ran down his spine. What kind of gaze was that? It was as if he were looking at an insignificant ant. The very same expression Ouyang Shuai used to wear when he ordered his men to beat others to death. You're burning your life force. Don't you want to live? Ouyang Shuai screamed in terror, scrambling backward. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. I only want you dead. Zhuge Feng roared, unleashing a year's worth of pent-up hatred. He swung his iron staff and smashed it viciously down onto Ouyang Shuai's head. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. I only want you dead. Zhuge Feng roared, unleashing a year's worth of pent-up hatred. He swung his iron staff and smashed it viciously down onto Ouyang Shuai's head. At this moment, the flames of vengeance blazed, consuming everything, even himself. The youthful blood within him seethed, burning and releasing the most scorching radiance. No, you can't kill me. Ouyang Shuai's pupils contracted as he let out a hysterical roar. Bang! Yet his words held no sway. Whether threats or pleas, nothing could stop Zhuge Feng's actions now. The iron rod in Zhuge Feng's hand descended without pause, striking heavily atop Ouyang Shuai's head. This blow is for my mother. Bang! This blow is for my father. Crack! This blow is for the people of Huangtu town oppressed by you. Crack! This blow is for myself. One strike after another, each infused with boundless fury and Zhuge Feng's deep-seated hatred never waning. Ouyang Shuai was beaten into a pulp, his death utterly gruesome. Bones shattered, blood splattered, organs ruptured, his body beyond recovery. Thud, thud, thud. After several more strikes, Zhuge Feng staggered on the verge of collapse, cracks appearing on his skin as if he were about to disintegrate. He panted heavily, drenched in sweat. He knew his life was ticking away, yet he felt no fear. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered overhead and raindrops as large as beans poured down, just like the storm a year ago. Unsteady on his feet, Zhuge Feng looked up at the pitch-black sky, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Father, mother, your son has finally avenged you. He murmured to himself, tears glistening in his eyes. Whooshed, whooshed, whooshed. Figures emerged through the rain, appearing on the ruins of the Ouyang estate, both on the ground and in the sky. A banner revealed two large characters under a flash of lightning. Huangsha. You little beast, you killed Elder Huang and wiped out the Ouyang estate. The leader was a burly, muscular man, the vice sect master of the Huangsha sect with cultivation at the half-step foundation establishment stage. Apart from him, over a dozen disciples accompanied him, each exuding a profound aura with combat power, at least at the mid-chi refining stage. Just moments ago, Elder Huang, who was celebrating Ouyang Shuai's birthday in Huang to town, had transmitted a voice to him, weak and uttering only two words, immortal art. He immediately gathered the disciples and rushed to Huang to town, leading to this scene. Hand over the immortal art, and he'll spare your life. The burly man stared intently at Zhuge Feng. The immortal art was the foundation of cultivation. Even a fragmentary version possessed unfathomable power. The Huangsha sect's immortal art only allowed 20 cycles per hour. Elder Huang's dying words about the immortal art meant it far surpassed theirs. If the Huangsha sect obtained this immortal art, their strength would surely ascend to new heights. Even his own cultivation might break through to the foundation establishment stage. Zhuge Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, a look of profound scorn and disdain on his face. You sycophants, you are unworthy. Zhuge Feng stood proudly, his body trembling as his life neared its end, yet he remained upright and resolute as a spear. Since he refused the toast, don't blame us for being ruthless. The burly man's expression darkened and he barked. Everyone seize him. Capture him alive if possible, or otherwise extract his soul and let the sect master skin the fragments of his memory. Yes, vice sect master. The Huangsha sect disciples responded, drawing various magical artifacts and charging at Zhuge Feng with murderous intent. Haha. Zhuge Feng laughed heartily. With his vengeance fulfilled, he had no regrets in this life. I have avenged my parents. I, Zhuge Feng, have no shame before my ancestors. But Zhuge Feng's gaze turned toward the direction of the heavenly Tao sect. He had only asked for a few days off, but now he would have to break his word. A gentleman's revenge may take 10 years, but letting that old bastard Ouyang Shuai live another 10 years was unbearable. Why should the wicked live to old age? What meaning would a delayed revenge hold? Fortunately, he had met the most understanding master, the most important master in his life. It was his master who shortened his wait for revenge by more than tenfold. It was his master who gave him the strength to exact vengeance. Master's kindness I cannot repay in this life. If there is a next life, I still want to be a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. You want my soul? Dream on. In the next instant, Zhuge Feng's eyes burst wide open, a sharp light flashing, and his body trembled. Buzz! His dantian suddenly churned violently, like a volcano awakening after millennia of slumber. No, he's going to self-destruct. Fall back. The Huangsha sect disciples cried out in alarm, scrambling to retreat. Zhuge Feng, who had killed the 9th-level Qi refining Elder Huang, was stronger than the average 9th-level Qi refining cultivator. The self-destruction of such a powerhouse was far beyond what these mid-Qi refining disciples could withstand. At the critical moment, a rift in space appeared behind Zhuge Feng, and a figure stepped out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the turbulent spiritual energy within Zhuge Feng's body halted and then calmed. Why do something so foolish? Why fight alone? Didn't I tell you? The heavenly Tao sect will always be your strongest support. The voice carried a hint of reproach, yet also warmth like sunshine. Master. Zhuge Feng looked up in astonishment, seeing a handsome face. Subai, sensing that Zhuge Feng might be in danger, had used a teleportation talisman to arrive by his side. His decision was indeed correct. Had he been a moment slower, his eldest disciple would have perished. At the thought, Su Bei's face turned cold, and his gaze swept over the Huangsha sect members. Who dares to touch my disciple? Su Bei's icy words carried an unbridled, killing intent. The Huangsha sect members felt a chill run through them, as if plunged into an ice house. They stared at Su Bei in terror, for they could not discern his true strength at all. Moreover, how had Su Bei appeared? Tearing through space to descend. Did even the legendary nascent soul ancestor possess such heaven-defying means? In an instant, they were frozen in place. Boom! Su Bei waved his hand, unleashing the golden core magical artifact he had seized from the Lingxiao sect elder. It swept across, its immense power slaying all the stupefied Huangsha sect members, including the half-step foundation establishment vice sect master. Outside the heavenly Tao sect, Su Bei's strength was 10 times the combined power of all the sect's members. Normally, he should only be at the 9th level of qi refining. But this was no normal situation. Zhuge Feng's life-burning display of power far beyond the 9th level of qi refining had also been amplified tenfold. Now Su Bai had reached the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment was entirely different from qi refining, easily suppressing even the most powerful qi refining cultivators, especially since these men were already paralyzed with fear. Thus with a single blow they were all killed so effortlessly. Master, why have you come? Zhuge Feng stared blankly at Su Bai, who had suddenly appeared beside him. Foolish disciple, if you sought vengeance, why not tell your master, tell Lingxi and the others? Would it not be better for the entire Heavenly Tao sect to stand shoulder to shoulder? Su Bai sighed, waving his hand as he swept all the nearby storage pouches into his storage ring. Disciple, kowtows in gratitude for master's guidance these past days. Zhuge Feng wished to kneel and prostrate himself, but his body was no longer under his control, collapsing directly to the ground. Though Su Bai had prevented his self-destruction, the life he had burned could not be reclaimed. Moreover, the burning had persisted for far too long. Having burned to this extent, even if he wished to stop it was impossible. His entire celestial spirit root had been completely incinerated, leaving no hope of recovery. Oh, you! Su Bai was deeply grieved. Had he arrived a little earlier, perhaps he could have reduced the life burned and preserved a fragment of the spirit root. But now, it was too late for anything. He immediately grasped Zhuge Feng with one hand and the great iron staff with the other, muttering under his breath, "Teleportation talisman instantly returned to my disciple." Xiao Lingxi's side. Ding. As the host carries a living person, an additional 100 points are required. Proceed with payment. Pay and teleport swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai chose to exchange for the teleportation talisman. If he delayed any longer, it would not just be the spirit root at stake. Even his disciple's life would be forfeit. Ding. Deducting 200 points from the host. Teleportation commencing. A rift in the void enveloped Su Bai and Zhuge Feng, and in an instant they vanished without a trace. At the peak of the Heavenly Tao sect, Xiao Lingxi was practicing her swordplay when the void beside her suddenly tore open and two figures emerged from the gap. Startled by the sudden disturbance, Xiao Lingxi was initially alarmed, but upon closer inspection, she recognized her master and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet her sharp eyes immediately detected something amiss with Zhuge Feng. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" she asked in alarm. Returning to the Heavenly Tao sect, Su Bai's power instantly surged to an invincible domain. Suppress. He acted at once, halting the continued combustion of life and preserving the last vestiges of Zhuge Feng's existence. "Senior brother, take these pills quickly and heal yourself." Xiao Lingxi immediately handed Zhuge Feng several pills, but he simply shook his head. "Junior sister Lingxi, do not waste the pills. I know my condition well." He smiled bitterly, then forced himself to stand and bowed deeply to Su Bai. Disciple is unfilial, unable to repay master's great kindness. "Master, please forgive me." Finally, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Yellow Earth Town. The sky above the Heavenly Tao sect was clear and boundless. Over Yellow Earth Town, dark clouds gathered. Within those clouds, two ethereal figures seemed to emerge, passing through the torrential rain to appear in the sunlight, beckoning to him. The wronged souls who had died in resentment had finally left the darkness and stepped into the light. "Father, mother, have you come to fetch your child?" Zhuge Feng murmured to himself. "Master, you are so powerful. Surely you have a way to save senior brother." Xiao Lingxi could not bear it, looking at Su Bai with hopeful eyes. Su Bai's furrowed brow relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. "Rest assured, the heavens are not yet qualified to claim my disciple." Just moments ago, a system prompt had sounded in his mind. Ding. A disciple's loyalty affection has reached 100. Super reward has been issued. This prompt had come at the moment Zhuge Feng bowed to him. It meant that at that instant Zhuge Feng had cast aside all worldly attachments, leaving only the Heavenly Tao sect in his heart. The disciple's super reward: 19 revolutions creation immortal pill limited to disciple Zhuge Feng. The host's super reward: 1 future pill limited to host. 9 revolutions creation immortal pill, a supreme life-altering immortal pill capable of reshaping the physical body, reviving the dead, restoring youth, and awakening one potential to its utmost pinnacle. Potential including, but not limited to, physique, spirit root, and enlightenment. Future pill: after consuming it, the host can borrow the cultivation strength of his disciple Zhuge Feng 100 years hence, including future combat techniques and divine abilities learned. 2 super rewards. 1 for Zhuge Feng, 1 for himself. Truly worthy of being super rewards, they did not disappoint Su, by each being a peerless treasure. The 9 revolutions creation immortal pill, a supreme immortal elixir with the power to defy fate, would easily resolve Zhuge Feng's current predicament. Moreover, after his fate was altered, Zhuge Feng would only grow stronger. The future pill was also a remarkable trump card. Beyond the heavenly Tao sect, his strength was limited, but with the future pill, he gained a powerful hidden asset. After consuming the 9 revolutions creation immortal pill and growing even mightier, what level of power would Zhuge Feng attain after 100 years of cultivation? Golden core, nascent soul, or even spirit transformation? Disciple, swallow this, and all will be healed. Subai produced the 9 revolutions creation immortal pill and handed it to Zhuge Feng. Master, what is this? Gazing at the jade bottle before him, Zhuge Feng was puzzled. Though he did not know its contents, the bottle alone felt extraordinary to him. Merely touching it seemed to revive the withered vitality within him. Do not ask what it is, just swallow it. Subai waved his hand. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Zhuge Feng opened his mouth and inhaled. The jade bottle opened, and a crystalline pill entered his stomach. Instantly, the pill transformed into a surging pure essence of life spreading through his body. An indescribable sensation permeated every part of Zhuge Feng's being. At the same time, a resplendent lotus of many colors appeared beneath Zhuge Feng, its 12 petals slowly closing to envelop him within. The creation of heaven and earth, a rebirth from nirvana. When Zhuge Feng emerged, he would undergo a complete transformation. Master, what is this? It's beautiful. Xiao Lingxi gazed with bright eyes at the multicolored lotus. This is the lotus of creation. One day you shall possess one too. Subai smiled gently. Xiao Lingxi nodded obediently, her eyes already filled with anticipation for her own lotus of creation. Subai waved his hand, shielding the lotus of creation to prevent any leakage of its aura. After he finished, a robust voice suddenly echoed from the foot of the mountain. The head of the Xiao family of the great Zhao Empire has come to visit the heavenly Tao sect. Hearing this voice, Subai showed no reaction, but Xiao Lingxi trembled all over. She looked down the mountain and saw a group of people at the sect's gate. The moment she laid eyes on them, she was as startled as a frightened rabbit, blurting out, "Oh no, my family has found me." Within the grand hall, Subai sat high upon the main seat, his gaze calmly observing the group of people below. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, robust and stalwart, exuding a formidable aura. He was none other than Xiao Lingxi's father, the current patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Tianlong. As the head of one of the empire's 10 great aristocratic families, he possessed immense strength enough to rank among the empire's elite. Yet even a powerhouse like him, when faced with Subai, had to suppress his reluctance, take a deep breath, and bow slightly. After all, the reputation of the heavenly Tao sect had spread across the empire, and these strong individuals had heard of it more or less. They had instantly slain 3 golden core cultivators. Even the spirit firmament sect had been silenced. Greetings, Sect Master Su. Subai responded indifferently, saying no more. Xiao Tianlong, however, could not contain himself. He repeatedly clasped his hands and asked, Sect Master Su, I've heard that my daughter is cultivating at your esteemed sect. Is that true? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the entire palace, searching for a glimpse of his daughter. That's right. I am now a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. Xiao Lingxi stepped forward, her delicate face etched with determination. Upon seeing her, Xiao Tianlong's expression first brightened with joy, but then he sternly barked, "You wretched child. Come back with me at once." "I won't go back." Xiao Lingxi raised her head defiantly, refusing to yield. "Insolent. Are you rebelling against heaven?" Xiao Tianlong roared, reaching out with a massive hand of spiritual energy, attempting to seize her. "How dare you!" A cold rebuke rang out. The massive spiritual hand instantly disintegrated, and even Xiao Tianlong himself stumbled back several steps, his qi and blood churning violently, nearly spitting blood. This left him utterly astonished. A mere cold shout possessed such terrifying power. The rumors were true. The sect master of the heavenly Tao sect indeed commanded nascent soul strength. This is the heavenly Tao sect, not your Xiao clan. Subai stared coldly at Xiao Tianlong. Xiao Tianlong seethed with resentment, but dared not say another word. Confronted with such a disparity in power, he had no choice but to yield. Realizing that force would not work, he softened his tone slightly and said, "Daughter, come home with your father." "No." This time, before he could finish, Xiao Lingxi cut him off. "I want to stay here," Xiao Lingxi declared resolutely. Xiao Tianlong's face twisted with fury, but a sidelong glance at Subai doused his rage like a bucket of cold water. He took a deep breath and changed his approach again. "You used to be so obedient. Why won't you listen to your father this time?" "Obedient?" Xiao Lingxi let out a bitter laugh. "Since I was a child, you've been extremely harsh and strict with me. I had to master everything: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and dance. If I made the slightest mistake, you would hit and scold me. While other children played happily, I was forced to practice the zither all day. While other kids frolicked in their parents' arms, I could only kneel and endure beatings. From childhood to adulthood, I've never had my own freedom or autonomy. Even when I grew up, I couldn't choose my own life. You arranged for me to go to the spirit firmament sect as someone's concubine. In your eyes, am I your daughter, or merely an object for trade? Xiao Lingxi's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart filled with grief and grievance. Yet after voicing her feelings aloud, the pent-up pressure within her seemed to find release, and she felt much lighter. You? Xiao Tianlong's face darkened, and he was at a loss for words. He had never expected that his always obedient and well-behaved daughter would speak to him like this. If Subai weren't present, he would have slapped her across the face. You are my daughter, the jewel of the Xiao clan. Of course I want to make you even more outstanding. I arranged for you to go to the Spirit Firmament Sect, so you could cultivate their powerful immortal arts and gain the patronage of the Heavenly Firmament True Person, all for your own good. The Heavenly Firmament True Person is the greatest prodigy of our great Zhao Empire in a millennium. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage is a certainty. Don't underestimate his disciple Zhao Baoxiao, even if he seems a wastrel. He's naturally gifted, and the Heavenly Firmament True Person spares no resources on him. His future achievements are boundless. Becoming Zhao Baoxiao's concubine benefits both you and the Xiao clan. Xiao Tianlong spoke with conviction, but his words rang harshly in Xiao Lingxi's ears. In Xiao Tianlong's eyes, her existence was merely a tool for currying favor and power. I am not a bargaining chip for your exchanges. Xiao Lingxi gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with defiance. Nonsense. Xiao Tianlong's brows furrowed with anger as he snapped, I'm doing this for your own good. At the Spirit Firmament Sect, with the Heavenly Firmament True Person's backing, you'll have access to top-tier resources and immortal arts. What can you possibly gain here? Hearing Xiao Tianlong's words, Su Bai let out a cold laugh. This scene was all too familiar. How many parents back in his previous life had used the same excuse? That phrase, I'm doing this for your own good. How many children had it robbed of a proper childhood? Su Bai was one of them. With a disdainful snort, Su Bai cut off Xiao Tianlong's speech. Are you implying that my Heavenly Dao Sect is inferior to the Spirit Firmament Sect? Xiao Tianlong was taken aback. He had never expected Su Bai to challenge him like this. Comparing the Heavenly Dao Sect to the Spirit Firmament Sect, a sneer formed in his heart. There was simply no comparison. The Spirit Firmament Sect had stood for millennia with profound foundations, ranking among the top 500 sects of the Immortal Alliance. The Heavenly Dao Sect, aside from Su Bai, a single nascent soul cultivator, what else did it have? Its immortal arts were probably no match for even those of his Xiao clan. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. Sect Master Su, I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. He coughed dryly, forcing an awkward smile. Despite his deep contempt, Xiao Tianlong dared not openly antagonize him. After all, this was the Heavenly Dao Sect. If he provoked Su Bai, he might not leave safely. With this thought, he clenched his fists, then helplessly released them. But the Spirit Firmament Sect had issued a strict order. If he failed to bring Xiao Lingxi to them, the Xiao clan's days would be numbered. After a moment of deliberation, he suddenly turned to Xiao Lingxi, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Finally, he barked, Xiao Lingxi, your surname is Xiao. Don't forget that the blood flowing through your veins is from the Xiao clan. If you don't come back with me today, our father-daughter bond will be severed from this moment on, and you will no longer be a member of the Xiao clan. These words struck Xiao Lingxi like a thunderbolt, causing her delicate frame to tremble, severing their relationship to force her hand. At that moment, her heart turned utterly cold. She had clung to a faint hope that as her father, he might show her a shred of affection, giving her a chance to experience paternal love. But all of that dissolved into nothingness, replaced by the harsh reality. No matter how hard she tried, she could never escape her fate. If blame were to be placed, it was for being born a woman. If resentment were to be harbored, it was for being born into a great family. If hatred were to be directed, it was at her father, who saw only the interests of the clan. Xiao Lingxi's lips were stained with blood from biting them, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of anguish. She never expected that the one who would ultimately hurt her was her own father, the one dearest to her. Father. Don't call me father. I have no daughter like you. Xiao Tianlong snarled viciously. Then he strode towards the hall's exit, and the Xiao family members quickly followed. However, in his heart, he sneered coldly. Based on his knowledge of his daughter, this tactic would surely work. As expected, the moment he stepped out, Xiao Lingxi's voice rang out from behind. But what Xiao Lingxi said was not about going back with him. Fine, since you have never regarded me as your daughter, then from today onward, I, Xiao Lingxi, will have nothing more to do with you, Xiao Tianlong. Boom. These words struck Xiao Tianlong like a thunderbolt, making his whole body tremble violently. He spun around, his eyes fixed on Xiao Lingxi, and said coldly, What did you say? His gaze even carried a hint of murder. His own daughter dared to speak to him like this and embarrass him so openly. If they were at home, he would have beaten her half to death. I said we are severing our father-daughter relationship. Xiao Lingxi stared straight at Xiao Tianlong, raised her hand, and took off her storage ring. After pulling out a spiritual sword, she threw the ring at Xiao Tianlong's feet. This belongs to the Xiao family. Return it to you. The storage ring clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Tianlong lowered his gaze, but his eyes fell on the spiritual sword Xiao Lingxi had just drawn. This made his eyes narrow slightly. Before leaving, Xiao Lingxi had only carried an ordinary sword, at most a weapon for the early qi refining stage. But now the weapon in her hand was actually a spiritual artifact. That was a treasure used at the foundation establishment stage. Even if Xiao Lingxi had joined the Lingxiao sect, she wouldn't have obtained a spiritual artifact before reaching foundation establishment. The Tiandao sect actually gives its disciples spiritual artifacts. This left him shocked and uncertain. After doing all this, Xiao Lingxi turned and ran, disappearing through the back door of the hall. Xiao Tianlong wanted to chase after her, but Su Bei's gaze suddenly fell on him. Earlier you were the family of my disciple, so I allowed you in. Now the Tiandao sect does not welcome outsiders. A cold, indifferent voice rang out as Su Bei calmly stared at Xiao Tianlong. Patriarch, if the young lady doesn't return the generous gifts from the Lingxiao sect to the Xiao family, will likely have to be returned in full. A foundation establishment cultivator from the Xiao family whispered in Xiao Tianlong's ear. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Xiao Tianlong's face. Now not only would the gifts have to be returned, but the Xiao family would also suffer a heavy loss. However, when he met Su Bei's cold gaze, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. Tiandao sect. Just wait and see. Let's go. He flicked his sleeves and ultimately chose to give up, leading his men away in disgrace. After everyone had left, Su Bei slowly rose and went to the back mountain, where he found Xiao Lingxi sitting by the cliff weeping. The outwardly strong and chivalrous girl also had a vulnerable side within. At that moment, she was curled up, her shoulders trembling as she cried like a child. Su Bei stood beside her, waiting for her emotions to settle somewhat. After crying for an unknown time, Xiao Lingxi looked up and saw Su Bei nearby. Master, no matter what, he is still my father. Did I do something wrong? Xiao Lingxi wiped away her tears, her face filled with confusion and pain, murmuring to herself. Based on the upbringing she had received, this was an act of great filial impiety. No, you didn't do wrong. If you had gone with him today, that would have disappointed me. Su Bei shook his head. Master, do you support me too? Xiao Lingxi's face lit up with hope as she couldn't help asking. People are often trapped by what they couldn't have in their youth and obsessed with paths they couldn't choose in their youth. Since you were young, you have never been able to choose what you love or walk your own path. Everything has been arranged for you. He never saw you as a daughter, only as a bargaining chip to cling to the Lingxiao sect. Facing someone like that, why should you feel guilty? Su Bei shook his head and spoke calmly. Master. Xiao Lingxi's emotions were in turmoil. She bit her silver teeth and her eyes gradually regained clarity. Indeed, from childhood to adulthood, she had been either controlled or manipulated by her father, never having a destiny of her own. A year ago, on her father's birthday, Zhao Baoxiao of the Lingxiao sect came to the Xiao family, saw her once, and pestered her endlessly. Just the sight of someone like that made her feel nauseous, let alone becoming his concubine. Just thinking about it made the future feel suffocating. No, not suffocating. There was simply no future at all. From now on, your life is yours to decide. No one can interfere with your future anymore. Remember, the most important thing in life is not what you possess, but to live freely, happily, and brilliantly. As long as I am here, as long as the Tiandao sect stands, neither the Xiao family nor the Lingxiao sect can do anything to you. Su Bei's gaze was deep and distant, as if speaking to Xiao Lingxi and also to himself. Now no one could interfere with his life either, right? Yes, disciple remembers. Xiao Lingxi nodded, a trace of determination appearing on her face. The sorrow on her face instantly dissipated a bit, and she took a deep breath, rejuvenating her spirit. Indeed, from now on, Xiao Lingxi would no longer live for the Xiao family. She would live for herself, live for the Tiandao sect. Sect loyalty 97, 98, 99. At this moment, freed from the shackles of family, Xiao Lingxi's loyalty directly reached 99, just one step away from 100. Ding, disciples cultivation has broken through, rewards 60 sect points. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through and stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Su Bei's ear, causing his expression to shift slightly. He had just gained another 60 points, meaning a disciple had broken through from the 5th level of qi refining to the 6th level. At this cultivation level, it could only be Zhuge Feng who had consumed the 9 revolutions creation divine pill. Su Bei's strength was 10 times the sum of all the sect members. Except for the time when Zhuge Feng's life burning allowed him to briefly reach foundation establishment, his normal realm should be the 9th level of qi refining. To step into foundation establishment, the disciples would need to improve their cultivation by a great deal. 1 or 2 levels were far from enough. Because the gap between the 9th level of qi refining and foundation establishment was simply too vast. Yet he had broken through. That meant Zhuge Feng had not only reached the 6th level of qi refining, but had also gained an astonishing boost in combat power, enough to fight a chi-refining peak cultivator without even needing to burn his life. Crack crack. Faint sounds came from the space previously sealed by Su Bai. With a flicker he appeared beside the creation lotus. At this moment the creation lotus, having lost its essence, began to shatter, gradually revealing the figure inside. Zhuge Feng was clad in a golden armor of spiritual energy, exuding a majestic aura like a war god, intimidating all directions. He opened his eyes, and in an instant a sharp light burst forth like a blade, tearing through the air and shooting towards the 9 heavens. Such vast blood and chi made Su Bei's eyes light up. Zhuge Feng's miraculous fortune manifested in his weakest aspect, his physique. Now his physique had been directly elevated to the highest level, becoming the most supreme and formidable physique in the world. With such immense blood and chi and such a powerful fighting spirit, Su Bai almost instantly knew what kind of physique it was. The one renowned across the myriad realms. The Battle Saint physique. I pay my respects to Master. The moment Zhuge Feng woke up, he sensed Su Bei's presence and hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Without your assistance, I would surely have perished today. Su Bai smiled and helped him up. Since I have already accepted you as my disciple, I naturally will not disregard you. Feel your physical condition. How do you find it? Hearing this, Zhuge Feng immediately closed his eyes and carefully felt his body. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with shock, and slowly clenched his fist, producing a crisp, crackling sound. Master, I feel an immense power within me. Is this all granted to me by you? Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, Zhuge Feng was incredibly excited. It's so powerful. In this moment, he felt that he was dozens of times stronger than before. Simply breaking through a single layer could not have caused such an astonishing enhancement, indicating that his physical body had undergone a tremendous transformation. So much has been added. If he had such power during his revenge, why would he need pills or sacrifice his life? This time I could save you, but next time it might not be so. Do not act impulsively in the future, and do not recklessly burn your life away. Su Bai admonished. Yes, I will heed your teachings, Master. Zhuge Feng hurriedly replied with a bow. Su Bai then turned his gaze towards the mountain gate, where someone had already stepped onto the 60th level of the assessment ladder. Haha, I did it. I finally succeeded. Mother and father, did you see? Your child can finally enter the immortal sect. It was a young boy of average looks and dressed plainly, yet he was extremely excited, continuously shouting towards the mountain gate. With the first one succeeding, many others followed suit, rushing up with great enthusiasm. Once admitted into the immortal sect and practicing the immortal arts, one could become an immortal. Soon the second, third, fourth. Until sunset after the assessment concluded, a total of 7 individuals successfully reached the 60th level and passed the assessment. A moment later, Xiao Yin led the 7 to the mountain peak, gathering them before Su Bai. Among them were 3 young boys, 3 young girls, and even an elderly man with half his hair turned white. Immortal Master, I have long surpassed the age for cultivation. Can I still join the Tiandao sect? The elderly man asked nervously. The other boys and girls also appeared somewhat anxious. Some of them came from impoverished backgrounds, some had weak spiritual roots, and others were both poor and weak, having faced countless disdain from other sects. Would they be cast out again this time? Anyone who reaches the 60th level may join the Tiandao sect, but there are 5 sect rules to see if you can accept them. Su Bai said calmly. The group quickly perked up their ears to listen, fearing they might miss any details. First, do not kill the innocent recklessly. Second, do not bully the weak. Third, do not harm fellow disciples. Fourth, do not betray the sect. If any of these are violated, your cultivation will be revoked, and you will be expelled from the sect for serious offenses, execution. Finally, the monthly basic silver must be settled by the last day of the month. Can you accept that? After hearing Su Bei's words, everyone was stunned. Wait, can this even be called sect rules? Isn't this just basic moral conduct? If they can't adhere to these few rules, do they even deserve to be human? Moreover, other sects require submission of a month's worth of silver at the beginning of each month, and some even require payment for 3 to 6 months in advance. The Tiandao sect actually allows them to wait until the end of the month to pay for this month's silver. Coupled with the rules of free entry into the sect, free immortal arts, and being able to practice immortal arts upon joining, doesn't that mean even if they are penniless, they can still practice immortal arts? If the immortal arts are genuine, then the mere 30 taels of silver a month can be gathered with some effort by the last day of the month. What? You can't accept these rules? Su Bai said with a faint smile. No, we accept. Everyone quickly reacted and agreed, fearing that if they were slow, they would miss this extraordinary opportunity. Good, from now on you are the 5th generation disciples of the Tiandao sect. When you reach the 70th level, you will be promoted to 4th generation disciples. When you advance to 2nd generation disciples, you may take me as your master and become my direct disciples. Each additional second-generation disciple will be described in detail, hence classified as direct disciples. All right, now let your senior brother take you to select the immortal arts and work hard to cultivate. Su Bai instructed. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, following Xiao Yin towards the immortal arts pavilion. Soon each of them emerged from the pavilion with expressions of shock and delight. The immortal arts are real. Moreover, there are no charges. At least up until now, they had not spent a single coin to acquire the Qi refinement section of the immortal arts. All of this felt like a dream, making them feel as if they were floating like they were in a dream. Mother and father, did you see? I have not disappointed your expectations. I can finally cultivate immortality. I have participated in so many sect assessments over the years, and never has any been as smooth as this. After 50 years of seeking immortality and wisdom, I thought I would never have hope in this life. Unexpectedly, even in my old age, I have obtained such an immortal fate. There are no regrets in this life. Some cheered, some were joyful, and others wept uncontrollably. For the sake of seeking immortality, they had endured suffering over the years, bearing humiliation and making sacrifices that ordinary people could not even imagine, yet they had never been able to enter the immortal sect. Now, with the arrival of this immortal fate, the joy was something no one could comprehend. Seeing this scene, Su Bai smiled slightly. From today onwards, the Tiandao sect would truly be on the right track. Every day thereafter, the number of disciples in the Tiandao sect would increase, and it would grow faster each day. This is just the beginning. Once the first batch of disciples successfully cultivates and their reputation spreads, that will be the true moment of frenzy. The next few days unfolded just as Su Bai had anticipated. On the first day, there were 7 new disciples. On the second day, the number increased to 9 new disciples. On the third day, it even surpassed single digits, reaching 10 new disciples. In just 3 short days, there were 26 new disciples. Although these disciples were still mortals and did not significantly enhance Su Bai's strength, each of them was a potential gem. Once they all succeed in Qi refinement, even a small increase from each would accumulate, leading to a significant enhancement in Su Bai's strength. Moreover, the surge in the number of disciples had already completed half of the sect upgrade task, far exceeding the required 10 disciples. The sect upgrade now only lacked the appearance of a foundation establishment disciple, and this was just the beginning. On the 7th day, 18 new disciples were added. On this day, the number of disciples in the Tiandao sect successfully surpassed the 100 mark. Even more importantly, among the disciples recruited in the past 2 days, someone had already succeeded in Qi refinement. 7 days of Qi refinement, although far from the speed of Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi, was already terrifyingly fast in the eyes of the outside world. What first-class prodigy of the empire would seem like trash in the face of such speed? Disciple roster: 107 disciples in total. Mortals: 100 Zhang Gudanli Goshing. Qi refinement layer 1, 2 Lu Tieju Wang Ergu. Qi refinement layer 2, 2 Xiao Yin Yiqingyao. Qi refinement layer 3, 1 Mu Lingxian. Qi refinement layer 5, 1 Xiao Lingxi. Qi refinement layer 7, 1 Zhuge Feng. Gazing upon the current disciple roster of the heavenly Dao sect, Su Bai's heart brimmed with unparalleled joy. In just a single week, not only had he recruited over 100 disciples, but several, like Zhuge Feng, had also elevated their cultivation realms. Both Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi had advanced by 1 layer. Moreover, Zhuge Feng's breakthrough was a major leap from the middle to the late stage of Qi refinement. The late stage granted the ability to fly with a magic artifact, greatly enhancing both speed and escape capabilities. Mu Lingxian, blessed with the heavenly demon physique, had advanced by 2 full layers. Even Yi Qingyao, with her mortal body, and Xiao Yin, a body cultivator, had each risen by 1 layer. All things considered, even Zhuge Feng, the longest-serving disciple, had been in the sect for less than a month. In under a month from immortal to Qi refinement layer 7. If told to others, it would surely be dismissed as an absurd joke. Host: Su Bai, age 18. Realm Foundation Establishment layer 2. Items: medium-grade spirit stones 214, low-grade spirit stones 56380 gold, over 5 million taels silver, over 60 million taels. Subsequently, Su Bai examined his own information. Foundation Establishment layer 2. This was the feedback cultivation he had received 1 layer higher than 7 days ago. Though the increase was modest, one must remember this was a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage, not Qi refinement. The foundation establishment stage was more formidable than Qi refinement, yet equally more arduous to cultivate. Each step a new firmament. Many remain stuck at this stage for over a century without a single breakthrough, waiting for their lifespans to wither away. Precisely because of this difficulty, the prestige of Golden Core true persons within the empire was so immense, only a rare few ever managed to step into the Golden Core realm. Afterwards, Su Bai's gaze fell upon the items within his storage ring. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. It's the end of the month, time to distribute the monthly stipend. How should I allocate this first stipend? Subai pondered, his heart stirring with excitement. This was the Heavenly Tao Sect's inaugural stipend distribution, a momentous event. He must not disappoint his disciples. The base amount was 30 taels of silver. Should those with higher cultivation receive more? After all, his reserves of gold and silver were practically inexhaustible. After a moment, he had formulated a plan in his mind. The sect leader summons us all to the main hall. What could it be about? Are you daft? Look at the date. It's the last day of the month. I recall today's the payment deadline, and I haven't prepared yet. What have you been doing all these days? They'll lend you some. How much are you short? Murmurs of discussion echoed from every corner of the Heavenly Tao Sect as many disciples set aside their tasks and headed toward the main hall. Some had long prepared their silver, striding forward with chests puffed out and faces beaming with excitement. Others were a bit short, but quickly pooled together 30 taels with help from fellow disciples. Many even laughed heartily, making bets on who could reach the hall's entrance first. Despite having to pay, they were all immensely cheerful, a stark contrast to other sects where such payments would cause utter anguish. In other sects, one had to pay exorbitant sums just to glimpse a cultivation method unknown beforehand. Many spent a fortune only to be expelled without ever seeing a single technique. But in the Heavenly Tao Sect, receiving the techniques first and paying later was a scene of universal delight. Moreover, the sect's techniques were truly cultivable, not inferior copies, but powerful arts that accelerated cultivation. For such techniques, what was a mere 30 taels? Even 300 would be a bargain. This was the heartfelt sentiment of every Heavenly Tao Sect disciple. Zhuge Feng and the others also received Su Bei's telepathic summons. Counting on their fingers, they realized the significance of the day. Soon they all assembled in the main hall, forming neat, orderly rows. Before long, a figure appeared in the seat of honor. Greetings, sect leader. The crowd spoke with reverence, bowing and kneeling to Su Bai, their eyes blazing with intense adoration. It was Su Bai who had set them on the path of immortal cultivation. Greetings, master. Zhuge Feng, Xiao Lingxi, and the others also paid their respects with utmost deference. Rise. Su Bai spoke calmly. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, master. All the disciples rose, standing ramrod straight. I have summoned you all today for an important announcement, Su Bai began slowly. At his words, the hall fell silent. Everyone gazed at him intently, not daring to make a sound. Nearly a month has passed since the founding of the Heavenly Tao Sect. From utter emptiness, we now have 107 disciples. Over these days, I have witnessed and remembered your efforts, and I am deeply gratified. Hearing Su Bei's praise, the disciples below broke into joyful expressions. However, the Heavenly Tao Sect is still in its infancy. The road ahead remains long. Su Bai continued. At these words, everyone fixed their eyes on Su Bai. Thus you must redouble your efforts to enhance your own strength and the sect's power. Su Bei's gaze swept across the gathered disciples. Yes, we shall heed the sect leader's instruction. Yes, we shall heed the master's teaching. The disciples shouted in unison, their voices a resonant chorus. Seeing their fervor, Su Bai nodded with a smile. Finally he spoke. I believe you all understand the purpose of this gathering. Silver. The disciples cried out, their voices shaking the very rafters. Watching their excitement, Su Bai laughed as well. Indeed, when it came time for the monthly stipend, everyone was all smiles. Even in the world of immortal cultivation. Since you know we'll waste no time, let the distribution begin. Before Su Bai could finish, the disciples had already sprung into action. Sect leader, here is my 30 taels of silver. Sect leader, this is mine. Sect leader, here is our combined 60 taels. Master, this is our group's silver. In an instant, every disciple produced 30 taels, including Zhuge Feng, Xiao Lingxi, and the others who obediently did the same. The sheer quantity of silver cast a gleaming white reflection across the hall's dome, dazzling and resplendent. Su Bei's right hand paused on his left storage ring, ready to withdraw the disciples' stipends, but the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Wait, something's off here. Within the great hall, several thousand taels of silver appeared together, shimmering with a blinding radiance that made some unable to open their eyes. Disciples, what is the meaning of this? Su Bai was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he came to his senses and asked in confusion. Master, when you recruited disciples, the sign stated a monthly base of 30 taels of silver. This is our stipend for this month. Zhuge Feng stepped forward and replied respectfully. Stipend? This monthly base silver. You're giving it to me. Su Bai was perplexed again. This didn't seem right. Even the most unscrupulous entrepreneur from his past life paid monthly wages. Moreover, in the novels of his former life, disciples received cultivation resources every month, didn't they? Without resources, how could one cultivate in peace? Master, in all major sects, the monthly base silver is paid by the disciples to the sect, even for menial disciples, Zhuge Feng continued. Other sects require payment at the start of each month. A single day's delay invites scolding and beatings. That's nothing. Joining a sect requires a huge sum for entry fees, referral fees, and the like. Then you serve as a menial for half a year only to be dismissed on some flimsy pretext during the assessment. What a disgrace. Speaking of which, I served as a menial at the Yellow Sand sect for half a year. On assessment day, that blasted Elder Huang claimed I entered with my left foot first, showing disrespect, and kicked me out without even testing me. The Heavenly Tao sect is much better. Free entry fare and open assessments, and even the most precious immortal arts are free. If my family weren't poor, I'd think 30 taels a month is too cheap. Indeed, though I don't know the grade of this immortal art, I doubt 10,000 taels could buy a complete chi refining chapter. Sect leader, these 30 taels are our willing contribution. If the sect needs funds, we wouldn't mind a small increase. Then the other disciples chimed in, one after another, voicing their true thoughts. Su Bai was utterly bewildered. Listening to his disciples, he finally confirmed a fact. In this world, the amounts written on recruitment signs weren't given by the sect to disciples. They were what disciples had to pay. And even so many begged to join. Su Bai had seen many exploitative employers, but paying to work was a first for him. Was this the allure of immortal arts? Not only did you pay, but it was exorbitantly expensive. By this world's exchange rate, 107 disciples paying over 3,000 taels totaled more than 3 million. And that was just 1 month for 100 people. What about 1,000? 10,000? What about the Lingxiao sect, reputed to have 100,000 disciples? And that's for 1 month. What about a year? A decade? These major sects were dripping with wealth. No wonder the elders' storage rings were piled with gold and silver, all flaunting their riches. It was all earned through such means. Su Bai took a deep breath and sighed. Unfortunately, he had no interest in money now. Wealth required strength to protect. What he craved most now was power. If disciples had money to buy resources, their strength would grow faster. And as their strength soared, his own would skyrocket like a rocket. Seeing the hopeful gazes of his disciples, Su Bai waved his hand and declared, "Everyone, put away your silver." His words only stirred up the crowd. The sect leader won't take silver. Does he want gold? Or have we not done well enough and he's expelling us? Please no. Tell us what we did wrong and we'll change. Just let us stay in the Heavenly Tao sect. Is the silver not enough? We can raise more. I don't want to leave. The hall erupted in chaos, every face etched with anxiety. After all, who would want to leave? The Heavenly Tao sect's treatment was unmatched by any other. Even Zhuge Feng and Xiao Lingxi were momentarily stunned. Why wasn't the sect leader accepting silver? What was happening? Ahem. Seeing this, Su Bai cleared his throat to calm everyone down, drawing their attention. What I mean is, the monthly base silver isn't something you pay the sect. It's what the sect gives to its disciples. That's why I called you all here today, to distribute silver, not collect it. Understood? Su Bai explained. The moment he spoke, silence fell over the hall. The sect distributes silver. A voice echoed, clearly not yet comprehending. A sect giving out silver in this world was like the sun rising from the west. Anyone would be dumbfounded. That's right, distributing silver. Su Bai repeated, then waved his hand. A mountain of silver appeared in the hall, so vast that even those with no sense of quantity knew it was immense. So much silver. Piled together, it emitted a dazzling glow, quickening many a breath. For a moment, every disciple was frozen. Hiss! Sounds of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as their eyes widened in astonishment. Mouths agape. Master, what is this? Even Zhuge Feng was stunned, staring at Su Bai in disbelief. Distributing silver. Buddy hit me. Am I dreaming? One disciple said to another. Smack. After the slap, the disciple yelped in pain. Whoa, not a dream. It's really distributing silver. Gasps echoed again as many rubbed their eyes, unable to believe it was real. Now let's begin the distribution. Each of you receives a base of 30 taels of silver. Seeing the crowd shocked, Su Bai smiled slightly. With a wave, a portion of silver rose, divided into 107 equal shares, floating before each disciple. Some disciples took the silver, examining it from all angles, sniffing it, and even biting it to confirm. Damn, it's real silver. Only then did they fully realize that this was neither an illusion nor a dream. Pandemonium erupted. The disciples' faces flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening as they nearly wept over the silver in their arms. The disciples' faces flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening as they nearly wept over the silver in their arms. For so many years they have been exploited by the sect, suppressed by powerful families, oppressed by landlords, and bullied by bandits, leading to an incredibly difficult life. The world has already told them that these lower-class people have no status at all, living as cattle and horses, forever destined to be cattle and horses. However, in the Tiandao sect, they unexpectedly felt the importance of being valued for the first time. They are not cattle and horses, they also have their own value. They are human beings, not slaves. They have never experienced such happiness. Yet in the Tiandao sect, they felt an unprecedented sense of dignity and glory. At that moment, everyone's heart was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. To be born as a member of the Tiandao sect, to die as a soul of the Tiandao sect. I vow to follow the Sect Master to the death, absolutely no betrayal. In an instant, each disciple of the Tiandao sect knelt on the ground, shouting their slogans. At this moment, an invisible aura seemed to appear on everyone gathering in the great hall of the Tiandao sect. This is fortune. As the hearts of the people gathered, fortune was formed. Moreover, within the gathering of these disciples' fortunes, there was a faint trace of destiny that spread. Though extremely faint, it truly existed. The basic silver is used up, now it is time for additional rewards. Subai nodded slowly. Additional rewards. Upon hearing this, the disciples all showed expressions of shock and joy. Are there additional rewards? That's fantastic. Anyone who successfully refines chi will receive an additional 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, for each level they advance in cultivation, the basic silver they receive every month will multiply. Then with a wave of his hand, a large pile of silver appeared before the 7 disciples, including Zhuge Feng. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the amount of silver. Thank you for the reward, Sect Master. Thank you for your grace, Master. The 7 Kai refining disciples were all extremely excited, bowing deeply to Subai. The other disciples watching this scene were all envious. 100 silver for successfully refining chi, plus an additional 30, that's a total of 130 taels. My family's total income in a year is only a few tens of taels. I almost succeeded in refining chi. If I had known there were additional rewards, I would have refined chi overnight. No, I must work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the 3rd level of chi refining next month to earn a few hundred taels. The disciples in the hall were discussing eagerly, their eyes filled with fervor. At this moment, everyone thought about cultivating diligently to advance further and earn more silver. They had always been eager to cultivate, and now that there was silver to earn, the atmosphere of cultivation exploded. Zhuge Feng was also deeply moved as he watched the cheers of the disciples, recalling his days in the Lingxiao sect. When he was a handyman, he had visited the Lingxiao sect once, delivering a batch of goods and seeing some formal disciples of the sect. Even formal disciples, if their cultivation was low or they lacked backing, lived incredibly hard lives. Because the daily tasks were overwhelming, without overtime, they simply couldn't finish, let alone have time to cultivate. But the Tiandao sect is completely different. The daily task is to cultivate. The tasks accepted by the sect can also be exchanged for points to redeem pills, unlike the forced tasks of other sects that offer no additional rewards. A sect like this can truly thrive. Zhuge Feng seemed to envision the future when the master raises his arm and calls, millions of disciples will respond together. That must be a magnificent sight. In addition, there are awards for diligence, task completion, effort, excellence, and outstanding disciple, among others. The rewards may not be plentiful, so don't complain. With another wave of his hand, another pile of silver floated out. This time, nearly half of the disciples received rewards. Additionally, disciples in the chi refining realm can each receive low-grade spirit stones for free every month, based on their cultivation, level 1 for the first level of chi refining, 2 for the second level, and so on. Following this, Su Bai took out 21 low-grade spirit stones and distributed them to the 7 chi refining disciples. This scene once again shocked everyone, even more so than the silver. They are actually distributing spirit stones. Oh my, this is a spirit stone. One piece is worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. A precious item that can help cultivators rapidly enhance their cultivation. Thank you for the reward, Sect Master. Thank you, Master. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with fervent disciples, including those who had not succeeded in refining chi, all bowing to Su Bai. Such treatment has driven everyone insane. Cultivation must lead to refining chi as soon as possible. If you perform well, there will also be a year-end bonus, and the amount of the year-end bonus will be at least 3 months' worth of additional rewards. Su Bai continued, and as soon as these words fell, it made everyone even more excited. While there's also a year-end bonus. Hearing Su Bai's words, those who were still immersed in excitement immediately snapped back and became even more excited. The Sect Master is mighty. The Sect Master is mighty. The Sect Master is mighty. At this moment, Su Bai's figure appeared immensely tall in the eyes of the disciples, almost like a deity, making them worship him. If Su Bai were to check the disciples' information, he would find that the loyalty of nearly every disciple to the Sect Master was skyrocketing. After this wave, among the 102 new disciples, there was hardly one whose loyalty was below 70. However, with rewards come penalties. Every month, each person must climb the celestial ladder again. If you regress in your position on the ladder, all rewards will be cancelled. If you fall below the 60th level, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the sect. Suddenly, Su Bai's tone shifted, and he said coldly, "A decline in sect loyalty certainly indicates a rise in dissent. If loyalty declines too much, it could even lead to defection from the sect, which is something he cannot tolerate." The disciples understand. Instantly the disciples stood in respect, speaking with great reverence. Good, you're dismissed. Subai nodded slightly, and then waved his hand indicating that everyone could leave. The disciples take their leave. Everyone bowed and slowly departed. These disciples in groups of 3 or 5 all had expressions of happiness and excitement on their faces. To be able to join the Tiandao sect in this life, what luck I have. I didn't expect the sect to distribute silver. I'm so moved. From now on, at the sect master's command, I am willing to go through fire and water. Previously, my family went into debt to send me to the immortal sect, and I will use this silver to pay off the debts and tell my family this joyful news. I also need to go back. My family has been poor for years and my parents haven't tasted meat in a long time. I want to buy a big piece of meat to take home. The disciples discussed animatedly, each smiling as they walked into the distance. All of these words reached Su Bei's ears, and looking at the backs of the disciples, Su Bei smiled slightly. He could foresee that once these disciples returned to Yinshui City and spread the news about the Tiandao sect distributing silver, what kind of events would unfold. This news would center around Yinshui City and spread rapidly in all directions, ultimately sweeping across the entire empire. Those impoverished youths who could not enter the sect, those oppressed poor citizens, those lower-class people bound by rules, those unfortunate souls who have wasted their time seeking immortality. They will come from all over, crossing mountains and rivers, climbing countless miles to reach the Tiandao sect. At that time, the scale of the Tiandao sect will expand to a terrifying extent. If I were to summarize it in one sentence, Su Bei recalled a saying from the world before his crossing. A single spark can start a prairie fire. When the first batch of disciples descended the mountain and entered the city, the news of the heavenly Tao sect distributing silver began to spread gradually. At first, few knew of it, and the spread was slow. But once such explosive news reached a critical mass of people, the speed of its dissemination became utterly uncontrollable. As Su Bei had anticipated, in the following days, the reputation of the heavenly Tao sect exploded completely. What? Joining the heavenly Tao sect is free. Celestial techniques are free, and not only do you not pay silver each month, but they actually give you silver. Holy crap, is that true? Don't lie to me. In this world, is there really a sect that gives away silver? Celestial techniques are free. 30 taels a month. 100 taels for successfully achieving chi refinement. The higher your cultivation, the more you get. And there's no age limit for assessments. No requirement for good looks. Even the poor and ugly can join. This isn't a celestial sect. This is my own father. Many citizens of Cloudwater City were stunned. Then surprise and excitement spread across their faces, a surge of immense joy flooding their entire beings. If they could join such a sect, what incredible fortune that would be. Thus, even more people crowded the mountain gate of the heavenly Tao sect, all eager to pass the assessment and enter. A truly lively scene. With the news of silver distribution, not only did the number of assessment participants multiply several times, but more importantly, the sect's favorability among these people soared dramatically. Previously, at most only a dozen or so newcomers passed the assessment each day. Now that number had suddenly increased several-fold. For a time, the matter spread wildly within Cloudwater City, and soon reached the surrounding counties and prefectures. Moreover, it continued to extend farther and farther. The heavenly Tao sect had become completely renowned throughout the empire. Previously, when the sect killed the elders and disciples of the spirit firmament sect, the fame had only circulated among the empire's great sects. The common folk paid it no heed. For them, as long as they had food to eat, what did it matter if the empire changed rulers one after another? But this time was different. Originally, everyone could only afford one simple meal a day, hardly ever tasting meat in a year, living a tight and frugal existence. But now there was a celestial sect that provided room and board, free entry, free celestial techniques, and on top of that gave 30 taels of silver every month. 30 taels. Under the oppressive rule of the sect's landlords and powerful clans, even eating had become a problem. Earning 30 taels would take an unknown amount of time. But as a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, one could receive 30 taels each month. Madness, utter madness. In a large city 1,000 miles away from the heavenly Tao sect, at a street corner, a beggar sat against a wall, staring blankly ahead. This beggar had a stubbly beard, a face covered in grime, tattered clothes, and disheveled hair, filthy and unrecognizable. He remained motionless, staring fixedly in one direction, neither alive nor dead. Hey, have you heard about that heavenly Tao sect? The heavenly Tao sect. The new sect that's been all the rage these days, the one with a nascent soul powerhouse. Yeah, I heard that joining the heavenly Tao sect is completely free and they give out dozens of taels of silver every month. I've heard that too. It must be fake, right? Those sects are always trying to squeeze more out of people. How could they give away silver for free? Who knows? Anyway, we're barely scraping by here. Why not go check it out? What if it's true? Several passers-by walked nearby, discussing the heavenly Tao sect with great excitement, their words tumbling over one another. Upon hearing their talk, the beggar's previously still gaze shifted slightly. A faint spark of light slowly focused in his murky eyes. Free entry. Silver every month. He murmured, the light in his eyes gradually sharpening. With that thought, he slowly rose to his feet and walked to the middle of the road. Damn it, I'm already pissed off, and seeing you filthy beggars makes it worse. Beat him to death. A richly dressed young master, apparently venting his anger from somewhere else, roared. Immediately the gang of thugs behind him charged at the beggar. Not even the king of hell can save you today. How dare you block my path? Watch yourself in your next life. The young master sneered arrogantly, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. Bang! Several wooden clubs struck the beggar's head directly. The beggar remained unharmed, but the clubs all snapped in two. At the same time, the beggar slowly turned his head, his deep eyes calmly sweeping over the young master and his thugs. In an instant, both the young master and his thugs seemed frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Their wide eyes revealed terror, yet the light within them gradually dimmed. Rip! The next moment, the void beside the beggar tore open, and his figure vanished in an instant. Thud! As the beggar left, the young master and his thugs collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. 1,000 miles away, the towering, cloud-piercing Spirit Firmament Mountain housed a colossal entity known as the Spirit Firmament Sect. At this moment, on the highest peak of the Spirit Firmament Sect, two figures stood. One was a young man in a black robe carrying a pair of swords radiating a heaven-piercing sword intent. A single slash could split the sky and cleave the seas. The other was an elderly man with a youthful complexion and white hair. He stood with his hands behind his back at the peak's edge, gazing down at the vast earth below. Ling Xiao, what do you make of the heavenly Tao sect? The old man said calmly, his voice low, yet imbued with immense authority. He was an unfathomable, peerless powerhouse. Master, the heavenly Tao sect's leader Su Bai killed our sect's elder and disciples. He is absolutely unforgivable. The black-robed youth snorted coldly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. That's not what I mean. I'm asking about the heavenly Tao sect giving silver to its disciples. The old man waved his hand. Giving silver? I refuse to believe there's such a naive, nascent soul powerhouse in this world handing out silver to those ants. In my view, this is nothing but a scheme by the heavenly Tao sect. Master, let your disciple go and make the heavenly Tao sect pay for their actions. The black-robed youth shook his head with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Seeing this, the old man frowned slightly and sighed. Ling Xiao, though your talent is extraordinary, these 100 years have been too smooth for you, fostering arrogance and complacency. Remember, until you step into the nascent soul realm, never think to underestimate such a powerhouse. The black-robed youth retorted discontentedly. But isn't Master here? Can the heavenly Tao sect's leader really defy the heavens? The old man shook his head. Though I am formidable, which nascent soul cultivator in this world is ordinary. Without three of the same level joining forces, it's not easy to pin one down. If such a powerhouse cannot be killed in one strike and escapes, then until he dies, neither you nor I can sleep peacefully. The black-robed youth snorted. So we just sit idly by and watch the heavenly Tao sect grow, threatening our position. Rest assured, your master has a plan. The old man's lips curled into a cold smile. Offending our Spirit Firmament sect? How could we possibly let them off? I have already reported to the Immortal Alliance. Soon, they will send a powerhouse here. Su Bai was unaware of the reaction from the Ling Xiao sect, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. What he did know was that the heavenly Tao sect had already begun to develop rapidly. Now 7 days had passed since the beginning of the month, meaning it had been 7 days since the end-of-month silver distribution. At the mountain peak, Su Bai gazed at the disciples, watching some cultivate, while others labored, a look of deep satisfaction in his eyes. With nearly 1,000 disciples, the heavenly Tao mountain could no longer accommodate everyone, and the disciples had built new houses for miles around the sect's base. It's barely acceptable for now, but as the number of disciples grows, a radius of 10 miles may not be enough. Su Bai murmured to himself, shaking his head. The heavenly Tao sect needed expansion. However, upgrading the sect required a disciple who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Zhuge Feng would need more time to step into foundation establishment. Such matters could not be rushed. Master, every sect has its own uniform for disciples. I have designed several dozen styles for the 5th-generation disciples of the heavenly Tao sect. Would you like to take a look? Xiao Lingxi approached and handed Su Bai a booklet. He opened it to find it densely filled with patterns and clothing designs, even including detailed specifications for shoes and socks. There were 5 types of attire for the 5th-generation disciples, each with numerous revised versions. Seeing this, Su Bai couldn't help but look at Xiao Lingxi with admiration. Not bad. Unified attire fosters greater cohesion. Which one do you think is most suitable? Su Bai asked. Well, Xiao Lingxi flipped to the first page and said, I designed dozens of styles, but I still think the first version is the most beautiful. Master, take a look. For first-generation disciples like Senior Brother, they should wear golden brocade robes to display their temperament and lead the other disciples. We second-generation disciples can wear purple robes, third-generation disciples blue robes, fourth-generation disciples green robes, and fifth-generation disciples white robes. There are subtle differences between the attire of male and female disciples, and this hierarchy can further motivate the disciples in their cultivation. What do you think, Master? After listening, Su Bai nodded slightly. He had to admit that Xiao Lingxi had considered these matters quite thoroughly. Good, well, proceed with your designs. He'll leave the matter of the attire to you. Upon completion, he'll reward you with 50 points. First, order 10,000 sets with 2 sets for each disciple. The quality must be top-notch. Here is 1,000,000 taels of silver. If it's not enough, let me know. With a grand gesture, Su Bai handed a storage ring to Xiao Lingxi. Thank you, Master. I will do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction. A look of joy spread across Xiao Lingxi's face as she respectfully thanked him and left with the storage ring. Watching her excited retreat, a faint smile curved at the corner of Su Bai's lips. The Heavenly Tao sect was now taking shape. Indeed, in just 7 days the sect scale had expanded many times over. The number of disciples had grown from 107 to nearly 1,000. On the first day of the month, 20 new disciples were recruited. On the second day, 22 new disciples joined. In the first 2 days the news may have been delayed, leading to a modest increase. But as word spread to every corner of Yinshui City, it exploded. On the third day, 68 new disciples arrived. On the fourth day, the number of new disciples exceeded 3 digits for the first time, reaching 102. On the fifth day, it surged to 172. On the sixth day, it surpassed 200, reaching 218. The seventh day was the most astonishing, with an incredible 289 new disciples. In the first 7 days, there were a total of 102 new disciples. But after news of the silver distribution spread, the following 7 days brought 891 new disciples. Adding the disciples from the first 7 days and Zhuge Feng's group, the Heavenly Tao sect now had 998 disciples, just 2 short of 1,000. Over these 7 days, the disciples' cultivation levels had risen significantly, further enhancing Su Bai's own strength. Disciples information: number of disciples 998. Mortals 883, too many to list, please check individually. Qi refining first layer 108 Zhang Guden Li Goxing. Qi refining second layer 2 Lu Tieju Wang Ergu. Qi refining third layer 2 Xiao Yin Yiqing Yao. Qi refining fifth layer 1 Mu Lingxian. Qi refining sixth layer 1 Xiao Lingxi. Qi refining eighth layer 1 Zhuge Feng. In 7 days, over 100 disciples had successfully entered Qi refining. And those who had achieved Qi refining 7 days ago had nearly all advanced by 1 level. The fastest progress was made by Mu Lingxian, who broke through 2 more realms in 7 days, her cultivation now approaching Xiao Lingxi's. With so many new disciples and such significant improvements in cultivation, Su Bai's power naturally grew in tandem. Hostname Su Bai, age 18. Realm Foundation Establishment 4th layer. Items: medium-grade spirit stones 214, low-grade spirit stones 56348, gold 5 million taels, silver 60 million taels. Foundation Establishment 4th layer. A quantitative change led to a qualitative leap. The combined strength of nearly 1,000 disciples multiplied tenfold had not only broken through the Foundation Establishment barrier, but also propelled him to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. At this rate, how far could the peak of Foundation Establishment be? Was the Golden Core realm still out of reach? As Su Bai watched over the disciples, a void crack appeared in a corner of Yinshui City, and a beggar emerged from it. After appearing, the beggar's gaze fixed on the direction of the Heavenly Tao sect. Before him, numerous buildings obstructed the view. An ordinary person could not see even a trace of the sect. But in his eyes, it was as if these structures were non-existent, and he could see the Heavenly Tao mountain over 10 miles away. The moment he looked, the beggar froze. Above the main hall of the Heavenly Tao sect, a golden dragon was coiling. The dragon was lifelike, radiating a sacred and majestic aura. On the surface of the true dragon's body, wisps of mist swirled like strands of auspiciousness. This golden dragon was not real, but a faint phantom, yet it carried an inexplicable fortune. Moreover, ordinary people could not see this golden dragon at all. Only beings of his caliber, who had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, could perceive its true form. What stunned the beggar was that in this era he could still witness such a thing. He had long forgotten how many years it had been since such a phenomenon had vanished from the world. Such a golden dragon of fortune. Many years ago, when he was not yet a beggar but a spirited and passionate youth, he had also seen it. But when faith crumbled under irresistible forces, that fortune had dissipated without a trace. He murmured, his voice hoarse as it slowly emerged. Only when faith is condensed to its utmost can such pure fortune transform into a golden dragon. But under the relentless tide of irresistible forces, how long can your sect endure? The beggar's words faded into the air, leaving an unanswered question. The beggar's words faded into the air, leaving an unanswered question. At the teleportation array of Lingxiao's sect. Swish! The array shimmered with brilliant light, and the tremendous commotion drew the attention of all nearby. The continent was so vast that some regions spanned millions of li. Even a nascent soul cultivator formidable as they were could not traverse such distances swiftly by flight alone. Thus, teleportation arrays became the standard for ultra-long distance travel. However, their exorbitant cost rendered them unaffordable for most sects. Only those among the top 500 of the Immortal Alliance, like Lingxiao's sect, could barely possess one. At this moment, the array's radiance blazed intensely, and the disturbance grew louder. Generally, the greater the commotion, the farther the traveler had journeyed. In other words, the being about to emerge from Lingxiao's sect's array had likely come from millions of li away. For someone to travel such a distance to the tiny great Zhao Empire, one could scarcely guess their identity without speculation. The venerable elder of Lingxiao's sect, with hair as white as snow, yet a youthful complexion, adjusted his robes and led a group of experts, including a black-robed young man bearing a sword, to the exit of the teleportation array. With a dazzling streak of light, a rainbow-like beam shot forth from within, hovering in midair for a long time before settling. The Lingxiao sect and its members bow in reverence to the immortal envoy from the Alliance. The elder bowed, deeply prostrating himself devoutly before the figure in the sky. The black-robed youth and the others followed suit, kneeling on one knee in respectful salutation. As the light faded, a plump figure dressed in opulent attire appeared, clutching a massive chicken leg in one hand and a piece of roasted meat from some unknown beast in the other, eating with grease smeared across his lips. His manner of eating was coarse, his face round and chubby, resembling a pig. The Lingxiao sect's patriarch looked up. The array's glow had ceased, and in the air only the plump man remained. His aura, golden core perfection, not even nascent soul. May I ask which great power of the Immortal Alliance the esteemed envoy hails from? Is there an elder accompanying you? The elder inquired tentatively, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice. Yet the plump man did not even glance at him, let alone respond, continuing to savor his delicacies. Witnessing this, the Lingxiao sect elder felt embarrassed, and a surge of indignation rose within him. However, he dared not give vent to his anger, uncertain of the profound background this plump man might possess. Any disciple from the top 32 powers of the Immortal Alliance was far beyond what Lingxiao sect could afford to offend. Indeed, some formidable forces were such that even Lingxiao sect's backing dared not provoke them. But while the elder could restrain himself, the black-robed, sword-bearing youth could no longer hold back. "Fatty, my master is speaking to you," he barked sharply. If the newcomer were a nascent soul, it might be understandable, but a mere golden core perfection on par with himself dared to be so insolent. The plump man finally set down the chicken leg, wiped his greasy mouth, let out a burp, then turned to scan the black-robed youth. His narrow eyes narrowed further, emitting a dangerous glint. Scram! At that single word, the black-robed youth recoiled, as if struck by lightning, his chest caving inward. With a spurt of blood, he coughed out a mouthful. His former arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "How is this possible? You're golden core perfection, and so am I, yet why?" The black-robed youth clutched his chest, roaring in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fear. The plump man appeared languid, not even blinking, yet in that instant the youth felt as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast capable of tearing him apart with a single thought. After all, Lingxiao was the Empire's foremost prodigy. His advancement to nascent soul was all but certain, and he was virtually unmatched in the golden core realm. "Please, esteemed envoy, calm your wrath. My disciple is ignorant, do not hold it against him." The Lingxiao sect elder hastily interceded, pleading for Lingxiao. Though shocked by the plump man's display of power, the elder understood that this seemingly casual individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. At the golden core stage, he possessed strength comparable to a nascent soul. Was this the caliber of genius disciples from the top-tier immortal sects? "A mere ant like you. I could annihilate your entire sect with ease," the plump man snorted, withdrawing his gaze. The Lingxiao sect elder shuddered inwardly, cold sweat beading on his brow as he repeatedly assented. Lingxiao's face darkened ominously. As the Empire's foremost genius, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet now, facing this grotesquely fat man, he dared not retort. "I am a core disciple of the Heavenly Palace. Tell me, Lingxiao sect, what urgent matter do you have?" the plump man asked casually after a glance at Lingxiao. "What? A disciple of the Heavenly Palace?" The Lingxiao sect elder's eyes flew wide, his breath quickening. He had speculated many superpowers, but never this one. That was the supreme Heavenly Palace. He trembled with excitement, a frenzied cry in his heart. Heavenly Tao Sect, you are finished. At the Heavenly Tao Sect, Su Bai quietly observed as one newcomer after another ascended the 60 steps of the Heavenly Ascension Staircase. In just half a day, the number of new disciples who had reached the 60th step already surpassed the total from the entire previous day. At this rate, the number of new disciples today could exceed 500. At this recruitment speed, 10,000 sets of robes will only last a few days. Next time I should prepare 100,000, Su Bai murmured, stroking his chin. Just then, an inconspicuous figure quietly entered the territory of the Heavenly Tao Sect. It was a beggar who had emerged from the city of Yunshui, following the throng of people to the foot of the Heavenly Tao Sect's mountain, where the Heavenly Ascension Staircase stood for the trials. The beggar looked up at the bustling staircase and listened to the murmurs around him. Open trials. No age limit. No status restrictions. Even mortals may join. The beggar muttered to himself. Such a method of sect recruitment astonished even him. In his era, even sects blessed with the fortune dragon would impose spiritual root restrictions when accepting disciples. After all, sect resources were limited and disciples without spiritual roots were too costly to nurture. Yet this Heavenly Tao Sect treated even those without spiritual roots equally. Such breadth of vision and courage commanded his admiration. For the Heavenly Tao Sect had achieved what they had failed to accomplish in the past. At this thought, he fell silent, his expression complex. For a sect like this, I will do all I can to help it endure one more day. I only hope that regret does not come too soon. After a moment, he slowly walked toward the Heavenly Ascension Staircase. At the 60th step of the Heavenly Ladder, Yi Qingyao stood there congratulating every new disciple who reached this position. The task of recruiting new disciples was rotated among the second-generation disciples, and today it happened to be Yi Qingjiao's turn. Haha, I made it too. 7 days. Do you know how I've survived these 7 days? A young man, having arduously climbed to the 60th step, leaped up and shouted in excitement. Below, everyone watched him, with envy, climbing with even greater effort. Congratulations, junior brother, on reaching the 60th step. Please wait to the side. When the assessment ends, I will lead you to the main hall. Yi Qingyao nodded and offered a faint smile. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. The young man grinned in response and walked to the side, standing with the others who had passed the assessment. Soon more people succeeded in climbing, and the number of those who had reached the 60th step or above grew. Congratulations, junior brother, on reaching the 60th step. Please wait to the side. When the assessment ends, I will lead you to the main hall. Another person ascended, and Yi Qingyao spoke instinctively. A mortal body. Qi refining third layer. A hoarse voice sounded, and Yi Qingyao looked up in astonishment to see a beggar standing before her. Though he was a beggar, Yi Qingyao showed no disdain in her eyes, instead confusion arose. Could this person see through her cultivation level? If so, his strength must surpass hers, but how could a cultivator be a beggar? Yet this doubt soon faded, and she smiled, saying, You have passed the assessment. Please come this way. The beggar stood still, his gaze sweeping over the others who had passed, noticing many wore patched, tattered clothes. Among the 300 or so, few had strong spiritual roots, most were of mixed spiritual roots. Geniuses were rare, mediocrity was the norm. He even spotted another beggar like himself among them. The rumors were true. The Heavenly Tao Sect truly treated everyone equally. Then his gaze shifted back to Yi Qingyao, this mortal-bodied maiden at the Qi refining third layer, who showed no hint of contempt when facing him. I am a beggar. Can I still enter the sect? The beggar asked. Of course. As long as you pass the assessment and abide by the sect rules, anyone can join. Yi Qingyao replied. Can a beggar enjoy the same treatment as others in the sect? The beggar pressed further. Yi Qingyao smiled gently and continued. All disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect are equal. The harder you cultivate and the higher your cultivation level, the better your treatment will be. After speaking, she added, Before the master took me in, I was also a beggar. She did not shy away from her humble origins. Even compared to others, she never felt inferior. Because her master once told her, you cannot decide your birth, but your future depends on your choices. The beggar paused, took a deep look at Yi Qingyao, and then stepped onto the 61st step. Yi Qingyao was momentarily stunned. This beggar intended to keep climbing. She did not stop him, but quietly followed behind, curious to see how far he could go. 62nd, 63rd, 64th. Soon the beggar had already stepped onto the 70th step. While many had reached the 60th step, making it unremarkable, at the 70th step, there was no one else. Instantly, countless gazes fixed on the figure at the 70th step, and when they saw it was a beggar, shock rippled through the crowd. Damn, even a beggar can climb this high. How can I fall behind? Am I even worse than a beggar? Hell, half a month has passed. They'll go all out and reach the 60th step today. In an instant, more people surged forward, unwilling to be outdone by a beggar, all striving to reach the 60th step. Meanwhile, the beggar had already ascended to the 80th step and kept going. When he stepped onto the 80th step, Yi Qingyao halted, surprise flickering in her eyes. Until now, aside from the master's first 6 disciples, everyone else was stuck in the 70s. No one had ever reached the 80th step. The 70th step marked a 4th-generation disciple, which she had not overseen. But at the 80th step, she had to report to the master. With this thought, she hurried to the mountaintop and found Subai. Master, someone has reached the 80th step of the heavenly ladder. She paused mid-sentence, for Subai was standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the beggar on the 80th step. No, not the 80th step. In the time she had run to the summit, the beggar had climbed another 10 steps. That is, he had already reached the 90th step. The 90th step, the same as her 2nd-generation disciple. And on his first entry into the sect, she covered her cherry lips in astonishment, disbelief flooding her eyes. Not only her. The beggar's ascent to the 90th step drew countless gazes. It was madness. Subai's expression remained unchanged. The moment the beggar stepped into the heavenly Tao sect's territory, he had already sensed it. Though the beggar's appearance, demeanor, and aura were utterly unremarkable, causing ordinary people to overlook him, he was different. Within the heavenly Tao sect's domain, he was absolutely invincible. Even the slightest trace could not escape his perception. If the beggar were truly ordinary, he might not have noticed, but the problem was that he was not ordinary. He deliberately suppressed his cultivation, pretending to be immortal. Yet even so, a faint Tao aura lingered around him. Others could not see this subtle aura, and perhaps even nascent soul old monsters could not detect it, but Subai could. This man was no mortal, but an old monster of extremely high cultivation. However, the reason Subai remained calm was that the beggar had reached the 90th step. That is, although this man was an old monster, his favorability toward the heavenly Tao sect had reached a full 90 points. With such high favorability, he was naturally no threat to the sect. Thus, aside from watching him, Subai took no other action. In his mind, he was pondering what position to give this beggar. A disciple was no longer suitable. In his mind, he was pondering what position to give this beggar. A disciple was no longer suitable. In his mind, he was pondering what position to give this beggar. A disciple was no longer suitable. Moments later, Yi Qingyao led the beggar who had ascended the 90th floor before Subai. This is our sect master, Yi Qingyao introduced, then withdrew to continue overseeing the disciple's assessment. The beggar lifted his head slightly, gazing at Subai. Clad in robes as white as snow with eyes that held the stars, he was a spirited youth in his prime. Through Subai, it seemed he glimpsed a distant version of himself from long ago. "What is your name?" Subai asked. "My name?" The beggar paused, then spoke slowly. "I cannot recall." Once he had possessed a name that shone brightly. Yet that name had dissipated with the smoke of battle, leaving no trace behind. In this world, few must still remember his name, he thought. If so, what meaning did a name hold anymore? No name. "Then I shall call you Wuming," Subai said after a brief pause. "Thank you, Sect Master, for granting me a name." Wuming bowed in salute. Subai nodded. "You call me Sect Master. Does that mean you wish to join my heavenly Tao sect?" Wuming nodded gently. From beginning to end, he carried himself like an ordinary beggar, devoid of any pretense. "By the rules, reaching the 90th floor qualifies you to become my personal disciple, but given your age, it would be unsuitable." Subai spoke. It was absurd. The beggar before him had lived for untold years. Even his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather might not be older. Wuming did not reply, standing still. "How about this?" Subai continued. "The Immortal Arts Pavilion lacks a guardian elder. Would you take the post?" "An elder?" Wuming remained unmoved, then, after a moment, said, "Sect Master, the position of elder is too high for me. I would be content as a sweeper." "A sweeper?" Subai's expression turned strange. "Very well," he said, not refusing, but nodding simply. This beggar must have secrets he wished not to reveal. Since that was the case, Subai respected his choice and let him be. As long as his heart belonged to the heavenly Tao sect. Then Subai opened the system to check his cultivation status. Host name Subai, age 18, Realm Foundation Establishment, 5th layer items, medium grade spirit stones 214, low grade spirit stones 5 gold, tails, silver 5 tails. Foundation Establishment, 5th layer. Subai frowned. Logically, with this beggar joining the sect, his strength should have undergone a earth-shattering transformation, shouldn't it? Why had it only increased this much? And it seemed this growth wasn't from the beggar's contribution, but from the breakthroughs of many disciples today. "System, what's going on?" he inquired inwardly. "Ding, the host's strength is 10 times the sum of all sect disciples. Wuming is not a sect disciple." Hearing the system's response, Subai was speechless. Damn, I should have shamelessly accepted him as a disciple. Ding, the master must be stronger than the disciple. Those with cultivation higher than the host cannot be accepted as disciples. As if hearing Subai's mental complaint, the system's voice continued. "System, isn't it said that the master need not be more virtuous than the disciple? Why have you altered it?" That's right, the master need not be more virtuous, but the master must be stronger than the disciple, right? Subai. Very well, the bug exploit failed. Still, if it were that easy with 10 times Wuming's strength, how many in this world could surpass him? The Heavenly Tao sect had gained such a supreme powerhouse. It was already enough. Sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, come out. Suddenly shouts came from outside the mountain gate, causing Su Bei's brow to twitch. More people coming to deliver silver. Master, several stewards from the Spirit Firmament sect are shouting outside. Shall I go and send them away? Zhuge Feng approached and asked respectfully. Zhuge Feng shook his head, walked out of the hall, and arrived at the mountain gate. At that moment, several stewards of the Spirit Firmament sect stood arrogantly outside the gate, each with a haughty demeanor. Soon Su Bai, accompanied by Zhuge Feng, appeared before them. Oh, isn't this Zhuge Feng? Failed the assessment and came here. One steward immediately spotted Zhuge Feng and began to mock him. Zhuge Feng, you were a servant of our Spirit Firmament sect. Running off without reporting is a crime of treason against the sect. Another chimed in, gloating. Treason is a capital offense. The last steward sneered. Zhuge Feng looked up at the stewards, his eyes turning cold. Steward Wang, Steward Su, Steward Han. Unpleasant memories surged in Zhuge Feng's heart. Among them, Steward Wang was the one who had said he failed the assessment and called him a beast of burden. Steward Su, who had always looked down on his lack of background, deliberately assigned him grueling tasks and targeted him. Steward Han, during a dispute with another servant, had accepted the other's bribe, ignored his explanation, and ordered him beaten with dozens of strokes. All three stewards were the overseers of the Spirit Firmament sect's post in Cloudwater City, and now they had all come knocking. No, they had delivered themselves to him. At this thought, anger simmered within him. You few from the Spirit Firmament sect, why have you come knocking? Subai caught a glimpse of Zhuge Feng's expression and addressed the stewards with a chuckle. Haha, though we are stewards this time, it's not our sect seeking your Heavenly Tao sect. Steward Wang laughed loudly, his demeanor extremely arrogant. We are merely guides. Steward Su sneered, looking at them as if they were already dead. Then the stewards turned and knelt reverently on the ground. Great One of the Immortal Alliance, this is the Heavenly Tao sect. As their respectful voices rang out, a figure descended slowly from the heavens atop a blazing Qilin. The Qilin was majestic, and a wave of heat forced the surrounding disciples back several steps. On the Qilin sat a stout figure, looking down with disdain at the Heavenly Tao sect, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. In such a small place with thin spiritual energy and few experts, he wouldn't have bothered to come if not for his sect's mission. The Immortal Alliance's might shakes the world. When its emissary travels, all sects bow. The stewards chanted fervently, knocking their heads heavily on the ground. What? A big figure from the Immortal Alliance. Hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect grew uneasy. After all, the reputation of the Immortal Alliance was overwhelming. Yet seeing Su Bai standing with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at the sky, they breathed a little easier. The stout man atop the Qilin swept his gaze around, finally settling on Su Bai. I am Gao Kepen, a core disciple of the Heavenly Palace under the tutelage of the Immortal Alliance, Elder, True Yang Venerable. I am here on orders to investigate your sect's entry into the Immortal Alliance. Cooperate immediately or your sect will be dissolved. The stout man spoke bluntly, his attitude arrogant and overbearing. As his words fell, everyone who knew of the Heavenly Palace, including Zhuge Feng, widened their eyes in shock. Among the Immortal Alliance's top 500 sects, most were familiar with the Spirit Firmament sect and the Cloud Heaven sect. Few bothered to learn about others from afar. Even among the top 32, few had heard of most factions. Yet even ordinary people knew the name Heavenly Palace like thunder. Because the Heavenly Palace was number one in the Immortal Alliance. Because the Heavenly Palace was number one in the Immortal Alliance.